human beings. And we need to make sure that they have the necessary resources in countries in the front line, such as Italy has been for decades, and today Poland and Hungary are. Poland and Hungary are in the front line of a great mission of solidarity. They've been insulted for political purposes in this House. More than ever, their recovery and resilience plans have to be unblocked. We're looking to Europe for support rather than ideological holding them hostage. In this tragic situation, we've seen how little has been done at Brussels, and how the reform of the asylum and migration package that you announced with such pomp is not actually effective. Be bold enough also to help those in difficulty who are devoting themselves to fighting war.
Thank you. The next speaker for 2 minutes 30 for ECR is Mr. Waszczykowski. He's going to speak from his seat.
Hello, Madam President, Madam Commissioner. Ukraine is fighting for its freedom. It's fighting for security of Europe also. Security which we built for the last 30 years. In this sense, it is also our war to protect our security. Some of the European Union countries are more responsible for Putin's aggressive military posture. In this sense, they are more responsible for this war, and we expect more contribution from them. There are lots of instruments and sanctions to stop Russian aggression. Penalties, weapons for Ukraine, and for security of our eastern flank. Sometimes it's not possible to immediately implement this instrument, but the hot issue right now is humanitarian assistance. Delivering it to Ukraine is extremely difficult, but we have to spare no efforts to deliver. However, there are millions of refugees in our countries. Only in Poland, as Madam Johansson rightly mentioned, there are 1.2 million of refugees, added to 1 million of migrants who emigrated to Poland. We need for such a large number of people comprehensive plans and money, not only visits and bureaucrats on the border, but money for states. These are states who create jobs, education, health program for these people. We have to avoid situation to create camps, ghettos and Palestinization of this refugee wave. We have to study experience of Turkey and Lebanon, but let's remember that we provided Turkey more than 6 billion euros. Are we prepared to provide the same assistance, the same plans and money to our countries who are coping right now with much more refugee wave than Turkey in the last few days? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cornelia Ernst for the left for 1 minute.
There was a small Ukrainian family right in front of me in my office. They'd been fleeing for 3 days, a long journey. And my hope was, I hope they make it, and I hope everyone else makes it too. I would like to send this message to Russia. Put the arms down, put the weapons down. Don't pursue this war. You have to end it. And yes, of course, we must show solidarity towards the people of Ukraine. They're provided with a lot of support, and they are able to move. And that's why we need to make sure that we work with third countries. We need to deal with the refugees from Ukraine, of course, and I think that this experience has shown us one thing, namely that it's possible that the EU can welcome refugees. We just have to have the will, and that is the spirit that should prevail in our migration policy, vis-à-vis all refugees, all those who are on the road because of discrimination, because of war. You can't have a first class and a second class. Solidarity is not something you can divide. It is indivisible.
Thank you. The next speaker for 1 minute is Mr. Boxer.
Madam President, since 2014 I have been a member of the European Parliament. Many of you will know that I was born in Ukraine and therefore I'm personally affected by this crisis in Ukraine. And therefore what I call for is an end to this war as soon as possible. In the meantime, we need to afford humanitarian aid to all those who are currently in Ukraine, in the Transcarpathian region. There are a lot of people who have been displaced, who need help. They need help locally. They need support. We should also be helping out those who are trying to seek refuge in neighbouring countries. Since the 24th of February, 2 million people have left Ukraine. 190,000 have come to Hungary. The Hungarian government, the Hungarian people have afforded every possible support and protection to them. This is the largest humanitarian action and gesture on our part so far, and of course we support the EU programme, but unfortunately there have also been some criticisms. For instance, I went to visit border crossings over the weekend and I saw what was being done by the Hungarian government, by civil society. They are doing their very best to help out the people who are in distress, old people, young women, children. They're just coming with one piece of luggage. We're doing whatever we can to support them. Let us deploy all our efforts to help those who are seeking refuge from war. Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Thank you. The next speaker for 1 minute and 30 seconds is Mr. Kubilius.
In difference from previous refugee crises, now we have war on the European continent, and Europeans from Ukraine are moving into other European countries for shelter. We have simple European moral obligation to take care about all of them, our fellow Europeans. I would like to praise Commission, national governments, NGOs, and individual citizens, especially in Central Europe, who are doing a lot to help those who are running away from Putin's brutal war. But our obligation to the citizens of Ukraine, and also to those who are looking for safe shelter in our countries, is a bigger one. Our obligation is to stop the war. We cannot speak about solidarity with Ukrainians or refugees if we are not implementing full embargo on import of energy resources from Russia. Each day we are paying 600 million euros into the pocket of Putin. It covers purchase of 400 new Russian tanks per day. During all the days of war, Ukrainians managed to destroy less of Russian tanks than we are buying for Putin per one day. We need to declare that our sanctions on Russian economy will stay till the last Russian soldier will leave territory of Ukraine, not only Kherson or Chernobyl, but also Donetsk, Lugansk and Crimea. Putin and his surrounding in Kremlin need to understand that they lost this war and that here will be much less of suffering, not only in Ukraine, but also in Russia itself, if Putin will stop his criminal war immediately. And then we shall rebuild Ukraine. Refugees need to have a hope, and we need to deliver it. All of us, we are Ukrainians now, and Europeans. Slava Ukraini.
Dankeschön.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gabi Bischoff for 1 minute 30.
Danke, Frau Vorsitzende.
Thank you, President. We're having this debate here on the 8th of March, International Women's Day, and one of the key demands for hundreds of years now has been rights for women. And now we see that we have 2 million people, mainly women and children, who are coming to us looking for safety, looking for protection. And we see in Europe that there's a wave of solidarity. But the other thing that we're seeing, and I saw this in Berlin and I was in Budapest, the strength of Europe in a situation like this is the active civil society in Europe that doesn't discuss things but rolls up their sleeves and goes to the train stations and help people. And I think this active civil society should be praised and applauded by us and get our full support. And from bread to roses, we gave bread to the refugees and gave them a roof over their heads. But what the local authorities need, it was support. We're going to need school places, kindergarten places for these refugee children, and these local authorities will need support, because if you go to these border regions, you see that these are the poorest regions, and so for that reason we need a lot more solidarity, and we need to mobilize all of our resources so that at the end we can say we did it, not just at the beginning, but for the whole period. Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sophie Interfeld for 1 minute 30.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Commissioner, Madam Ministers. I would like to start by echoing the praise for the frontline states. That's Poland, Romania, Hungary and Slovakia, but of course also the non-EU countries like Moldova, because in their countries, citizens, civil society and local authorities are doing really an incredible job, and I take a deep bow to their humanity and commitment. So we welcome the EU support provided to those countries, and I would like to join the urgent call of the Commissioner for Frontex and EASO to be closely involved in the operation. We also strongly salute the activation of the TPD, but now we also have to take the next step. Europe has to move on from ad hoc solutions to a coherent, structural and common migration and asylum policy. Just as Europe will be stronger by achieving energy independence, we will be stronger with a common asylum and migration policy. And I therefore invite the Council to agree a roadmap with the European Parliament, a timetable for the swift adoption of the entire asylum and migration package. The warm welcome to the Ukrainian refugees is Europe at its best, colleagues. It is the cradle of human rights, a community of values. And Europe should also be a safe haven for those Russians fleeing the brutal Putin regime and the soldiers who refuse to fight his dirty war. But let's also not forget the other migrants, those who are still left dying on the borders of Europe, pushed back and beaten, because Europe will offer safety to all people equally, because that's who we are. Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Thank you. And the next speaker for 2 minutes is Diana Riba-Igener.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, Minister. Right from the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, 1.5 million people have fled to neighbouring countries, and the UNHCR has calculated that the figure could increase up to 4 million. Given this great humanitarian challenge, the European Union, at long last, is rising to the occasion by, for the first time, activating the Temporary Protection Directive, which, let me remind you, the Greens and European Free Alliance Group had called for unsuccessfully in relation to crises such as Syria and Afghanistan. Millions of people are losing their lives to Putin's bombs, and in the face of this cruelty, Europe has no choice. We have to be a refuge. Having said that, I think the time has come to put to ourselves some questions which may have uncomfortable answers. Let us ask ourselves why it is that now we are putting everything into a humanitarian response, but we failed to do this in past conflicts. Let us ask ourselves why it is that, as the UNHCR has acknowledged, cases of racial discrimination are being seen on the border between Ukraine and the Union. Let us ask ourselves why it is that while we welcome our Ukrainian sisters and brothers with a hug, this very weekend on the border of Melilla, we welcomed sub-Saharan brothers with police batons. The response is as tough as it is clear. It's based on the colour of people's skin. Discrimination on the basis of race, religion or migratory status is unacceptable. Solidarity is a fundamental value with no exceptions. We are all entitled to escape from the horror of war and poverty. The conflict in Ukraine is doing away with a number of taboos. Let's make the most of this moment to press ahead towards a sustainable asylum policy which will make a priority of solidarity and human rights. A community policy which will make asylum one of the great strong points of Europe. Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jean-Lin Lacapelle for 2 minutes. You have the floor.
Madame la Présidente.
President, colleagues, some people were saying that because of the EU, there would be no war and that the European Union would be credible enough to create dissuasion and to protect everyone. But we see that that was not the case. If we condemn the invasion of Ukraine, I would call on Mrs. von der Leyen to be more moderate in her declarations. I think the situation is serious enough that we don't need to be waving a red flag. Europe is not at war, but it should encourage the search for a diplomatic solution. Stop upping the ante. The High Commissioner for Refugees is predicting that there will be 5 million refugees. The Rassemblement National has been commenting on migration policy for years now, and the pact that is being imposed on us. But there are sometimes when you need to be practical and not ideological. And the refugees are not at all like other refugees where these are mainly men who are fleeing war. No, in fact, they want to import it to us. Now, these are women and children. They're not looking to settle in our countries while their husbands and sons are staying home to protect their homes and their country. And we welcome these refugees from war. And so we need to welcome these Europeans who share with us common civilization, Christian traditions, and we need to welcome these refugees because they are true war refugees. The next speaker for 2 minutes is Richard Czarnecki.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsident, Pani Komisarz, Szanowni Państwo.
Dear Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Some 500 years ago, an English poet, John Donne, then cited by Hemingway, wrote, "Don't ask for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for you." So after 5 centuries, we can say the same in the context of Ukraine. Those people, they are people, and they are looking for refuge and assistance. They are looking for it here in Europe. And I am proud to be, as a Pole, that our country, our society is offering such assistance. I want to thank other member states, other MEPs who have recognized the assistance we are offering. And Mr. Waszczykowski was right when saying what happened 6 years ago. Agreement between EU and Turkey, 6 billion euro in 2 installments. And Turkey took in 1,700,000 refugees. And Poland alone has taken in 1,200,000 so far. So similar financial assistance should be offered. For instance, in Turkey, we gave Turkey money so that refugees in Turkey could go to school. And I think similar assistance should be offered to Ukrainian refugees in our countries. Let me tell you also that today our hearts are open. But what will happen in 2 months' time, in half a year, when we have 5 million Ukrainians in our countries? I hope that after half a year we are equally open as we are today.
Dankeschön.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Nikolai Willumsen for 1 minute.
Millions of Ukrainians are fleeing Putin's brutal war crimes. Some of them are internally displaced, others have fled across the borders into the EU. We must make sure that they all receive assistance. That goes from food to medicine. It goes from schooling to a roof over their heads. And this is not a task that we can simply delegate to the neighbouring countries alone. Let us therefore pull together. Let us show solidarity in the distribution of refugees throughout the EU. In fact, it's not just Ukrainians who are suffering under Putin's regime. There are also brave Russian women and men. They've taken to the streets to call for peace. There are conscientious objectors. There are deserters who refuse to fight Putin's dirty war. They need our help too, and they too must be able to find safety here in the EU. There are people fleeing war and oppression, and they always deserve protection, regardless of where they come from, whether they come from Ukraine, Russia, Afghanistan, or Syria.
Dankeschön.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Comín-Eolveres for 1 minute.
Merci, Présidente. Il n'y a pas d'adjectif pour décrire.
Thank you, Madam President. Adjectives fail to express the Russian invasion of Ukraine. There's no reason that can justify that invasion with all the death and horror it leaves behind it. It's particularly cynical. Amongst other excuses, Putin claims that he's invading the country to protect the Russian minority in Ukraine. Although it's cities with a Russian-speaking majority, such as Kharkiv and Mariupol, who are suffering worst bombardment in Ukraine. It's unacceptable that he should cite self-determination of peoples to justify his invasion. You can't have authoritarian states applying pressure on self-determination. It can't be manipulating people to undermine the sovereignty of democratic states. The first obligation upon us in the humanitarian crisis is to host refugees, and it's great that the Council has activated the Temporary Protection Directive. All citizens across Europe have to share the effort to host these refugees.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Mr. Tobey for 1 minute 30.
President, Commissioner, Minister.
Госпожо председател, господин комисар, това е момента, в който виждаме смелостта на нашите приятели в Украйна. Също така трябва да говорим и за решителния отговор на Европа, единството и солидарността. Но все пак това няма да бъде достатъчно и ние го знаем. Първо, Украйна има нужда от повече.
We need, for example, to stop funding Russian gas and oil, to stop funding Putin's war. Secondly, Ukrainians need more solidarity from all European countries to welcome and integrate refugees. And there I would like to echo the message from other colleagues here in the European Parliament. I would like also to invite the Council to take this opportunity to have a swift adoption of the Migration Pact. And thirdly, Ukraine needs more humanitarian assistance. Yes, we have mobilized a lot, but it is far from enough. And we need to establish safe humanitarian corridors that actually leads to Europe and not to Russia or Belarus. Slava Ukraini.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes.
Thank you very much. The next.
Suur aitäh ja järgmine kõneleja.
Grazie Presidente. Fini di centinaia di migliaia di profughi ucraini.
Thank you, President.
Bambini a cui non è stato concesso nemmeno la possibilità di fuggire con corridoi umanitari dalla loro terra martoriata dall'artiglieria.
women and children fleeing Ukraine have been subject to cruel bombardment by Russian artillery, and they have demonstrated their scant regard for the values that underpin our life. Ukraine wanted to be European, and we've had other migration crises, such as the Mediterranean. They were not second-class citizens because of the colour of their skin. Now, in terms of the temporary protection of refugees, all the action that the Commission is putting in place guarantees solidarity and humanitarian aid to the people of Ukraine, and solidarity through the countries of the Union that need aid and support. Solidarity and unity, the best response we can give to Putin, who is convinced he can exploit the migration crisis as a threat to Europe, but it's been the other way around. We've been able to step up and respond with humanity, and now we must see a consistent response by the institutions to deal with this ongoing influx of refugees and to deal with these women and children through Europe. There has been this harm inflicted on a sovereign free people. There must be an immediate ceasefire. This is an indefensible massacre in Europe, a Europe that wants to continue to be a place of peace.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes zu Wort.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bernard Guetta for 1 minute.
Madame la Présidente, mes chers collègues.
President, colleagues, there are at least 3 categories of refugees in this drama. First and foremost, clearly, Ukrainian refugees, and we owe it to them to finally organize, it should already have been done, the distribution between our 27 countries, because Poland, Romania tomorrow cannot on their own shoulder this burden. The second group of refugees are Russian refugees fleeing their country, repression or the danger of conscription. And to them as well we owe assistance, because they are extremely brave. Let's not forget that the block on credit cards has made them beggars in their country of refuge. They have nothing left, not a penny, and we have to be concerned about them too. And then there is a third category of refugees, those who are lost in their own country. And we have by air to supply them with food and medicine. The UN is proposing to do that. The skies over Ukraine are under the legitimate control of their legitimate government. We have to support UN action at the request of the Romanian government in order to go and drop food and medicines over Ukraine. It's urgent and it's a principle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sergei Lagodinsky for 2 minutes.
A large registration facility in Berlin, Reinickendorf, last Sunday, I saw the scars of war. Those were people, but they looked like scars. I saw the eyes of young women and old babushka holding their grandchildren, looking lost in the cold and grateful for a cup of warm soup and a shelter in a container. Just 2 weeks ago, they had been happy. They were families, workers, teachers, lawyers. They had a life, a different life. It is instrumental that we help them to fight their way back to a life that is a little bit normal. I heard so many of them who were grateful that they could benefit from the Temporary Protection Directive that will allow them to stay, live, and work in safety. But there are issues that go beyond obvious. We must make sure that Russian and Belarusian citizens fleeing from Ukraine have also a chance to safety here. They had escaped from Lukashenko and Putin, and now Putin and Lukashenko are getting to them. They must also be safe in Europe. We must also remember about the new wave of Russian immigrants after TV Dost and Echo Moscow, a radio station, have been banned, and it has become impossible and penalized to talk truth about the war in Russia. Those waves of refugees are fleeing a country sliding to despotism. When I volunteered and I looked at those refugees, I felt sad and horrified, but I also felt proud. Proud that this time the European Union seems to be on the right, on the humane side of history. Let's continue helping, and let's do it right.
Vielen Dank. Als nächstes zu Wort.
Thank you. The next speaker for 2 minutes is Tom van den Driessen. You have the floor.
Voorzitter, collega's,
Ladies and gentlemen, Russian aggression can only be condemned in the firmest terms, but words at the moment are not going to help Ukrainians a great deal at the moment. We need to follow that with deeds. We know that people are being affected, and we have a need for providing refugees new homes. We shouldn't allow mass migration, however. We can't solve the problems of the whole world. That's why we want to have refugees in our own region, and Ukraine is part of our own region. So here we have to meet the needs of these refugees to the maximum. Vulnerable people, women and children are fleeing at the moment. There are 200,000 people at the moment en route. There are 1 million already in Poland already. And these countries deserve protection against the individual single men from African and Asian men. Now those accusations obviously are not true, because they're opening their arms and their homes to refugees. We don't know how long we're going to house and accommodate these people, but they can't do it alone. All Europeans have a fundamental humanitarian task to carry out in this tragedy. Finally, all diplomatic energies need to be aimed at avoiding the bloodletting in Ukraine and to bring it to an end as soon as possible. Anybody who dies is one person too many. It's always somebody's father, somebody's child who dies. The longer this war goes on, the more we lose. And also, because of this war, there's going to be a worldwide food crisis, poverty and hyperinflation that could be caused as well, regardless of the other uncontrollable consequences of military escalation if it comes. It's not time to play political games. I hope that everybody will assume their historical responsibility to neutralize this conflict, and not be too easy in the way they treat it. Thank you very much. For 1 minute from Madrid, Mr. Hermann Tertsch.
Danke, Frau Vorsitzende. Buenas tardes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Well, Europe is facing this huge crisis, a crisis which is going to shape its destiny. It's not been invented like alarms and disasters invented by the European Union in order to feed its own ideological issues over the last decades, inventing priorities which were against the European population. This is an infinitesimal crisis, and what's happening in Ukraine has led us to see what the reality is and the change of priorities which lies before us. And from here, I send out a huge embrace of solidarity to the heroic Ukrainians who are defending their homeland, as well as to those Russians who are being squashed under the tyranny of Putin. The Belarusians, Poland, who well, it's now showing incredible generosity, helping these people, the millions of refugees who are fleeing this barbaric offensive conducted by President Putin.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes zu Wort.
Thank you very much. Next for 1 minute, Cira Rego.
Gracias, Presidenta, Comisaria.
Thank you, President. There's no doubt that this change in direction in asylum policy of the EU is good news. For the first time since it was approved 20 years ago, the Temporary Protection Directive is being activated, which allows us to welcome those people fleeing war in Ukraine. And this shows that when the political will is there, Europe can open safe and legal ways and establish welcome mechanisms which, when necessary. In the last 2 weeks, we've welcomed over 2 million refugees, more than twice that in the whole of 2015. And this shows that there's also another possible focus for the Agreement on Migration and Asylum. But we find it very unfortunate the Council has not included protection for long-term residents and other residents such as African or Middle Eastern students. It's crucial to ensure that protection and the right to asylum cannot be limited by origin or colour of skin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For 1 minute now, Laura Ferrara.
Grazie, Presidente. Non sono mai esistiti.
Thank you, President. There have never been fair or just wars. Everyone has to carry their own burden, and here we're seeing a greater burden. The data leave no space for interpretation. From the 24th of February, more than 2 million Ukrainians have left their country. 1.2 million have reached Poland alone. Now, the Temporary Protection Directive facilitates assistance to fleeing people and provides immediate rights to dwell, for accommodation, immediate needs and social assistance, and also stops discrimination where people are fleeing, for example, from Ukraine and can't return to their country of origin. In particular, attention is paid to vulnerable people and minors, especially unaccompanied ones, to ensure that they get legal protection and access to education. The solidarity mechanism will win if every member state makes their own contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, for 1.5 minutes, Michaela Shodrova.
Kolegyně a kolegové, vážená paní...
Colleagues, Madam Commissioner, Minister, we are in a situation that we couldn't imagine, and this is rolling on live in front of us. More and more refugees are streaming into Europe. Ukraine has signed its application for EU membership with its own blood, and it's paying by its own lives, by its citizens' lives. I'm not afraid of the destiny of the refugees in Europe. The programs are functional, bring towards quick accommodation. And I want to mention something that hasn't been mentioned here yet. The countries that are giving a lot of aid, among them is also the Czech Republic. We've accepted 100,000 refugees. We welcome them as fellow citizens. They've got many relatives. I hear from Czech families who will who are ready to receive unaccompanied minors or foster them. The Czech Republic is ready, and we've heard today also calls from President Zelensky asking for more aid because there are internally displaced people in Ukraine who need humanitarian aid. They need humanitarian corridors to save their lives. They are going to freeze. They don't have food. Children are dying of dehydration. This is a situation that the EU cannot pretend not to see. We have to help them create humanitarian corridors. We have to bring more military aid, possibly, and new sanctions. The European Union needs to stand by Ukraine. Their freedom is our freedom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker for 1 minute, Birgit Zippel.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Our answer to Putin's war is unity and far-reaching sanctions. At the same time, the people who are facing Russian aggression in Ukraine and are fleeing need support. Refugees need help. Now, the common decision to provide temporary protection is the right decision. The broad-ranging solidarity and preparedness to help out that we've seen from local authorities and NGOs should provide a red thread for the decision taken in Council. What does that actually mean? Well, the decision should be framed generously to help as many people as possible. Anybody who's displaced should be enabled to have a humanitarian reception. There shouldn't be external borders where racial discrimination is carried out. Help should be provided to internally displaced people and organisations, civil society and local authorities. This decision is an initial step to meet this challenge in a common fashion. Further steps have to follow. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet.
Thank you. The next speaker is Fabienne Keller.
Madame la Présidente, Madame la Ministre.
President, Minister, Brigitte Klinke, Commissioner Eva Johansson. Today, the 8th of March, I would like to speak to the young women and the women in Ukraine who are doing something remarkable, whether they're refugees or supporting their people in European countries. But let's think of the Ukrainian people as a whole. The number of refugees arriving in Europe is unprecedented since the Second World War. The activation of temporary protection is major headway, and I welcome it, Madam Commissioner. But we can do more and avoid the huge queues of people waiting to get into Europe. Women, children, old people, vulnerable, waiting for 2-3 days at border posts. It's not acceptable. And I would call, Madam Commissioner, on the immediate deployment of the European agencies and provision of material to support the national authorities in these procedures. Particularly, I would suggest that for the first time, the 500 national asylum experts should be used, maybe 200, 300, at least certain of them from the new agency, the asylum agency. So let's be up to this challenge, citizens of Europe. Let's show solidarity and let's set the example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Damien Carême for 1 minute.
Mesdames, jeudi dernier comme aujourd'hui, Madame la
Madam Commissioner, you said it was time to be really proud of being a European. Now, I'm happy and I congratulate you that the EU has found a way of triggering the 2001 Protection Directive and welcoming in dignity those who are fleeing the war in Ukraine. Many said not long ago that the directive was pointless and should be scrapped. Its activation proves to us that when the political will is there, everything is possible. But there's no pride when the European Union has just shown humanitarianism and stuck to international law, because there's a sense of unease. The fact that we've triggered this directive so quickly when we were told it was too complicated for Syrian or Afghan refugees. I think our leadership need to welcome in refugees, but there was talk about protection from irregular flows of immigration from Afghanistan, and there's also been discrimination faced by Africans at European borders, so a sense of unease rather than pride. And when it comes to the directive, we've redefined our asylum and immigration in Europe. We need to do that to protect the exiles in dignity. This doesn't stop at the Ukrainian conflict, and only when we've dealt with that will pride win out over unease.
Thank you very much. Next for 2 minutes, Nikolaus Fest. Thank you very much, Madam President, Ms. Johansson, Ms. Klinkert. You said that the EU had acted rapidly and efficiently. Well, it depends what you mean by fast and effective action. Fast and effective action was done by Poland, Slovakia, Hungary and Romanians as well. In fact, without the EU and without having to ask. The Poles and the Hungarians yesterday were the ones who were yesterday cold, racist, who had no heart for refugees. Poland's now taken 1.2 million, and if others did that, we'd talk about 8 million. So when is the EU Commission going to ask for apologies, give its apologies for this? It's high time. Poland, Hungary, Slovakia and Romania are taking women and children on board. The Ukrainian men are tending to stay behind to defend their country. The Ukrainian women and children aren't looking for asylum. They often find a floor to sleep on at friends or relatives. They don't want any state support either. Ms. Johansson, that is a fundamental difference to the mainly African migrants who tend not to be refugees, who've gone through, if you've been through several foreign countries, you're not a migrant, you are a social migrant or an economic migrant, and they don't want to go to Poland or Hungary or most of the other countries either. They basically are the only ones who want these people are you and the Commission. Unfortunately, the absorption capacity is reaching full capacity. In Berlin, for example, they're trying to create more space, but that's not possible because Ms. Johansson, you have failed in your migration policy with your blind approach. So I'd say stop slandering Poland and Hungary, stop your ridiculous migration policy, and Ms. Johansson, I would suggest that you stop doing that. I think that would be best for everybody.
Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet.
The next speaker is Marina Afsa Fernando.
Bardzo dziękuję. W obecnej sytuacji zagrożenia naturalnym jest...
In the current situation of threat, it is normal that not only Ukrainian citizens are searching refuge, but also illegally present citizens of other countries, also from East or people from Belarus or Russia. One should remember that one of the most important tools used by Russia during its aggression is manipulating information. Poland is open to assist all refugees from all nationalities, and news information about discrimination of citizens of certain countries were verified in situ by their diplomacy, and it all turned out to be fake news. According to representatives of African countries, including their diplomats who support their citizens on board, they all say Polish services are working fine. So are the people bringing assistance. This is proven by thanks from people from Belgium, Egypt, Israel, Kenya, Morocco, Tanzania, Zambia, among others. So I call upon those who keep repeating Russian propaganda from this podium, please do not replicate false information.
Thank you very much. That was Mr. Brzezinski who just spoke, of course. Now, however, Mr. Barena Arza has the floor. Fernando, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta, señorías.
Good afternoon, everyone. The over 1 million refugees who fled Ukraine need our help, and that's why we welcome the Directive on Temporary Protection, which gives access to the labour market, to education, to help, as we've been requesting since 2015. This reflects a political will and shows that European Union is open to people suffering repression and war. We have welcomed more refugees now than back in 2015. So the agreement with the Commission only looks at the rights for those people who finally arrive in the EU. Asylum seekers and fundamental rights have to be respected in exactly the same way, irrespective of nationality or country of origin. Now, whether they come from Ukraine, Syria, Afghanistan, whether they're neighbours or not, whether they're Christians or not, whether they're white or not, they are people who are fleeing war and horror. I am Basque. We suffered bombardment in Guernica, and we're against war. We're always open to welcoming refugees, always. And that's why we speak out against Poland's hypocrisy that 2 months ago closed its borders with Belarus to refugees from Afghanistan. But now, with the right criteria, they are welcoming refugees from Ukraine. This is racist and it's not worthy of a European state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, but thank you to the interpreters who managed to get your very fast speech translated. The next speaker is Mr. Marton Gyöngesi for 1 minute.
Frau Präsidentin, colleagues, shortly after the Russian aggression against the Ukraine, it became clear that Putin miscalculated himself. His nightmare has come true in at least 3 areas. A multi-ethnic, young and fragile Ukraine united in defiance against the Russian aggression and emerged as a strong nation-state. A factious EU that was long ridiculed for not being able to speak a single voice on any foreign policy-related issue, united in defiance against the Russian aggressor. An EU that just weeks ago seemed desperately dependent on Russian energy, cut itself loose from Russian energy and united in record time to impose sanctions on the Russian aggressor. Colleagues, we must move forward in our support for the Ukraine, impose harsher sanctions against Russia if necessary, step up diplomatic efforts to achieve ceasefire and peace, and learn from our mistakes, discard with unanimity in the Council for good on foreign policy-related issues, and create, finally, a common European army. Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Siegfried Mureşan for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Frau Präsidentin. Thank you. Commissioner, thank you very much for all the initiatives which you undertook in recent weeks, including the visit to my home country, to Romania, to the border, and all of the support that you and the European Commission are providing to Ukrainian people in need, but also to local authorities, to volunteers, to NGOs, to governments who are trying to help Ukrainian people in need. Dear colleagues, now we need to make the European Union visible. People in our home countries, people in host communities need to see that the European Union stands by their side and helps. I am particularly grateful that we are having this debate today, especially on the situation of refugees. Because yes, the war in Ukraine has many implications, but people first. We need to talk about refugees. We need to find solutions for them. It is women and children who are waiting for hours in cold, in bad weather conditions to enter the European Union, to exit Ukraine safely. We need to provide all we can in terms of support immediately. We need to understand that this is the beginning, it is not the end. We need to put in place good infrastructure, good structures which can care for the people for months if needed. Then, very important, we need to start preparing schooling for children. We know from the previous migration and refugee crisis that it takes months to organize teachers, books, and proper conditions for children to learn in schools. This is essential. Only an educated child has a chance to find a job and to reduce the risk of radicalization in the end. Likewise, we have to address the food implications in Ukraine, but also in neighboring countries. And we also have to make sure that wounded Ukrainian citizens receive proper protection, including in EU member states if needed. Treatment in EU member states for wounded Ukrainian citizens is a humanitarian aid. We should provide that. Thank you very much.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes zu Wort.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tonino Pizzola for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner. Each new day of Russian invasion brings more suffering to Ukrainians. Humanitarian situation is deteriorating. Almost 2 million people, mostly women and children, have left the country, but expectations are even more grim. I would like, from Croatian war experience, to point out that internally displaced people within Ukraine, who are not included in these statistics, also need protection and assistance. In less than 2 weeks, numerous attacks on civilian infrastructure, schools and hospitals, took place jeopardizing the most vulnerable groups. Moreover, attempts to organize humanitarian corridors where civilians seek a way out of the war hell have failed due to Russian shelling and blockades. But the suffering of Ukrainians caused a tsunami of solidarity in the EU. The activation of temporary protection directive hopefully can turn the tide. It may eventually create momentum to be used for long-awaited adoption of Asylum and Migration Pact. Thank you.
Paldies. Nākamais vārds Tuna.
Thank you, Chair. The next speaker is Rosa Tunen-Hohenstein for 1 minute. There you go.
When I was leaving for Strasbourg, I left at home with my mother and with my husband 11 Ukrainian refugees, mothers and children. They speak Russian, they are from eastern Ukraine, and they are bombarded by Russians. They are traumatized, they are tired. They believe that they can return home or to what was their home in a few weeks. And there are more and more and more refugees coming. They asked me to thank you all, and via you to the citizens of Europe, for your support, solidarity, and involvement. I believe and I do hope that more and more people will understand that there are no better and worse wars, better and worse refugees. I am thinking here about those who are dying in the cold forests at the Belarusian-Polish border. We must not forget them now as we think about crimes that Putin commits in Ukraine. We have shown our unity and potential in these last days. I trust that we can do more and that we shall do more to save lives and guarantee peace. Thank you very much.
Paldies.
Thank you. The next speaker on the list is Terry Reintke for 1 minute. You have the floor.
Dear colleagues, yesterday I arrived at the main station in Berlin. And when I walked up the stairs, just like in so many other places in Europe right now, I could already see the stalls, the info desk, and the many, many volunteers in their neon vests who were welcoming refugees there. And I could see the people, many of them loaded with bags, a lot of children indeed, who had arrived with tired faces, exhausted from a long journey, anxious and worried. And I thought to myself, is it not that in these tired and exhausted faces, we can actually see the meaning of this union? In these faces, and I want to see it very clearly, no matter whether their skin is white, brown, or black, no matter whether their gender actually matches the markers in their documents. In these faces, the promises of this union are reflected. Because this union was built to create peace. This union was built to defend humanity, freedom, and democracy. And this union was built to defend the rule of law against the law of the ruler. Let us live up to these promises. We have failed so many people before. Let us not fail again, not now and not in the future. Thank you.
Paldies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mrs. Sardoni, 2 minutes.
La fuga di milioni di donne.
The millions of women, children, and old people who are fleeing Ukraine is a drama which requires full deployment from Europe. We have to focus on welcoming these flows of refugees. According to UNICEF, 1 million children have already fled over these last 2 weeks. Let's think of the scenes of solidarity welcoming these people in Poland and Ukraine. They've been, and in Hungary, they've been accused for months, being told of being fascist because their governments were against illegal migration. Now they've welcomed over 1 million people fleeing war. And that gives us a clear dimension of the difference there is between the true refugees and those many who have been welcomed and continue to be welcomed in countries of Europe, for example, Italy. We've seen scenes of women and children arriving while their husbands and fathers remain home to defend their homeland and freedom. Very different, I think, to what we see for the economic migrants that are not fleeing from any war, and the left wants them in Europe to feed the welcome business. Well, this backdrop shows exactly how what I'm saying is true. The time of propaganda, good, is over. It's time to be specific. We really have to help people who are fleeing war. It's the only true form of welcome, and we will always be on the front line for that. Thank you.
Paldies.
Thank you, says the chair. The next speaker on the list is Charlie Weimers from ECR. For 1 minute, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Useful idiots are historically found on the left. It saddens me that some on the right have become infatuated with Putin's pretend conservatism. All conservatives should know that Putin is not a traditionalist bulwark standing up against the weak, woke West. Putin has built a morally bankrupt system, systematic bribes, corruption, killings, stealing, lies, and now sending Russia's youth to die while killing their Slavic brethren. Is Putin defending Christendom by using fanatical Chechen Islamists and Syrian mercenaries in Ukraine? Forcing 1.5 million people away from their motherland and tearing families apart? Is that in line with family values and respect for the love of one's home? What about love thy neighbor? Is cluster bombing residential areas compatible with the commandment, thou shalt not kill? Wake up. Imperialism is the antithesis to free nations. Thank you.
Thank you, says the chair. The next speaker on the list is Claire Daly. For 1 minute, you have the floor, madam.
Thanks very much, President. I wholeheartedly welcome the EU's unprecedented provision of immediate protection for Ukrainian refugees fleeing this devastating war. This rightfully respects our mandate to protect fundamental rights of those entering our territories, and it's heartening to see the outpouring of support and solidarity for every point of the EU. But how do we explain that solidarity with, for example, in Poland less than 3 months ago, the fact that 19 people perished from cold on our borders, met with barbed wire and water cannon? How do we explain that solidarity with the fact that there are Afghan refugees in Greek jails charged with people smuggling? Or there are people beaten back from the borders of Croatia in appalling circumstances, sodomised and robbed? How can this be the same European Union? It's because our society, our media and our politicians portray some refugees as more human than others based on their origin and their race. We have to ensure a consistent, non-discriminatory application of international asylum law. Everybody has the right to the highest international standards. I hope this is a turning point.
Thank you, says the chair. The next speaker is Jörg Meuthen for 1 minute. You have the floor, sir.
Herr Präsident, werte Kollegen.
President, colleagues, I think we are all most deeply shocked by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We all no longer thought such a war of attack would be possible right in the heart of Europe, and that's why we need to be resolute in helping those in the crisis, all those who were falsely described as refugees, while economic migrants should look precisely there at the women and children coming to us fleeing artillery fire and rockets. That is what a refugee is. and they need immediate asylum without bureaucracy. Poland, Hungary, the Slovakia and others are doing great things to aid in this humanitarian crisis. As Germans, I give them our full thanks and solidarity. We cannot, of course, leave our partners in the lurch, and we must take in and aid refugees from Ukraine with all means possible. This is the hour of solidarity and cohesion in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Radoslav Sikorski for a minute and a half. You have the floor, sir.
President, it's International Women's Day, and I would like to send warm regards to all our ladies, all the ladies present in the room, and also those who are listening to us, but especially women in Ukraine, those who are being bombarded, those who are on the front lines, and those who took their children with them and left Ukraine so that their husbands could fight for the freedom of their country. I do support the appeal of the Polish First Lady, who appealed to Russian women to try to stop the war. We know what draconian penalties there are in Russian for even mentioning the word war, but Russian mothers can inquire about the fate of their sons, soldiers. This is still allowed. I'm really proud of how Poles took care of 1 million Ukrainians in our country, Poles, local governments, and also the Polish government. I would like to appeal to the European Union so that the money that is needed to integrate those refugees should not be tied to the rule of law, because what's important right now, most important, is the time. But I have an appeal to the Polish ruling party. The war that Putin started in Ukraine should not be a pretext to look to settle accounts with you. We should not prosecute Polish judges right now. We need the billions of zlotys to modernize Poland, Polish infrastructure, the Polish power industry. We need to end the war with the EU. We need to deal with the war with Putin.
Thank you, says the chair. Next speaker is Maria Arena. For 1 minute, you have the floor, madam.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. In the face of this horror by Putin in Ukraine and the millions of Ukrainian refugees, we have to welcome the decision to activate temporary protection. But I have to think of these families, the Syrian, Afghan and Libyan families. They were also fleeing the horror of war, but temporary protection was not activated for them. Why? Well, I have to think of these countries of entry. Since 2015, they've been calling for the EU's solidarity, but they have seen that solidarity refused. Why? I have to think also of all those people who've lost their lives in the Mediterranean in the face of that lack of solidarity. Why? I hope that this wave of solidarity in the face of the Ukrainian crisis will change our migration policy, that it will be led by dignity, solidarity, but first and foremost by the right to protection without discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you. The next.
Suur tänu, järgmine kõneleja.
You have the floor, sir.
Verehrter Herr Präsident, Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
President, colleagues, in light of the war of assault by Putin on Ukraine, the EU is reacting with solidarity. It's right that the temporary protection directive is activated. As Europeans, we are opening our European home and hearts and welcoming the refugees who've had to escape Ukraine. It's right that we provide immediate aid. However, it requires support for the first reception countries. I'm convinced that EASO and other agencies must provide help to Poland, Romania and the other countries, and at the end we probably need a mechanism to distribute the refugees, at least if the flow does not let up. Now it's being said that the old distribution of labour is possible, but let's ensure that that really can happen in the member states, that students can continue to study. We don't know how long this war will continue, ladies and gentlemen. It's obviously a long time, but we don't know, and the people who come to us must be able to feel at home with us.
Thank you.
Tänan.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Alexa Kunke for 1 minute. You have the floor, madam.
Herr talman.
President, people are running for their lives, families are being split, children are being killed on live television just a few hours from here. Reality has shown that the EU's hesitant policy when it comes to asylum and migration, with its focus on closing borders, returning people and cooperating with states which do not respect democratic rules of the game, is insufficient. That policy has played its game. It is not what people who are fleeing for their lives need. The Temporary Protection Directive, therefore, is extremely welcome, but more is needed. The EU is the world's freest and most prosperous region. We have an obligation and a responsibility to show responsibility to the people of Ukraine. Also, we have to provide protection to those who are fleeing terror and war, regardless of their nationality, regardless of their background. We should never normalize and accept racism. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the list is Mr. Patrick Jaki. You have the floor for 1 minute, sir. Here you go.
Thank you, President. Putin is unable to run a war without money. Poland warned you already before that if we become dependent on Russia, they will use the money for something evil. Instead of stopping this, we took vengeance on Poland, 41 debates and resolutions against Poland in this term of office. On what? For what? For non-accepting migrants. So what do you say today? We are showing you what the difference is between migrants and refugees, whom you are holding in camps, and we bring them directly into our homes, over 1 million people. And you, instead of helping people, you keep on paying 600 million euros per day to Putin, with which he is killing people day in, day out. 600 million per day. Any reflections on this? What are we doing tomorrow then? Traditionally, a resolution with sanctions against Russia? No, against Poland. The EU needs change, but they also need a special committee to find out why is it that we are financing Putin's war. German arrogance is something for which we paid with war 2 times in history already. We cannot allow for this to repeat for the 3rd time. One more thing. You thought probably Ukraine is going to fall after 2 days. No, they keep on going. And finally, after 12 days, your helmets made it to Ukraine. Congratulations.
Thank you. The next speaker is Konstantinos Arvanitis. You have the floor for 1 minute, sir.
Thank you. Well, this question about the real refugees and others was said by the Greek Minister for Migration. We should be careful about this. Refugees are refugees. Pain is pain. And the fact that this directive was not activated in 2015, when there were millions of people in our waters, on our borders in Greece, we asked for solidarity, and we understand why. It's because you didn't want to support a left-wing government, and you brought pressure to bear on us with the migrant crisis and with the memoranda as well. So it's quite clear that the idea of Fortress Europe has already collapsed in the face of these dramatic events. But we can see that the architecture of this new agreement has already been overtaken by events. We have to show a new face, that it's democratic and European. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kostas Papadakis. You have the floor for 1 minute, sir.
The disgraceful Russian invasion of Ukraine based on its imperialistic competition with the USA, NATO and the EU have triggered this war that's driving, amongst other things, millions of people to become refugees with tragic consequences. Over 10 million Ukrainian migrants had previously been forced to leave their country after the dissolution of the USSR because they saw with their own eyes that unemployment and poverty are a synonym of capitalism and not of socialism, as was claimed by the Ukrainian urban middle class, the EU, USA and NATO. The EU and the middle classes, its member states, are now exposed on many fronts to refugees. And whilst refugees, for example, from Syria, Afghanistan and Iraq, face repression, threats, returns and prison, in the case of Ukrainian refugees, it is the criterion of easier integration of a cheap and flexible labour force for business profit, amongst others in the Greek tourist industry, that prevails, the other face of the same capitalist barbarity. Solidarity with all Ukrainian refugees, including the Russian-speaking ones, for basic support, reception in humane conditions and ensuring their right to asylum, health, education and work.
Thank you. The next speaker on the list is Dolores Montserrat. You have the floor for 1.5 minutes, madam.
Thank you. President, Commission, Putin is savagely attacking Ukraine, threatening Europe and the world. And it's a huge risk. The European Union is showing unity, firmness and solidarity in its response. Well, we have to think about children, the greatest treasure for any family. I'm Spanish. My country is one of those which took up most children from Chernobyl to help them improve their health in the wake of the accident there. We can't abandon them. I have an 11-year-old child and I cannot imagine the pain of those parents when they see in the eyes of their children that fear caused by terror from someone else. There are many children with cancer in Ukraine, but because of the war they can't receive their medicines. I will call on the Commission and Council that I would say that we have to send medication to Ukraine. Let's transfer the Ukrainian children with cancer to European hospitals and ensure they get their treatment. Let's call for safe corridors towards the EU, towards freedom, not ones which are designed by Putin. In agreement with all parents, particularly with women today on International Women's Day, these Ukrainian women, I'm with you. You are standing there and you remain behind to protect your country for your children. You are so brave. We are here to protect lives, to protect freedom and to build a better European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Juan Fernando López Aguilar. For 1 minute, you have the floor, sir.
Gracias, señor presidente. En poco más de 10 días desde...
Thank you. Well, the brutal aggression of Putin against Ukraine had been going for about 10 days when the majority in this parliament expressed the consciousness of a breaking point, a time changer, which would speed up the European Union and its European responses. Finally, we've seen the activation of the Temporary Protection Directive. How many times have we called for it? We called it in the 2015 crisis with Syria, more recently with Afghanistan. Millions of people fleeing war have gone into Poland, Romania, Slovakia. Yes, and clearly they need solidarity. it has to be coordinated by the Commission, but we also say that the same solidarity should be shown to all refugees, particularly women and children, without discrimination depending on race, origin, sex or religion. Only now is Europe seeing that we are facing a wake-up call, a change of age.
Thank you. The next speaker on the list is Malik Asmani. You have the floor for 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, dear Mr. Commissioner, Madame la Ministre, and dear colleagues. Barbaric scenes are unfolding as Putin's illegal invasion is escalating. Terrible violence against innocent Ukrainians is at full display at our borders. People are fleeing from burning cities. It's without question that we need to give them a safe place. And Europe is taking responsibility. We see countless initiatives of EU citizens to show solidarity. It's our duty to organize this well. That means full financial and operational support to member states at the borders of Ukraine, also by participation of EU agencies like EASO and Frontex. Member states need to show solidarity too, by reallocation of refugees. We have to set an example in organizing a safe place for refugees in our own region. The EU is united, and together we will manage this for the safety of the people of Ukraine. Slavi Ukraini.
Paldies.
Thank you, says the chair. The next speaker is Sylvia Spurek. Madam, you have the floor for 1 minute.
Dziękuję Eli.
I'd like to thank Ella, who welcomed a family from Ukraine at her flat. I'd like to thank Kasia, who goes to the train station every day and brings sandwiches for all the refugees, men and women. I'd like to thank Anna, who brought the necessary things to the border and brought a woman with a child from the border. I'd like to thank Zuzanna, who brings food and medicines for animals to the border every day. For the last 12 days, thousands of Poles have shown what solidarity is. Now it's time for decisions and actions by politicians. It's time to depart from lengthy procedures regarding the status of Ukraine as a candidate country, because we are talking about human lives. We need to speed up green transformations. We need Fit for 65 and not Fit for 55, because the climate catastrophe is speeding up, but also because a rapid transformation is a guarantee of our security and independence. It's also time for Polish migration policy that is based on human decency and non-discrimination, because all refugees are welcome.
Thank you, says the chair. The next speaker is Angel Jambatsky for 1 minute. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. When people do not follow the rules, when people speak, like when Mr. Yaki spoke, you didn't react. When talking about refugees from Ukraine, we, the Bulgarian society, are doing everything that needs to be done. And here we are only talking about it. There are hundreds of families who are housed in guest houses and private homes without declarations or making political capital of that. So we need to speak less and act more. There is a lot of ambiguity in this room because Ukraine clearly said on the 6th of May 2016 what it wants. It wants a no-fly zone, an end of many other actions and supplies. So Dictators are not going to be impressed by talking a lot and repeating glory to Ukraine. So we need to take special measures, and we can't buy oil and gas and be against the measures. This is not right. A true protection, true measures are needed. Long live Bulgaria, long live Ukraine.
I would ask the speakers to speak a bit slower so that the interpreters can manage to interpret you. The next speaker is Malin Björk. Madam, you have the floor for 1 minute.
Well, I'm extremely pleased that the member states have finally, and for the first time, have decided to activate the Temporary Protection Directive that's been in place since 2001, but hasn't been activated before. It provides security and safety for everybody who has to leave everything behind them. People who have to flee Ukraine because of Putin's attacks. I'm relieved for every single Ukrainian refugee who finds protection, and I'm also pleased because this shows that it is possible to receive refugees in the EU together and share the responsibility for a dignified reception. That's something that we in the left have said for a long time now. That's what we have to understand from this. We need to extend this so that the right to protection and the shared responsibility should apply to all of those who are fleeing war and persecution, whether they come from Ukraine, Syria, Afghanistan, Eritrea, or some other country. It's not that, like the right wing in Sweden and the EU have been demanding, that we should have a system where we're not sure about what's going on the borders. We should share the responsibility for a dignified reception. That's what our Europe is about.
Paldies.
Thank you, Sister Chair. The next speaker, Balázs Hidvegi. Sir, you have the floor for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, for years we've been listening in this House to the false accusations that Hungary was not helping those in need. The tragic consequences of the current war in Ukraine clearly proved those accusations wrong. They were nothing but malicious lies. Hungary does help refugees who are now fleeing our neighboring Ukraine from this terrible war. The whole country has moved as one to provide care, accommodation, all kinds of assistance. And I salute all those who take part in this effort. We can witness exemplary unity and helpfulness. Just like Commissioner Skinas also saluted and thanked the people when he visited the border just a few days ago, and thank Commissioner for that. However, instead of focusing on how best to support the frontline states, the left in this House and the EPP want to pass a resolution just tomorrow that would demand the freezing of European funds to Poland and to Hungary. Even at a time of a crisis of this magnitude, they cannot stop their usual ideological witch hunt. Well, how petty and short-sighted, I must say. If you keep attacking those countries who are now helping the Ukrainians, you can only prove your own incompetence and cynicism. Thank you.
Paldies.
Thank you. Next speaker, Isabel Wissler Lima. Madam, you have the floor for 1.5 minutes.
The images of the lifeless bodies stretched out are unbearable. Men, women and children who thought they could flee the horror in which they'd been trapped for days were caught by Russian bullets. We must stand ready to welcome all those who managed to escape this horror. Those who do manage to escape are not full of joy either. Most often women and children alone, their husbands are left behind, fighting for a free Ukraine which today lies devastated. More than 2 million people, half of them children, are seeking refuge in the EU, and estimates talk of 6 to 8 million refugees in the near future. They arrive exhausted, with nothing, no future, not knowing where they'll stay, what they can eat, and then wondering where and even if their children can go to school. The EU, especially the countries on the edge, have reacted extraordinarily. It's the EU at its best. It wasn't the case for the Syrian war. The borders, institutionally speaking, have not been an obstacle, and the aid spontaneously provided by citizens has been decisive. The EU has also activated the Temporary Protection Directive and shown a sign of solidarity without hesitation. but that's not, absolutely not, the most we can do. We must respond to the arriving Ukrainians. We must, above and beyond housing, provide education for these children. We have no idea how long this dramatic humanitarian situation will last. These people want nothing more than to go back to their country, live there in freedom in their families, but the reality is quite different. The EU has a titanic task to accomplish. Let's do that. Let's come alongside those Ukrainians fighting for freedom and democracy. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. The next speaker, Jozef Olakis. Sir, you have the floor for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, today Europe is experiencing the war refugee crisis not seen from the Second World War. The atrocities committed by the Russian and Belarusian soldiers are already widely documented. Bombed fleeing civilian vehicles, women raped by soldiers in front of their children, or refugees deliberately shot in the legs. In the light of the blended violation by Russia of the previous promise to provide safe passage to the civilian population from the Mariupol, and having reports from the International Red Cross that Russian troops deliberately mined possible humanitarian corridors, Europe could and should do more on sanctions list, including the banning any import of gas or oil from Russia. EU countries in collaboration with the United Nations should step up their efforts to establish safe humanitarian evacuation corridors for the civilian population. And lastly, all European countries should show solidarity and share their burden in helping Ukrainian refugees. We should ensure that everybody flying this war would receive decent living conditions, necessary medical care, possibility for the employment, and kids would be able to continue their education in the host countries. Slava Ukraini.
Paldies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Says the Chair. The next speaker is Ilhan Kuychuk. You have the floor for 1 minute, sir.
Dear Commissioner, Madam la Minister, dear colleagues, we speak to them, to the refugees, in numbers. But behind the numbers, there are thousands of families. Of humanity and compassion. That people escaping war have been widely welcomed by governments, local communities, and a wave of citizens' engagement to help. I'm also happy to see that this time the Council reacted with a shift and unified response, triggering the first time the Temporary Protection Directive. But even in these difficult times, we should have lessons learned. We cannot have Europe a la carte anymore. We need European Union that have common asylum and migration policy. These are truly testing times for us, to the people that left their wives behind, to our empathy and to our readiness to react effectively as a union in the future, regardless where people in need of protection come from. Thank you.
Paldies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Urtasun, 1 minute, please. Sir, you have the floor.
Putin's war has already caused 2 million displaced persons, and this time we can't fail refugees as we did in 2015 with those coming from Syria. The Temporary Protection Directive has been activated. That's good news, but it doesn't mean that everything's been solved. Firstly, because obviously, it's still based on a voluntary basis, and the EU countries have to give places for people to be accepted. And also, we've seen people who are refugees that are not Ukrainian, and they will be given less protection. And quite frankly, we're talking about people who are fleeing from war. That is totally unacceptable. So I think we have to call on member states first and foremost to mobilize and offer places, and then also to avoid applying different sort of protection depending on nationality of people fleeing from the war. And as our colleague Maria Elena was saying, let's not forget that there are thousands and thousands of refugees all around the world to whom we are not extending this possibility of protection as we are to the Ukrainians. And I think that what we're extending to them should apply to people fleeing war from other parts of the world as well. Thank you.
Next speaker, Vincenzo Soffo. 1 minute, please. Sir, you have the floor.
Alle porte d'Europa milioni di donne e bambini.
Millions of women and children fleeing war, seeking shelter alone from their husbands who remain at the front in Europe, and often the system is exploited for illegal immigration, but here we owe support and welcome. In 2021, there were 200,000 illegal immigrants who came into Europe, a lot of them in Italy. We need to stop that undiscriminatory flow and put in place a system of reception to deal with real humanitarian crises like this one. This should be based on proximity, so those fleeing should not be uprooted from the lands they love, but be able to stay as close as possible. And we do hope that the war will end as soon as possible. Otherwise, all we'll have done is turn the Ukrainian people in a new mass of desperate, with millions of impoverished people with no hope left on the borders of Europe.
Next speaker, Vilhelm Rees Kunze. Mrs. You have the floor.
Today, we are expressing once again our deepest solidarity with the Ukrainian people, condemning Putin's invasion, and to help the Ukrainians and the Russian people who don't agree with the invasion, and people in Europe who are suffering the consequences. We have to pull out all the stops in building peace as quickly as possible. And that isn't done by escalating or sending arms. It's by international mediation, which can build a difficult path that would lead towards negotiations and lasting peace. We need an ambitious welcome program to set up safe corridors and continue to send humanitarian aid, looking further to support refugees, so that everyone coming from Ukraine and those who are facing reprisals in Russia can be protected. We have triggered the Temporary Protection Directive, and that should be normal in conflicts. But we need more as well. We have to reform the common asylum system in Europe, and we need a common refugee agency based on human rights. We no longer want to see the infringements we're seeing in Ukraine, nor we don't want further Morias or the same situation we're seeing in the Canary Islands, because every single life counts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mrs. Glavak. 1.5 minutes, please.
Commissioner, dear colleagues, over 2 million civilians have been driven from Ukraine due to Russian invasion. Can you picture this? 2 million people, that is the population of Paris. So at this moment, Paris is empty. These are pictures of these people who are looking for a new home. The EU estimates that it could be over 4 million people who will be driven out of Ukraine from Russian aggression. Some say more. I thank all our friends in the countries around Ukraine who are bearing the brunt of this. The EU has to quickly activate all the mechanisms to ensure material and logistic assistance in this extreme situation. We need to start thinking already now how to ensure integration of Ukrainian refugees into the labor market, to continue education at all levels for those most vulnerable, children and youth. Croatia has already accommodated over 1,600 Ukrainian refugees, and we will ensure also not just shelter but education in their language. During the war in Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, my country has taken in 1 million refugees from war-torn areas. We know what is suffering, fear and uncertainty. We are aware of this hate against a sovereign nation and sovereign country, which we also faced 30 years ago. Dear colleagues, empathy, compassion, yes, but all of these 2 million people have a name and surname, and they are looking at us and watching what we are doing. So it is time for us to show our solidarity and answer this challenge in the spirit of European values. Thank you.
I would ask the speakers to observe the speaking time and maybe not exceed it much. Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Bartolo. Sir, you have the floor.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you. Well, we weren't ready for a new conflict at the doors of our home. We weren't prepared to face up to the consequences of this brutal repression and indiscriminate attacks on civilians, including children. So many children. We weren't prepared either for those millions of people fleeing. But this time, at least, the Union is showing unity and solidarity. Countries traditionally against welcoming people have now opened their doors. But I would like to see no discrimination. Those doors should remain open for anyone calling for protection. This is the time for change. Let's base ourselves on this unity we've managed to build in order to finally reform our asylum system. Because we need an asylum system which is able to resist current and future crises. Those countries that until yesterday didn't want to take up people are calling for solidarity, and it's right. It's right that they should receive it because we have to share responsibilities. I'll come back to the Commissioner Johansson's words. All of us, black, white, Christian, Muslim, we're all human beings wherever we come from in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Hayer. Mrs. Hayer. 1 minute, please.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Minister, Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. We thought Europe had consigned barbarism to history. We had exited from 2 world wars with confidence. Never again. Never again the sound of jackboots on our borders. Never again tanks invading a European country. Never again families displaced because of bombardments. Peace can never be taken for granted, even on our continent, savaged by the worst atrocities. At this very moment, the respect of human rights is being trampled shamelessly once again underfoot by soldiers who are blocking humanitarian corridors. We're experiencing a dirty war that's costing Ukrainians their life. A war from Vladimir Putin, who's attacking not just a people but our values, not just our values but democratic European values. And this is why, until Russia is defeated, we will have to welcome those who are victims of the crimes of Vladimir Putin. Dear friends of Ukraine, our doors are open forever.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Buzelaga. 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Chair. Every morning when we wake to the live documentary of this terrifying war on social media, I feel helpless. When I see the images of bombed streets, burning nuclear plants and lines of people fleeing, I feel helpless. But while our options within Ukraine are limited, those for helping those that are fleeing the war are not. That's why I wanted to thank you very much, Commissioner, for your swift action and for bringing all the countries together to grant legal protection so fast. And that's why I want to thank everyone who's opening their doors currently in Poland, Hungary, Slovakia and Romania, but also all across the continent. But much more needs to be done, and we have to adapt to the situation and every moment. So I would ask you, Commissioner, to also ensure that everyone who's fleeing is protected, no matter their skin color or nationality, also the Russians and Belarusians fleeing their crazy tyrants. And even if we decide that some can't stay, please make sure that they're all covered by health protection so that they can go to the hospitals to mend to their mental and physical wounds after fleeing. And please ensure that we have a new approach to the European asylum system so that we can learn from this humane reaction to the fleeing and to the refugees and in our new asylum system. Thank you very much.
Paldies.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mrs. Beata Kemp. 1 minute, please. Madam, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Commissioner, more than 2 million refugees have already crossed the border with the neighboring countries. In Poland, we have welcomed more than 1 million people. Only yesterday, 100,000 more people crossed the border. Today, we brought the children of Ukrainian officers fighting on the front. We also transport children suffering from cancer, disabled children, also adults. In this situation, Poles are showing their huge hearts and they're funding the stay of those people from their own pockets. 660 million euros are sent to the criminal from the Kremlin for oil and gas. It is thanks to that money that he can sponsor his bloody invasion on Ukraine. We need sanctions, but we also need funds in order to assist the country that is receiving the greatest number of refugees, Poland. We need to do this together. The Kremlin and Putin is attacking even humanitarian corridors. These are true crimes. This is genocide. We need to definitely combat it. Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, today is International Women's Day. I received roses from the gentleman in the European Parliament. I would like to dedicate this rose to Ukrainian women. You will cope. I would like to give it to the girls already raped by the regime. I would like to dedicate it also to the Polish women in Poland and in other countries who are already helping out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Today indeed is International Women's Day. And the floor is given to the next speaker, Mr. Lexman, a minute and a half.
Reagujeme na Putinovú agresiu proti Ukrajine a jej ľudu.
Thank you. We are reacting now to Putin's aggression, and the way in which we do that defines the way in which we will live. We're fighting for freedom and democracy. We have to do everything to put an end to this aggression and also to bring an end to this human tragedy. Hundreds of thousands of women and children are fleeing, and there is a huge question over their future. I was personally involved in the first days in coordination, and I was working together with organizations which are providing assistance. And I would like to say thank you for the solidarity and humanity. I'm grateful that people were able to join together today to help those people who need our help. Solidarity in Europe, in Slovakia, gives us the hope that we will come back to our original values. The values on which free democratic Europe was built in the wake of the Second World War. As the Pope said 2 years ago at the start of the pandemic, we were all on a boat together. We were all distressed, but we were all united together. Only together can we put an end to what's happening before our very eyes, and only together can we fight.
Thank you. The next speaker, Mr. Nika. 1 minute, please.
Thank you, President. Ukrainian women have had to cross the border in tragic conditions, and Commissioner Johansson said Romania has a border crossing at Siret where they're coming over, but I've seen the sadness of the women there, often tens of thousands of Ukrainian women coming with their children, carrying them in their arms, trying to save themselves, crossing after days and days of journey to reach the Romanian border, and they don't know, these women, what will be the future of those children. They've wondered whether they've escaped the bombs, and these children, what future do they have? You know, this is the major concern. A very tough example, a woman died because after 3 days of trying to escape Ukraine in minus 20 degrees, she was meant to cross the border on Hungary or Romania, and died. And of course she couldn't. That there is a moral responsibility here for the people who are not allowed into the Schengen area.
Mr. Nicola Danti, 1 minute, please.
President, Minister, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, the humanitarian disaster caused by the Russian war on Ukraine is a major challenge for Europe. The men and women fleeing war today, risking being the widows and orphans of tomorrow, need immediate reception. We've all seen the generosity of the Europeans on the bordering countries, Poland, Slovakia, Romania, and we've seen the immediate reaction of the European institutions in guaranteeing legal protection and humanitarian protection to Ukrainian refugees. And we've seen Europe's fine face, which it hasn't shown in the past to other peoples. And we've greeted many millions of Ukrainians, and from Estonia to Portugal, Finland and Cyprus, we've shown there's just one Europe, but that must also be an opportunity to approve mechanisms and rules that can be applied independently of the European border crossed. We must immediately reform the Dublin regulation and return humanity to being a European rule. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Saskia Brickmont. 1 minute, please.
Près de 2 semaines depuis l'invasion.
Almost 2 weeks after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there are 2 million people on the road towards exile, fleeing this murder. 2 million and more to come. So many lives broken because of the war and this resistance. In the face of this drama, Europe is activating the Temporary Protection Directive. Yes, it's a very welcome and normal decision after so many years of solidarity shown towards exiles, based only on the shoulders of citizens showing solidarity within associations rather than the public powers being involved. But this assistance has to apply to everyone fleeing Ukraine. We need the necessary financial and human support as well to ensure that they are received with dignity and given the right support. This hits at the very heart of our humanity. The wave of solidarity which is overtaking us should make us aware that anyone fleeing their country should find refuge in Europe. Anytime, with no distinctions and no discrimination. Fortress Europe must fall, and long live a welcoming Europe.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alexander Vondra. You have the floor for 1 minute, sir.
Let me give you a few figures to start off. 2 million in 10 days. Out of these 2 million, 1,200,000 in Poland, 190,000 in Hungary, 140,000 in Slovakia, 87,000 in Romania, and 105,000 in the Czech Republic, which is not even a bordering country of the Ukraine. Remember your moralizing preaching 5-6 years ago when we asked who were coming. Were these people fleeing war, or were these young people seeking a labor market? Now we see young people who worked here going back to their country, to the Ukraine, to be able to fight. people who come now are 80% women and the rest are old people and children. What we do is help without moralizing. We welcome help if it comes, logistic, financial or otherwise. But we're not asking for any quotas and redistributions.
Thank you. The next speaker is Vice President Otmar Karas. You have 1 minute and a half, sir.
Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, in dealing with refugees from Ukraine, we seem to be achieving something which we unfortunately haven't managed over the past few years, and that is to show a common front, show solidarity in dealing with refugees, and to agree on that, and to act. For the first time in the history of the European Union, the mass influx regime has been activated to help refugees in a targeted fashion, from provision to work permits. The veritable litmus test is still ahead of us, but all of this already shows what can be done when the political will is there to work together, to work in solidarity, to work rapidly and to work in a resolute fashion. But there remains a great deal to be done. Fleeing and migration, obviously these are things that are highest on our agenda, not just during war, and the increasing violence and the increased preparedness to return to violence because of the lack of labour, not just in the area of the care sector. Hence, we have to make sure that this political will is maintained. We need to have a new approach to an asylum and migration policy and a fair distribution key for an independent energy union and a social union, for a common foreign security and defence policy. But to conclude, I would also like to say that in reality there are no alternatives to an end to war and to a life in peace and at liberty.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Javier Moreno Sanchez for 1 minute. You have the floor, sir.
Gracias, Presidente, señora comisaria.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, Minister, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Putin's war, there's no other name for it. His brutal aggression against Ukraine is barbarous, and it has awoken political Europe. In the face of dictatorship, European democracy will win. The Union is acting quickly on a voluntary and solidarity-based basis, leaving aside taboos. Our thoughts, our hearts today are with the Ukrainian people. Today, on International Women's Day in particular, we are with the women and young girls who are suffering, fleeing and even dying. For them, we have to continue to provide humanitarian and military support for those citizens who have heroically decided to fight in Ukraine. But in particular, ladies and gentlemen, the Union has to be a borderless area of welcome. The Temporary Protection Directive and its activation should allow for fair distribution of refugees, supporting countries on the front line. And finally, Madam Commissioner, you said this. Call for special protection measures to be applied so that women and young children don't fall in the hands of human traffickers. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Mr. Dragoș Peslaru, for 1 minute. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, President, Commissioner Johansson, Minister. On the 8th of March, it's International Women's Day, but they are now fleeing bombs and bullets launched by the Russians in the fighting in Ukraine with their children. 2 million refugees in Europe. The Romanians, Slovaks and Hungarians, European citizens, have proved by their response that Europe is welcoming them. But we now need to coordinate at a European level. We need the right resources to be allocated. There needs to be a single European portal created by the Commission for refugees from Ukraine. Civil society must work and local authorities must work. They need support. They are in the front line. They need support and adequate resourcing. Madam Commissioner, the Commission and Member States need to ensure temporary protection is activated at EU level. Refugees need education and social advisors and workplaces as soon as possible. In this time of darkness, we need to show that humanity can shine out. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. The next speaker, Grace O'Sullivan. You have the floor for 1 minute, madam.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner, Council, colleagues. Putin's war threatens an entire nation's people. With nuclear weapons in the hands of a reckless despot, it threatens us all. In any war zone, it is the ordinary people, the children, women and men who bear the heaviest burden. The number of refugees escaping the Ukraine war zone has hit the staggering figure of over 2 million people, people fleeing their homes in terror as I speak. For those with disabilities or with other vulnerabilities, the situation is particularly dire. And so we must show solidarity, welcoming the people of Ukraine into our homes, our communities, and into our nations. Let this war be a wake-up call for EU refugee policy in general, which has only hardened in recent years, punishing migrants and humanitarians alike. The potential for war is close to us all now. Will this be the catalyst for change? Thank you.
Paldies.
Thank you. The next speaker on the list is Ms. Jadwiga Wisniewska. You have 1 minute, madam.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you, Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. I have listened to what Madam Commissioner said with great attention because I know you came to Poland and you saw the Polish border and you know perfectly well that it is Poland who welcomed 1.2 million war refugees over 12 days. It is Poland who the refugees flee to predominantly. The involvement of the Polish government and local government services, Polish citizens, is immense. I am proud to be a Pole. It is a pity that you did not emphasize this stronger. But let's look at the involvement of the European Commission in the assistance for the countries that are helping out and receiving refugees. This is illusory assistance. It is very insignificant in the face of a war catastrophe. It is a minimum kind of hope, if any at all. We need more assistance. We need to unblock the funds from the national renewal fund that are illegitimately blocked by the European Commission. In the face of the war and tragedy that is playing out in front of our eyes, we need to behave with solidarity. This is an appeal to the European Commission and to the European Parliament, who will vote a resolution on blocking funds for Poland tomorrow. Your hypocrisy is unfortunately huge.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Lucas Fourlas for 1.5 minutes. You have the floor, sir.
President, Commissioner, Minister, well, we've done our duty, and United Europe has responded to the invasion with sanctions. We've seen human rights and international law trampled, and this has to be our reaction without giving any second opportunities. Well, we know what war means in Cyprus, what it means to be with a suitcase in your hand and leaving your home and leaving behind your loved ones. My father is a war veteran in the war between Turkey and Cyprus, but no one was ever punished for that. But within 48 hours, we've managed correctly to impose strong sanctions on Russia. But all these years that Turkey has occupied my country, and we didn't manage to do that. No sanctions, and if I remember correctly, Turkey is still hoping to join the European Union. Well, I think we have to apply the same rights to all of those. We should not have two weights and two measures. That's the only way that we can have credibility in Europe, and only in that way we'll be able to convince people of our intentions. Refugees are refugees wherever they come from, no matter how many years go by.
The next speaker, Ms. Isabel Santos, for 1 minute. You have the floor, madam.
De repente, os refugiados passaram a ser os nossos vizinhos.
The refugees have now become our Ukrainian neighbours. We have to act quickly because of the Russian invasion, that in a few days we've seen 2 million people flee. It's a movement of refugees that is made up mainly of women and children, people who are particularly vulnerable, and we're being confronted with their particular needs in the framework of that protection. There were other times, but in difference to previous times, we've been in a position to act quickly. We should use this opportunity, this moment, to take on board what we've learnt and to establish a permanent mechanism to share those who require temporary protection. We've had refugees from the Middle East, from North Africa. These refugees are also people who've been abused and had their rights abused. Let us not forget the terrible...
Thank you. The next speaker, Lucia Durish-Nikolsonova, for 1 minute. You have the floor, madam.
The best way to help Ukrainian refugees is to stop the war in their own country and to deal with this criminal Putin once and for all. Putin is a war criminal, and I think decent countries should not be trading with war criminals. With every penny for Russian oil and Russian gas we pay, we buy Russians the weapons to kill civilians. Ukraine is buying us time and pays for it with the lives of its own citizens, and we cannot spend this precious time trading with Russia. Russia must bleed economically, and it looks like the only way it will bleed is when we stop the oil and gas supplies to Europe and to the US. And then it's up to the Russian people to decide whether they will be able to continue with a senseless war or they will deal with the criminal Putin once and for all. Slava Ukraine.
Paldies.
Thank you, says the chair. The next speaker, Mr. Mikula Špeksa, for 1 minute. You have the floor, sir.
Vážené kolegyně, vážení kolegové.
Dear colleagues, let's talk about refugees. First of all, I would like to thank everybody who's actively involved in aiding people who are bringing refugees, helping them to get around, making their flats available, etc. And I can see a huge wave of interpersonal solidarity of the whole civil society. I stand here as a representative of a country that has failed in the previous refugee waves. It did not provide help to people fleeing from war. Now the situation is different. I believe we will manage, but we won't manage on our own. I would like to ask you, and now I am turning to colleagues from Parliament, from Commission and from the Council, let's consider the widest support possible to the countries that are trying to help those fleeing from war. them who we are doing it for. And thank you all in advance.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Mr. Kozma Zlotowski, for 1 minute. You have the floor, sir.
Szanowni Państwo, jest takie powiedzenie.
There is a saying, ladies and gentlemen, who is bordering Russia? Russia borders whoever they choose to. For 2 weeks, they've been showing to the whole world how much they're unwilling to have a border with Ukraine. For 2 weeks now, we are seeing the Russian destroying force going through Ukraine, destroying infrastructure, industry, agriculture. They destroy residential areas in cities, in the countryside, killing people. Now is a good moment for us to ask ourselves a question. Is this the Russian that we want to have a border with? According to what is being said in this debate, no, this is not the Russia with which we want to have a border together. Well, then we must be consequent in our actions, and this war must come to an end with our victory. Thank you.
The next speaker, Mr. Sean Kelly, for 1.5 minutes. You have the floor, sir.
Commissioner, the images of Putin's callous and inhumane invasion of Ukraine continue to be seen across the world. This unrelenting attack has forced more than 2 million people to flee for safety as Europe embraces for the largest group of refugees since World War II. The EU has, and will continue to, act in solidarity in dealing with the influx of refugees. In particular, the speed with which EU interior ministers were able to reach a consensus on how to help those arriving from Ukraine after years of discord over EU migration policy is to be commended. For the moment, the pressure is on neighbouring countries such as Poland, Romania, Slovakia and Hungary, who are responding heroically by welcoming Ukrainians. However, the burden of this influx is too great for any one country, and the burden must be shared. The devastation and tragedy in Ukraine has been staggering, and the stories of tragedy heartbreaking. However, we also cannot forget that we are still in the midst of other crises, in particular Afghanistan, where women, girls and the LGBTI community continue to suffer under the oppressive Taliban regime since its takeover in August 2021. For better or worse, this is a defining moment for the EU, and this may finally be the time that we can agree a consolidated common asylum framework.
Thank you, says the chair. The next speaker, Sylvie Guillaume, for 1 minute. Madam, you have the floor.
L'horreur de la situation en Ukraine.
The horror of the situation in Ukraine doesn't escape anyone. We can no longer see these scenes of war on European territory. That's what we believed, but reality has proved us wrong. Now, the wave of solidarity has to be continued. Finally, the Council has decided to implement the Temporary Protection Directive, high time. And I still have to think, though, of the Syrians who could some years ago have enjoyed this, rather than being swept up in European chaos. Huge leeway has been left up to member states, however, so how can we avoid a strict minimum being selected for certain non-Ukrainian refugees? Maybe we should have provided further guarantees. So we need to ensure that we don't create precedents in this. Finally, this exceptional situation and European mobilisation shouldn't allow us to forget our obligations elsewhere, particularly taking up refugees from other parts of the world, and also respect for the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Elsie Katainen. She has the floor for 1 minute. You have the floor, madam.
President, Commissioner, Putin's unforgivable war of aggression against Ukraine has shocked us all. As the war is escalating, it is particularly important to ensure civilians' safe exit from the conflict zones. The Russian troops have not respected the agreed ceasefires, which is absolutely condemnable. Almost 2 million refugees fleeing the war have already arrived to the EU, and the numbers are multiplying. As a union, we must help these people in need in every possible way. We have to support Ukraine's neighboring countries and do our best to unwind the long queues at the borders. It is a very good thing that the EU has swiftly activated the directive on temporary protection. Harmonised coordination have to be continued, and we also have to be prepared to introduce new mechanisms. Now, at the very last, the EU's entire refugee policy needs to be reformed with a longer-term target in mind, because the security situation in Europe and in the whole world has changed, and there is no going back.
Thank you. The next speaker is Janina Ochojska for a minute and a half. You have the floor, madam.
Dziękuję, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you, President. Poland and its government are seen by a country that is friendly to refugees, that supports Ukraine, but that has not always been the case. We're being flooded by a wave of solidarity and assistance. Please realize it's not the government, but the Polish people who accept guests, because that's what we refer to them, how we refer to them. It's NGOs, local government, organizing assistance. It's the voluntary assistance to those in need. This is how we have re-established the vision of Poland that is hospitable to refugees. I call upon EU institutions to provide funding for humanitarian assistance for Ukraine and to refugees in Poland in cooperation with NGOs. I'll call for the creation of humanitarian corridors which would allow for bringing humanitarian assistance and for civilian population to flee war areas. But currently the support and the help are only reserved to some refugees, those who are closer to us culturally, who speak similar languages. Providing assistance to other migrants on the Belarusian border is considered criminal, and those providing such assistance are discriminated. The current government would not allow NGOs to access the Belarusian border. Let's not differentiate among refugees depending on skin color, country of origin, who is more or less worthy of assistance. The Geneva Convention is valid everywhere and towards everyone. Thank you.
Paldies. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Lukasz Kohut for 1 minute. Sir, you have the floor.
Pani Hania z Rybnika wraz
Hania from Rybnik, together with the Council of Women, are collecting donations. Together with Mariusz, they organize accommodation for refugees. Agnieszka from Wodzisław is responsible for meals. Mikołaj provides meals at the border together with the volunteers from Katowice. They cook soup for 1,000 people every day. The transport of donations from Germany is coordinated by Estera. In Dąbrowa, Tomasz and his family have provided accommodation to 8 people from Ukraine. This is a great example from one voivodeship in Poland only. The scale of assistance is immense. Unfortunately, needs are huge as well. That is why you need to urgently support the society, not the government that is infringing upon the law, but for the society, because we need to provide the refugees with decent conditions. The citizens and local governments are providing assistance at first. We need to make it possible for them. I'd like to appeal to the Polish and Hungarian governments. The enemies are sitting in the Kremlin and not Brussels. Have you understood that yet? A photo from Kharkiv yesterday. This tells you more than 1,000 words. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Vice President Dita Kharanzova. You have the floor for 1 minute, madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Kirill, 18 months old, killed from shelling. Sophia, 6 years old, shot to death with her baby brother, mother, and grandparents trying to escape by car. Arseny, 14, bled to death from a fragment of projectile. Children cancer patients treated in basements of hospitals. Mothers with children targeted by gunfire while fleeing war. These are just some examples of how Putin fights in Ukraine, attacking women, children, and civilians from very beginning, bombing schools, orphanages, apartment buildings, shooting unarmed civilians in the streets. As Ukrainians cross the border to safety, Europe has been united in showing immense solidarity. For instance, my country, Czech Republic, has collected the highest amount of money ever in our history, all going to humanitarian aid for Ukraine. Colleagues, we are witnessing war crimes by Putin, and he must be held accountable.
Thank you. The next speaker is Francis Fitzgerald. For 1.5 minutes. You have the floor, madam.
The majority of whom are women and children. There is a dark cloud on this International Women's Day as Ukrainian women and children are traumatized and exhausted. Their lives have been destroyed and many have left loved ones behind, husbands, fathers, brothers and sons. More than 2 million people have now fled to Ukraine to seek refuge in the European Union since the onset of the Russian invasion, the fastest exodus of people from a country since the Second World War. I commend our Eastern member states for welcoming Ukrainians with open arms, but we must mobilise the resources of all of Europe to help them. I welcome last week's decision by Justice and Home Affairs ministers to activate the Temporary Protection Directive for Ukrainians. The shocking murder of civilians as they flee through what are supposedly humanitarian corridors is a war crime. We must isolate Russia comprehensively, not in a piecemeal way. We must have measures that are economic, social, cultural and business. It must be comprehensive. This is a whatever it takes moment for European democracy. There is a moral imperative on all of us to save as many lives as possible as Putin and his barbaric regime murder our Ukrainian friends and partners. We must work together. We must respond comprehensively.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mrs. Insir, 1 minute, please.
Kollegor.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of a sudden, all of Palma's words, these terrible murderers, are topical once again because Putin is attacking Ukraine. Putin's place is not on the streets of Russia nor in the Kremlin. He should be in the International Criminal Court. Women and children are being exposed in this conflict, as in other conflicts, to sexual violence from Russian soldiers. Women and children are now being passed into the hands of people exploiting them for sexual prostitution and other ends. Millions of people from Ukraine are fleeing. We have to act together to support these people. Humanitarian corridors have to be established immediately. The situation is alarming, but I'm proud of the common responsibility that all member states have shown for women and children coming from Ukraine by activating the Mass Influx Directive. All member states need to continue to increase humanitarian support. Wherever you come from, wherever you live, wherever you are, you should understand that our solidarity does not know any borders. Slava Ukraini.
Paldies. Nākamais vārds bir.
Next speaker, Mrs. Al-Saklani. 1 minute, please.
Ärade talman, ärade...
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. I survived a war when I was 10 years old. It changed my life forever. I remember my single mother who took me and ran. She tried to protect tried to protect my body with her little body if we were going to be hit by bombs. I remember the Syrian body who was of the boy who was washed up on the Greek shores, who was fleeing war in Syria but didn't make it to safety. I also remember the 18-month-old boy Kirill from Mariupol, his lifeless body in the desperate arms of his parents, trying to save his life in vain. What we see today is a massive tragedy, but we mustn't allow this tragedy to remain without any response. We shouldn't remain without acting. We have to do everything in our power to provide support to the Ukrainian people. We can do this in two ways. First of all, establishing humanitarian corridors immediately to support and protect the civilians in Ukraine, and also the EU has to provide as much support as possible to do that. And secondly, we have to start returning the approach that Russia has had. We have to be solid in our response. We have to stop paying into Russia's coffers. This will be a test for Europe, probably the biggest for many, many years. Let us continue this for the Ukrainian people. Slava Ukraini.
Next speaker, Mr. Lucas Mandel, 1.5 minutes.
Der bestialische Angriff auf die Ukraine.
The bestial attack on Ukraine from the Kremlin is triggering a flow of refugees of incredible dimensions. We are debating that flow of refugees here in the European Parliament on International Women's Day. So I think it's appropriate to say that once again, most of these refugees, the people who are fleeing, are women and children, and to point out that once again in world history, it is women who are bearing massive responsibility in order to get through these times with their children. And it's also a reason for us to debate this once again today, because it's true that less raw violence would exist if women had more of a voice. I am strongly convinced that it takes men and women. We are complementary. But if women were to speak more, these bestial attacks, these war crime, probably would not have happened. I'd like to say that this moment of solidarity, this historic unity in Europe, shouldn't exist in isolation. It has to be sustainable. It has to bring Europe onto a new level of civilization. And I would like to pick up on something that Boris Johnson said yesterday. The United Kingdom is still a partner for us. Maybe we should be reminded of that by the current situation, that it shouldn't be a witch hunt of Russian people if we implement sanctions which should be effective, because their aim is to build peace. But the value of each human being is the same as that of the next.
Thank you. Please observe the speaking time. Next, the floor is given to Mr. Vitanov. 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Commissioner, I should say that the citizens of Poland, Hungary, Romania showed real heroism. Citizens from my country, Bulgaria, also showed it. 40,000 Ukrainians came to Bulgaria, and they have accommodation and food and clothes, and this is a wonderful example of solidarity. Of course, the best help for these refugees will be if we stop the war. However, there is a question that bothers me. Why is it that some refugees are better than others? Why is it that we are ready to take some refugees into our own homes, whereas others we prefer to keep at the border? Solidarity to those who flee war should not be based on the color of skin or religion.
Minūtei.
Thank you. The next speaker, Mr. Šimečka.
Veľmi pekne, vážená pani komisárka.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, humanity knows no borders. That's a key lesson from the Slovak-Ukrainian border, the eastern border of the EU, behind which Putin's bloody war is raging. At this point, I'd like to thank everybody who's helping at border crossings. Thank you for their humanity and their professional approach, often at the expense of their own health and comfort. They know, we know that this is only a small fraction of what the Ukrainians are experiencing. Slovakia, but also other neighbouring countries to Ukraine, are today showing the better face of Europe. Let us not leave them in the lurch. It is important that European resources be deployed to help these states, help these people who are fleeing war. They need this help today, but also tomorrow and for months and maybe years to come. Putin thinks that the refugee crisis will dismantle the EU from within, and we have to show him that he's wrong.
Lūdzu.
Next speaker, Mr. Štefanič.
Pred stupňujúcou sa ruskou agresiou voči civilnému
Thank you very much. The number of refugees fleeing Russian aggression is increasing. According to the UNHCR, more than 2 million people have fled Ukraine since the outbreak of the conflict, most to Poland, and 140,000 plus to Slovakia. That's not including internally displaced people or people who would like to leave but haven't done so because of fears for their safety. Many of these people are stuck in war, and humanitarian corridors are not helping them either. We really need to apply economic and diplomatic pressure to ensure that we can safeguard humanitarian corridors. Assistance to refugees mainly happens at member state level. Within the EU, I'd like to emphasise the activation of the Temporary Protection Directive to protect refugees. Now we need to redirect funding for this purpose. We owe this to the Ukrainians who are fighting and dying for our values of democracy and freedom. And we need to invest in basic humanitarian aid, but also we need to look at strengthening the infrastructure of local government, regional government and member states. And allow me to thank all the people in goodwill who are helping Ukrainians suffering from the criminal act of a Russian invasion. Thank you very much for your help and dedication.
Kundzei vienai minūtei, es atvainojos. Lūdzu.
Danke, Herr Präsident, Frau Kommissarin, Frau Ministerin.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, Minister. Polish women are leaving their pushchairs on border crossing points for exhausted Ukrainian women. Throughout Europe, volunteer initiatives are showing people fleeing the war zones that they're not alone. Finally, we are showing solidarity with refugees. Europe is showing that it is there for them, and we're finally showing that Europe can act in solidarity in both societal and political terms. The directive for temporary protection was an important first step, but we cannot leave it at that. We have to now put in real terms the promised access to work, education and medical care. No one should be left behind. This must-use sentence now has to be reflected in fact. everyone who is fleeing from war in Ukraine must be granted protection, irrespective of their passport and the colour of their skin. And let's not forget those people who have been unprotected and have suffered for so long on other European borders. Let's finally show solidarity with refugees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Bite. 1 minute, please.
Colleagues, dear Ukrainians, Europe's greatest humanitarian catastrophe of this century is unfolding before our eyes. Because of the Russian massacres, around 2 million people, mainly mothers with children, have left Ukraine. I was on the Polish-Ukrainian border a few days ago and saw never-ending flow of refugees from Ukraine to Poland. On a freezing night, yet another train carrying 1,500 women and children arrived at the Helm station. This is the reality in Europe in a year 2022. I'm grateful to the Polish people and to others on the border of Ukraine who are helping the incoming refugees as best as they can. The whole of Europe must give its full support to Poland and the countries that receive the refugees first. But the massacres of Putin's regime in Ukraine continue, meaning that the flow of refugees will continue. Hundreds of thousands of people are trapped in Mariupol and other cities. These people need safe humanitarian corridors, and they need them now. The only possibility for the flow of refugees from Ukraine to stop and for the people of Ukraine to be able to return to their homeland is when Putin's regime will be defeated and pushed back and Ukraine is free and safe again. For this, a strength and determination of the whole free world is desperately needed. Thank you.
Paldies.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Ressler, 1.5 minutes.
Over somewhat more than 30 years, under a lot of propaganda and under the pretext of being in danger, Serbian aggressor regime fell onto the young Croatian state. Tragedy, columns of refugees from Vukovar and other Croatian cities and villages is repeating now again in the European continent. Over 2 million Ukrainian women, children, old people have been forced in the first 2 weeks of Russian aggression to pack up their lives into a couple of bags and under shelling run away from their war-torn country. This time Europe's answer is more united than before, and this unity is something that we have to keep at any cost. With military assistance, sanctions, humanitarian assistance, from Romania to Warsaw, from Slovakia to Osijek, we are showing the best in us and the best in Europe. Today, the International Women's Day, I would like to show my respect to all Ukrainian mothers and women who are always the most vulnerable target in any war and who showed their determination in such difficult moments of parting from their loved ones. And I want to tell them that Europe will give them a safe haven from aggression and from war against which their husbands and the rest of Ukrainian people are fighting a war in which eventually they will win. Thank you.
Tanya Fajon, kundze.
Next speaker, Mrs. Fajon. 1 minute, please.
Spoštovani, vsaka pomoč, vsaka donacija.
Ladies and gentlemen, all aid, every donation can save a human life. The people in Ukraine, the people fleeing Ukraine need our help. They need medicines. The ongoing Russian aggression is leading to more 2 million people fleeing, mothers, the elderly, children. It's heartbreaking. It's unacceptable that humanitarian workers in Ukraine cannot save lives. The refugee wave is the biggest since the Second World War. everyone fleeing war must be given a welcome in the EU. We have to house people, educate them, provide them with employment. Today the Ukrainians are saying they want peace. War and a humanitarian disaster, we thought that belonged to the past. We are countries that have traditionally opened the door, and we're doing that in Slovenia again. Irrespective of gender, creed, skin colour, refugees are people. Today's International Women's Day, we think of the Ukrainian women, mothers and girls, and demand peace.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Bauza Diaz.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you. Well, Putin knows no limits. The Russian army is targeting Ukrainian civilian population. Its artillery is without discrimination, shooting at humanitarian corridors. Well, the evacuation routes towards Mariupol were actually full of mines. Attacking the civilian population boils down to being a war criminal, and the EU has to ensure that anyone carrying out these atrocities will sit one day before a court to be judged. We have to help the civilians in Ukraine in defending themselves, and that's why it's absolutely appalling that today there are still members in this parliament who are helping with arms. Let's not be afraid. Let's be brave in our facts and our actions, and let's give the Ukrainians the weapons they need to defend themselves. Slava Ukraina.
Thank you very much. Ms. Elżbieta Katarzyna Łukaszewska, you have the floor.
Thank you. Szanowni Państwo, dzisiejszy...
Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a special day for Ukrainian women because some of them, shoulder to shoulder with Ukrainian men, are fighting for their independence while others are fleeing, leaving their houses behind to save the lives of their loved ones. Others are crying over their dead children, and I cannot understand why the world is supporting criminals, people who, driven by fear and other vices, are ready to destroy the life of others. The bravery of the Ukrainian president, of the Ukrainian nation, should point us in the right direction. It is not dignified to keep feeding Putin and be unwilling to apply sanctions. It is dignified what is done by thousands of Polish people and Europeans who open their hearts, who open their homes. And I would like to thank people in the Podkarpacie region on the Ukrainian border. Thank you for your support. Thank you to the voluntary workers, to the NGOs, and to all of those supporting Poland in assistance to Ukraine. We have received over 1 million people as of today. They all need housing, school, workplaces, psychological assistance. They also need information on when their lives can go back to normal. And it turns out that this is not going to be anytime soon. So I'm calling upon the European Union politicians to please provide actual help and assistance, financial assistance to local government, to NGOs, and to people. Without money and without political support, we're going to have more pain and more tragedy. Glory to Ukraine.
Dear colleagues, we are 10 minutes late, so I ask you have a look to the speaking time. Mr. Victor Negrescu.
Doamna comisar, dragi colegi.
Commissioner, colleagues, I've been to many points on the border with Ukraine, so I'd like to begin by congratulating the staff protecting the border, especially the Romanian border, for the professionalism they are demonstrating. Romania is certainly protecting the border just as well as any Schengen space country. I'd like to thank also the hundreds of volunteers who've thrown themselves into helping refugees including my colleagues in PES activist Romania, for what they're doing for children from Ukraine. The situation is difficult and risks getting worse. We've got over 1.5 million refugees, but the total estimates exceed 5 million. We need an integrated European response, including more support for Frontex, including in the Republic of Moldova, more funds and better coordination, implementation of specific measures for children, establishing safe areas in the border zone in coordination with local authorities and civil society, a more flexible refugee status, a medium and long term for migrants from Ukraine, and last but not least, implementation of measures by all the member states. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Csolos Dacian, you are the next one.
Astăzi de 8 martie, în primul rând,
on the 8th of March, I think with respect to all women, especially Ukrainian women, and the courage that they have shown both on the front and through acting to protect their children. Commissioner, I'd just like to put a few proposals to you, very specific ones, and ask the European Commission to look at them. Firstly, many of those who've left Ukraine and are on EU territory need health and education services. These are competences of the member states, but the European Commission, above and beyond financing that it can use to support member states, should ensure there's coordination as well of those actions, so that all refugees can have access to the same services wherever they are, and the differences between the member states and their health and education policies. The second point is that very many refugees leave their country and find themselves on EU territory needing information. It'd be very useful to have a single telephone number applicable across the EU that they can access. And in the same context, on roaming, there should be a number of days of free roaming for Ukrainians in EU territory, and that would help them to communicate with home better. Thank you.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
President, lives don't count for dictator Putin. He doesn't care. He is firing artillery and rockets into Ukraine in an arbitrary fashion. And then if you look at this, why are the Russian Orthodox Church not condemning Putin's violence? It is the holy obligation of the Church to look at this violence and condemn it in no uncertain terms. President, the small Moldova has about 3 million population, about 100,000 refugees are now there. Now, this poorest country in Europe can't afford that. Moreover, everybody in Moldova are saying, well, are we the next in line? And that question is all the more harrowing because there are Russian troops in Transnistria. So we have to help Moldova, President. President, the role of Serbia is also a bit dubious. The country voted in favour of the resolution in the United Nations condemning Russian violence. On the other hand, however, there are big demonstrations in Serbia in favour of Russia. And you also see that where all countries are stopping Russians' actions, Serbia is doubling their and redoubling their attempts. I think we should reconsider Serbia's accession request.
Very much. I cannot see Mr. Goerens in the room, so we will switch to Rome, to Antonio Tajani.
Grazie Presidente. Discutere oggi.
Thank you, President. Discussing how to welcome millions of refugees today shouldn't just be a symbol. Our credibility, our values, our economy are at stake. I would like to thank all of the volunteers, associations of doctors, nurses, organisers who are doing everything to welcome the victims of this conflict. It's crucial to provide humanitarian aid, but that's not enough to face this. We need a strong political Europe. It's our duty to take on and integrate these refugees in an economic situation which is facing major difficulties and needs to be strengthened. Certainly the proposals approved by the European Commission are a step in the right direction to enhance our energy autonomy. But we need European ceilings, not national ones, for energy prices. The same for foodstuffs. To face this new crisis, we need a new permanent fund for constructing the common European house, and in order to have support for companies affected by sanctions, common migratory policy, energy policy, common defence, infrastructure for ecological transition, and the storage of raw materials.
Mr. Nikolai Stefanuta.
Danke, Herr Vorsitzender. Astăzi, de ziua lor, femeile din Ucraina nu primesc.
Today, the women in Ukraine are receiving blood and tears, not flowers, on the 8th of May. And their men, husbands and sons are at the front. This is one of the most dreadful episodes of the post-war period. What can we do for them? They need action. They need to be able to go to schools. They need, clearly, a workplace here in Europe as well. We in Europe must treat them as our own, because they are our own. They are our European brothers. So Romania has given its all, Commissioner. We've provided everything, housing and food on the table, but I would add that what we're doing isn't enough. We're talking about 5 or 7 million people, a union that listens. They've given their all, and we need to ensure that Putin is also replaced. Thank you.
To conclude a very intensive debate which has been going on since 3 p.m, I'd like to call on the Commissioner responsible, Ylva Johansson, to take the floor.
Thank you, President. And thank you, honourable members of the Parliament. More than 100 took part in this debate this afternoon. And I've listened carefully, and I would like to thank you all for your commitments, for your strong solidarity, also for your good advice for the step forwards. And I would like to respond to some of the issues being raised. All that are fleeing from the war in Ukraine are being welcomed in the European Union, no matter of their origin. We have, from the Commission, set up the Solidarity Platform. That is part of the Temporary Protection Directive. That is where we, together with member states, see where there are reception capacities. Different member states step in and give support, so it's not only the member states of the first entry that are doing most. But having said that, it's also, we have to thank Poland, Romania, Hungary and Slovakia for what they are doing. Thank the citizens, the volunteers, the NGOs, the border guards, the police, the national, the local, the regional authorities, the governments, and companies that are also stepping up to give jobs to the refugees that are now coming. It's necessary that we can step up when it comes to funding. It's necessary that we will step up when it comes to better protection of children, and there are different kinds of additional things that we need to do.
Many of you have raised the need of now to make progress on the pact. It's really necessary that we will have a common European asylum and migration system. And we have, under this French Council presidency, I must say, we have a new momentum. Let's use this new unprecedented situation with this unprecedented unity in the Council to act in solidarity to also make progress on the pact on migration and asylum. Unfortunately, things are going to get worse. Putin will continue to kill people, wound people, destroy the cities. More people will flee. We are facing a great test. I count on you in Parliament to be able to face that. We're going to have to do unprecedented actions, unprecedented fundings, unprecedented speed, and unprecedented solidarity. It's going to be needed, and I count on your support on that. Thank you very much, and thank you all for your contributions to this debate.
We thank you. Madam, our next speaker from the Council is Madam Klinkert Brigitte.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, members of Parliament. I'd like to thank all those who have done their best to support people fleeing war during the first days of the crisis. We are all committed to continuing this work, and we also express our total solidarity with the government and people of Ukraine. We do not forget that we need to show solidarity towards the states of first entry, Poland, Hungary, Romania, Slovakia, and also Moldova. They know that they can count on the European Union. We have taken into account the Libe Commission's request to agree on a common roadmap for asylum. The Presidency on the Asylum and Migration Pact has proposed a gradual approach moving forward on the subjects where there's a greater consensus in the Council so as to enable progress to be made with responsibility and solidarity in the field of migration and asylum. We hope that we will make progress over the next few weeks, and let me assure you that we will continue to make progress on this issue in the Council. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So the debate is now closed. The next item on the agenda is a Commission statement on the situation in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Same rules apply as you're already used to. I would just remind you of that. And on behalf of the Commission, I would like to welcome Commissioner Várhelyi. You have the floor, sir.
Dear President, good afternoon, dear members of the Parliament. 30 years after the bloody breakup of Yugoslavia with the Russian invasion in Ukraine, the war is back on European soil. Once again, we are witnessing extreme human suffering, with many lives lost and millions fleeing Ukraine. The last weeks and the changing geopolitical constellations have brought the need for peace back on the top of our agenda. This also means that the stability and security of the Western Balkans have never been so important as they are today. The debate on the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina is very timely. When I met Bosnia and Herzegovina's political leadership for the first time in 2020, we discussed what needed to be done for the candidate status for the country. The agreement on the election in Mostar after 12 years of blockage was a breakthrough and gave us a fresh impetus after years of standstill. Unfortunately, 2021 was a lost year for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Although it was not an election year, we have seen no real progress on the EU path and on the implementation of the 14 key priorities. Indeed, we have seen growing political divisions throughout the country at different levels. These divisions were aggravated even further with the non-recognition of the new High Representative and with the boycotting of state institutions. All of this is negatively affecting not just Bosnia and Herzegovina on its EU path, but also the everyday life of the people and businesses. We need constructive dialogue and political will from all sides to move forward on the EU path. This is all the more important in the changed international context following Russia's war on Ukraine. These events have in fact confirmed Bosnia and Herzegovina's European commitment. The country has aligned with EU statements and decisions on Ukraine, which we very much welcome. A lot of hope and efforts have been put in the ongoing talks on the electoral and constitutional reform, but the solution is not there yet. It should be found urgently and without any further delay. Fair, free and inclusive elections must take place in October as scheduled. The Minister of Finance needs swiftly to put the required budget at the disposal of the Central Electoral Commission to organize the electoral procedures. The continued boycott of decision-making at different levels, Presidency and Council of Ministers, could jeopardize significant investments, including investments coming from the Economic and Investment Plan. As I have stressed several times to representatives of Republika Srpska, there is a need for urgent steps to de-escalate tensions, to avoid further rhetoric, and to ensure the swift return to state institutions and ensure their full functioning. The impact is already visible. 2 weeks ago, we have launched 3.2 billion euros of investment package to support 21 transport, digital, climate and energy connectivity projects in the Western Balkans. The package includes the investment projects submitted by Bosnia and Herzegovina, of which 2 of road and rail connections along Corridor 5C are on the territory of the Republika Srpska. The Commission intends to sign the respective contribution agreements for these 2 investments worth of 600 million euros only after the return to the full functioning of state institutions. Bosnia and Herzegovina is key for the future of the Western Balkans. The region's future is in the European Union. Instead of infighting, the country should focus on the positive and constructive European agenda. This is the agenda with real gains and real benefits for everyone. It is the agenda that brings prosperity, stability and peace long term. And this is the agenda on which we need to work together. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I now give the floor to Paolo Rangel.
Herr Vorsitzender, Commissioner, in the shadow of the new major conflict in Europe, the aggression of Russia, we have repeatedly heard that this is the most dramatic situation in Europe since the Second World War. We cannot and we should not compare the tragic suffering caused by different conflicts, but neither should we forget the much more recent drama of the Balkan Wars of the 90s. In 1995, a difficult agreement was reached in Dayton, which returned peace to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Today, that agreement is under threat, victim of secessionist rhetoric and movements, intransigent political blockades, and foreign and hostile interference. Peace, stability, and the very integrity of the country are at stake, and we cannot allow that the present conflict between Russia and Ukraine can interfere in this region. A range of measures is therefore required, starting with application of sanctions to the perpetrators of these manifestly unconstitutional activities. The Council has the mechanisms, and the example of the United States, all that is needed is the political will. In addition to individual sanctions, the Commission must also restrict access to Union funds until the blockage of central institutions and unconstitutional movements has ceased. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dietmar Köster.
In Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serb presidential member Milorad Dodik and his supporting forces are boycotting the state institutions. They are working specifically on the unconstitutional transfer of powers and institutions to the Republika Srpska entity. This will lead to the destruction of the state as a whole. Dodik rejects the condemnation of the Russian war of aggression made by Bosnian state institutions. He argued for a supposedly neutral position, which means nothing other than agreeing to Putin's war. Dodik is using the war in Ukraine to further push his pro-Russian policies and threats to break up Bosnia and Herzegovina. He is obviously collaborating with Moscow, which has the interest to destabilize Bosnia and Herzegovina. In the negotiating about the electoral law, the ethno-nationalist HDZ party is making demands based on alleged lack of the so-called legitimate representation. This would lead to a further ethnic cementing of the undemocratic electoral law. It is high time for the EU to sanction politically and financially Dodik and his forces to defend the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina. In this regard, the EU must support civil society much more than it has done so far. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you. Mr. Clemen Grosel is next for 2 minutes.
Dear colleagues, what Bosnia needs today is understanding and above all, a message of hope in better, more prosperous and European future. European security depends on peace and stability in our neighborhood. As you can see in Ukraine, there is a thin line between peace and war. Bosnia and Herzegovina is our close neighborhood and it needs our attention, it needs our support. It is threatened by the blockade of the state institution, and if this is not enough, it is facing a threat of secessionism inspired by never truly and fully cleared historical burden, which reflects itself in genocide denial. All in Bosnia needs to come in terms with the past, as painful as it might be, but without understanding of the past, there is no hope of the future, no hope of overcoming nightmares of the past. To overcome all this, we need to send a very clear and united EU message. There will be no return to the past. For those who still nurture nationalistic fantasies of the past, like Mr. Dodik and other political leaders, we need to impose a set of sanctions to deter them from further destabilization of the country. Sanctions need to be targeted so that they will not affect ordinary people of the Republika Srpska or Bosnia in general, but only those who wish for their narrow-minded political, frequently corrupt-linked aims to tear apart the country and cause new bloodshed. Sending additional troops to EUFOR is part of the effort, but we need to do more. We need to seriously reconsider giving Bosnia membership candidate country status, which needs to be followed by a strong commitment by the EU to help Bosnia to do its homework. It needs to make a set of deep and demanding reforms, starting with the change of the electoral law in line with the judgment of the European Court of Human Rights, followed by credible implementation of reforms listed in 14-point plan of the Commission and all other necessary and needed reforms which will enable the country to firmly set its European path. Bosnia needs a sign of hope, which will empower all those political forces which believe in modern, democratic, civic, and above all, European Bosnia. Thank you.
Thank you. Frau Strick-Tinek.
Ms. Tineke Strick is the next speaker.
Dear Chair, dear Commissioner, Europe's response to the Russian aggression was almost united. Almost. While the rest of Europe was discussing sanctions, Bosnian Serb leader Dodik talked with the Russian ambassador and with Minister Lavrov. Dodik's continuous flirting with Putin reconfirms his disinterest in democracy, international order, and European security. Yet the brutal invasion in Ukraine shows the need to more strongly combat Russian interference in the Balkans, as it directly threatens European security. The long overdue sanctions for Dodik's secessionist aggression must be imposed right away, including financial ones. So thanks, Commissioner, for your clear position on that. It's the first step. Bosnian citizens have become truly scared, reliving their traumas from the 90s. Russian influence and interference also moves them further away from the EU perspective, which is devastating for their right to live in a stable and fully fledged democracy. Yet, a strong support of Bosnian civil society and the EU integration process right now would really increase their trust in the EU and in a democratic and prosperous future. Let us strongly engage with the citizens, with civil society, and as a first step, ensure free and fair elections in October. That would be the best and most promising medicine against Russian interference. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you. Madame Le Chanteux.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Commissaire. La crise que vit aujourd'hui.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. The crisis that we see in Bosnia and Herzegovina today is a result of the Dayton Accords signed in 1995 in Paris. The Serb authorities have always respected the obligations signed up to at those accords. The rights of the peoples and the constituent rights of those peoples guaranteed by the Constitution must be respected in full. Sadly, the measures taken by the High Representatives of the United Nations and the policy of pursued by the Bosniak majority within the is having a negative impact on the institutional framework within the country. To give you an example, no state authority in the government right now, made up of 9 members, 4 chosen by the Bosnian Herzegovinian and 2 Croat and 2 Republika Srpska and 3 foreign members appointed by the Court of Human Rights. Now, there are all sorts of accusations leveled against the Bosniak judges with regard to impartiality. Decisions have been taken on the basis of political criteria rather than legal criteria with regard to the autonomy of Republika Srpska. Now, before these decisions from the judges, 2 years ago, I had already suggested that the system be reformed and that the judges be replaced by national judges. Now, there were too many hypocrites in the hemicycle at the time. When it comes to the issue of foreign interference, they're the same ones who remains silent on these issues of the rule of law. So let us think back to the events of 1914 and we must ensure that the Dayton Accords are fully respected. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Fotiga is next.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner. The only way to ensure stability and full sovereignty of countries like Bosnia and Herzegovina, and as well as our partners like Georgia, Moldova, is final surrender of Putin's Russian Federation in bloody war waged against Ukraine, withdrawal from all internationally recognized territories of Ukraine and from meddling in the whole region and elsewhere in the world. I think that in between we have to keep utmost engagement in our relationship with Bosnia and Herzegovina. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Monsieur Morel Emmanuel.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. The political situation in Bosnia-Herzegovina has deteriorated a great deal in this poor, enclaved and divided country which has not really overcome the trauma of the civil war. Its institutions work badly. There are ever greater tensions between the Croat Muslim Federation and Milorad Dodik, the Serb leader, no longer recognizes the legitimacy of Sarajevo and asks for his own army, his own judicial system, his own taxation. And in this perilous context, Putin's war sheds a blinding light on Mr. Dodik's plans. He makes no secret of them and the means he will use to achieve his aims. The US promoted the Dayton agreements. They've imposed sanctions against Mr. Dodik, and we're seeing the conflict being internationalized in the Balkans powder keg. If there isn't determined action by the EU very soon, there could be a second catastrophe on the borders of Europe. We have the Ukrainian disaster as well, and there's a real credibility problem here. So we need to ensure territorial integrality of Bosnia, and the Republika Srpska must be encouraged to participate, to work with that. Our security is at stake.
Unser nächster Sprecher ist
The next speaker is Mr. Ivan Vilibos.
Želim ovdje s vama.
I would like to share a positive story from B&H when it comes to protecting the human and constitutional rights. The Constitutional Court declared that mask wearing is not constitutional. We have new decisions this year. The same court, according to lawyer Janovic, decided that it is unconstitutional to wear masks and to be vaccinated, and this has even been criticized. The court has even criticized the parliament to perform such breaches of rights and democracy. And also it seems that those who do not respect this decision will be punished by half a year of imprisonment. The Constitutional Court also ordered that public authorities need to conduct their decision and align themselves with the European Convention of Human Rights. So this is a proof of what the people can do when they are united. I would like to congratulate Bosnia and Herzegovina for this example of protection of constitutional rights, and they can give a good lesson to entire Europe.
Michael Gahler.
Michael Gahler is next.
Herr Präsident, dear colleagues, I welcome the positioning of Bosnia-Herzegovina with regard to the Russian military aggression against Ukraine, and I do that also as a standing rapporteur on Ukraine. I think it is no surprise, however, that Milorad Dodik takes an opposite position. But we all know that Russia cannot deliver anything positive abroad, neither to Ukraine nor to Bosnia-Herzegovina or elsewhere. So I strongly urge everyone not to believe that a tactical siding with Dodik would profit the country as a whole or any particular grouping in the country. I think, and that was a clear message from the Commission, and I'm grateful for that, Republika Srpska and Dodik, they have to return to the institutions and make them work. Therefore, I welcome the conditionality that has been set up by the Commission to implement the foreseen projects in the Republika Srpska, which is 600 million, only if this actually takes place. Moreover, with regard to the elections in October, I also welcome your position to insist that the elections take place in an appropriate setup, and also that the financial means that are required are put in the budget and used for that, so in order that something can take place where the people have the right to vote, and it's not about the political parties and their infighting that has contributed to the stalemate. Thank you.
Danke vielmals.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tonino Pizzula is next.
The political situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina has become even more complicated with Russia's aggression to Ukraine. In a state when all the issues, social, economic and political, are an issue, and where genocide and Putin's aggression are being negated, there is too much space for using this system for some personal interests. The blockades are the best display of how it is not possible to go on without consensus. And when we connect this to policies which are being more and more sanctioned by the civilized world, we see what the situation is like. The system there is directly misusing the situation, and they're not constitutionally protecting everybody. We don't have to call Bosnia and Herzegovina to respect the European courts without at the same time asking of them to respect their own courts. And the constitutional courts has already said that their electoral practices are not in line with the constitution. The opinions of the citizens are clearly shown in demographic statistics. Only last year, 170,000 citizens have left the country, and since 2013, almost 500,000. And this is mostly people in the most productive age work-wise. And asking a speedy candidate status also asks the country to meet the 14 clearly identified priorities. The country definitely belongs in the EU, and we should support every move they make in this respect.
Thank you, dear President, dear Commissioner. Thank you so much for your clear message and putting conditionality under these difficult circumstances. Mr. Commissioner and dear colleagues, I think we should act now. And it's time for the EU to send a very clear signal. First, we must strongly condemn Dodik's divisive ethno-nationalistic rhetoric. Secondly, we must strongly condemn moves to undermine state institutions. And thirdly, we must be prepared to issue sanctions, and immediate restrictive measures should be taken on board if the situation further escalates. The EU must step up and increase its focus on events in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we must clearly demonstrate our collective commitment towards the country's European and Euro-Atlantic aspiration. This is our opportunity to demonstrate the importance of our European values and democracy. We must ensure that the October elections are held, that the transparency of the vote is ensured, and their results are implemented. I firmly believe the country's future is within the European Union. So we must make sure that that hard-earned progress is not lost. And we should give the country a clear and visible path towards European Union and grant them with the candidate status. This will be decisive for the political future of Bosnia and Herzegovina, but not only for them, for the region as such. EU and Bosnia and Herzegovina, zajedno and точка, they go together.
Danke vielmals. Bevor wir die Aussprache fortsetzen.
Thank you very much. Before we conclude this, we proceed with this debate. Let me announce the results of the latest voting session. The vote on the Kokkalis report on regional farming. The Amendment 18 was adopted. First reading of the Parliament is therefore concluded. The Vanna report dealing with the European Globalization Adjustment Fund for displaced workers, a single vote, and it was adopted. The Fernandez report, European Globalization Adjustment Fund for displaced workers, technical assistance. At the initiative of the European Commission, there was one vote and it was approved. The Donat report, Shrinking Space for Civil Society in Europe. The resolution as a whole was adopted. The Yunbo report on the role of culture, education, media and sport in the fight against racism. The resolution as a whole was adopted. The Chokol report on health care disparities and enhancing cross-border healthcare cooperation. The resolution as a whole was adopted. The Almagro report on cohesion policy, promoting innovative and smart transformation and regional ICT connectivity. The resolution as a whole was adopted. Now the votes on the amendments to the Kalniete report. Foreign interference in all democratic processes in the European Union. Amendment 9 adopted. Amendment 3 and 4 were rejected. Para 34 Part 1 and Part 2 were adopted. 35 adopted. Amendment 5 rejected. 10 adopted. Para 98 Parts 1 and 2 were adopted. Amendment 6 rejected. Amendment 135 Parts 1 and 2 were adopted. Amendment 7 was adopted. Amendment 1 rejected. Recital X Parts 1 and 2 adopted. Amendment 8 adopted. Recital BG Part 1 and Part 2 were adopted. Recital BO Amendment 2 was rejected. I now come to the Infeld report, Citizenship and Residence by Investment Schemes. Amendment 2, 3 and 1 were all adopted. The Vedrin report, engaging with citizens, the petition, right to petition and the right to address the European Ombudsman and the ECI. Para 3 adopted. Para 5 Part 1 and 2 adopted. Para 38 Part 1, 2 adopted. Para 41 Amendment 2 rejected. Para 44 Amendment 3 rejected. Para 50 Parts 1 and 2 adopted. Para 70 Parts 1 and 2 carried. Recital S Amendment 1 is carried. We can now resume the debate, and I give the floor to Franz Romeo, and I thank you for your patience.
Commissioner, Bosnia has a painful history not long ago, and the dramatic developments in the Ukraine raise unpleasant memories. Putin's war of aggression on Ukraine is a war against Europe and our value system as a whole, and our peace in the West Balkans. There is his closest ally is Milorad Dodik, who provides him moral and military support. We've been asking for sanctions against this ethno-nationalism, and some countries have rejected this and supported the Serbs financially, and there's been an appeasement policy pursued. Mr. Vaheli, this achieves the opposite of what is wanted. It strengthens Dodik and Putin, who have nothing to do with democratic values. They're only interested in power and money. They are corrupt and driven by aggressive nationalism. Instead of talking to Dodik, he needs to be deposed. The people in Bosnia-Herzegovina want peace. They want a future for themselves and their children. They want democracy, peace, freedom, and a future for themselves. Putin and his like fear democracy most of all. Let us strengthen democracy and the rule of law in Bosnia-Herzegovina and in the whole of the Western Balkans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I give the floor to Mr. Haider for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Relating to the situation in Bosnia-Herzegovina, there are two aspects which I think are important. Despite the efforts made over 2 decades, Bosnia is still a very fragile state, which is held together. Some people even call it a failed state, and thus at this juncture it would be irresponsible to try and call time on the compromise which was so carefully put together. It's not perfect, but it is one that put a stop to the bloodletting. A fragile state of this kind, however, to try and get it into the EU would not help. It wouldn't solve problems, but it would create a lot of new problems. Unfortunately, there's growing Chinese influence in the Balkans, and in one of our newspapers they said that in the Balkans there's to be found the major lever for affecting Europe, and part of the attack on Europe is to be found through that Chinese situation. Power stations and other parts of the infrastructure are part of that problem, and foreign debts are running ever higher, and the developments we see of that kind must be steered against. And so instead of constantly raising a moral finger, I think pragmatic aid is required at this point, but coming into the EU is not likely to help solve problems, far from it.
Thank you. Mr. Bogdan Boncha, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I have been in Sarajevo many times as a representative of the Polish Parliament for the Central European Initiative, and there we talked about the perspectives, the European perspectives for the European Union. Now the situation is more complex. We have the worst situation since the Balkan War was ended. The Dayton Agreement is being undermined, and that can simply lead to the breakup of the whole country, the whole state. Also, there are problems in Belgrade. There are people who want to have impact in all the countries of former Yugoslavia. The Srpska Republic has been celebrating its national festival and was supported by China, by Russia, and so on. The European Union has to be very strict towards them if really Bosnia and Herzegovina is to join the European Union. If Serbia will benefit, then the EU will benefit as well.
The floor is yours.
Grazie, Presidente. Thank you, President. So it's the 30th anniversary of its independence, and Bosnia-Herzegovina is undergoing the worst crisis since the war. Now, there's even a plaque being put up to Ratko Mladic, who is responsible for genocide. It's not enough to send 500 soldiers and threaten sanctions to get rid of this interethnic tension. It may be that Dodic transforms this feeling into even more nationalistic feeling. So we need to be involved with greater investment to combat a crisis which has very clear economic implications. And we need to look again at the very architecture of the Bosnian state, which has been really pushed to the limits after 30 years. Otherwise, it'll be far too easy for Moscow to open a second front in the heart of Europe.
Unsere nächste Rednerin ist Frau.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Cherna Zovko.
Vielen Dank. Today, once again, we are discussing the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. This time is a security context. For me, this discussion should be a public appeal to politicians responsible to negotiate solutions for the real problem that the country is facing on the eve of its elections. The people and not the international community should be able to sanction politicians with their votes. In order to allow the people to take politicians responsible for their policies of the last 4 years, including war rhetoric, separatist rhetoric, and unitarist rhetoric, we should give them the only possible tool invented by the democratic society, a functioning electoral law, reformed in accordance with constitutional and international court decisions. For 12 years, the citizens of emblematic Mostar did not have the privilege to elect their officials due to the hesitance from the international community sides to push for a solution. Now, Mostar is a success case. Let's make Bosnia and Herzegovina and its electoral law a success and give the people a chance to use their power that they deserve to decide, as every vote counts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Zu Wort gemeldet hat sich Frau Dilara Burkhardt.
Ms. Dilara Burkhardt has the floor now.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident, liebe Kollegen.
Thank you very much, President. My dear colleagues, when people say united in diversity, most people think of the European Union, but I also think of the great strength that resides in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And this very diversity for more than 26 years is now being undermined and blocked by extremists and nationalists. It's because of pure political calculation, not in the interest of the peoples. And Putin is ready to jump on this weakness. The Commission must react and stop pandering to people like Dodik, and we need to support reform process and the population. 30 years on from its independence, I very much wish for this country to be able to grow into a strong democracy with us standing shoulder to shoulder with the people of the country. Thank you very much. We now connect to Ljubljana for Ms. Jureva.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is the 21st century. I know you know, but unfortunately you also know that autocrats and destructors of democracy who are threatening peace and human rights also still exist in the 21st century here on European soil. 30 years after the end of the war in Bosnia-Herzegovina, Milorad Dodik continues to destroy the country and its institutions. He denies the genocide, as if what the people there have lived through were not enough. 30 years on, Bosnia and Herzegovina is witnessing a war happening in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin has been marked as a criminal, rightly so, because that's what he is. But what is, or who is Dodik? How can anyone not condemn his actions? Because certain parties are connected to him, does that make him less of an evil man? The citizens of Bosnia-Herzegovina do deserve a better life, and they deserve leaders that they can care about. And we need to support these citizens on their path towards the European Union, and we have to stand up in one voice to all autocrats, to all criminals, because there has been enough hypocrisy on the part of the European Union. Also in our own ranks. The methods are very similar, unfortunately. Thank you very much.
Bei uns im Hemicycle ist wieder.
Now, from the hemicycle, we have Thomas Weitz.
Thank you for taking this step on putting a conditionality on the further fundings within Republika Srpska. Many of us have asked for that for quite a while, but as it is, better late than never. It's important to take that step now that it became clear that we cannot expect any constructive moves in the moment. And where there is clear evidence that there is direct Russian influence into Republika Srpska decision-making. And yes, sure, we have to talk about Dayton Agreement. I mean, this was a peace agreement, and unfortunately, it is enshrining ethnical segregation into this new, now kind of constitutional level. We need to talk about a reform there. We need to talk about an electoral reform following the court of the European Court decisions. But what we need to do foremost is guaranteeing the citizens of Bosnia an election that is fair, free of fraud, and is not filibustered by stopping of budget. If there's no budget from Bosnia-Herzegovina, it's us that need to put the budget on the floor and to send observers to grant the citizens with a legal and fair vote. I think this should be the first priority. Thank you very much.
Danke. Als nächster Redner hat.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lucas Mandel. Regarding the lessons that we can learn from the disastrous onslaught of the Kremlin on Ukraine, what can we learn? Never again must we stoke ethnic conflict, pseudo-religious conflict, or accept the lies and the false narratives that go against the interests of people. Nationalism's been described as the scourge of our century, and he was talking about last century, and I'd hoped that the 21st century would do better. But I am shocked when I see the nationalist movements that are thriving in Bosnia and Herzegovina and that are still thriving there following the invasion of Ukraine. Now, I think the people of the country deserve for the rule of law. Each and every person must be tried equally before the courts and is equal before the law. Thank you.
Zu Wort hat sie.
Thank you. Andrea Schieder now has the floor.
Dankeschön, Herr Präsident.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. The situation in the Western Balkans is more than precarious. It's really dangerous and explosive, particularly in Bosnia-Herzegovina. The Russian aggression that we could discuss for the whole week could easily spill over into the Balkans, and Milorad Dodik is responsible for that. He's doing everything in Republika Srpska in order to undermine the integrity of Bosnia-Herzegovina, and it's time for the Union to support the unity of Bosnia much more firmly. and take action against Dodik. And we need greater unity. Hungary and Croatia need to be involved, and as European Union we need to keep the promise we made to the Western Balkans that if there are reforms there is a perspective of accession. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Reinhard Bütikofer now has the floor.
Herr Präsident, Herr Kommissar.
Mr. President, Commissioner, colleagues. Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor, with regard to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, talked about a moment of change. Many bigots are now saying we didn't see it coming, but this isn't something that crept up on us like a thief in the night. We could have seen it coming, and we know that in the Western Balkans, this country was, or this area was on the strategic agenda for Putin, and now we see what's going on. And we need to call things as they are, and we need to do everything we can to prevent a situation arising where things go so brutally wrong. Vučić and Dodik can not balance each other out. They've got to have an election, and we need to make sure that they do that. And now to sum up, it is legitimate that the independence of China and involvement of the country in Bosnia-Herzegovina is something we should be careful about, but we haven't given the country realistic prospects to come into the EU. We've had too little for them.
Zu Wort gemeldet hat sich.
Thank you. Tomislav Sokol has the floor now.
Poštovani potpredsjedniče.
Dear Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner, dear colleagues, stability of Bosnia and Herzegovina is important for the entire peace in southeastern Europe. In order to ensure stability in this country, the priority is to overcome the political crisis wherein Croats, as the constitutive people, are getting representatives which are being forced on them. This is possible only and exclusively through rapidly changing the constitutional and electoral law in the country, where the Croats have been denied a right which every other country offers to all of their inhabitants. And the Constitutional Court of Bosnia and Herzegovina has even ruled so, but unfortunately it has not been applied. So we need to have legitimate representation of all three constituent people, as for example is the case in Belgium. And it is a scandal that some representatives here in the European Parliament negate this right. I will repeat, as I have on many previous occasions, that the issue of Croats in Bosnia and Herzegovina is the issue of maintaining their basic rights, but also the key to stability of this part of Europe. Thank you.
Am Wort ist nun Frau Tanja Fajon.
Tanja Fajon now has the floor.
Hvala lepa. Thank you very much. The war in Ukraine also represents a threat to the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The fear that Putin's cronies could use the situation in Ukraine for a war in Bosnia and Herzegovina is very much present. The escalation of nationalistic tendencies is threatening the peace in Bosnia. We need envoys of peace and not envoys of war. We have called upon sanctions against Milorad Dodik as well, but probably there will be no consensus on that, as we could see that Mr. Orban is against those sanctions. We need to provide a European perspective for the people of Bosnia and Herzegovina. They need fair elections. Let's support them. Thank you.
Die Aussprache wird abgeschlossen.
Thank you very much. And this debate will now be concluded by Commissioner Oliver Varhelyi.
Dear President, dear members, thank you very much for this debate, and also thank you very much for confirming our understanding on the main challenges. As I mentioned, Bosnia and Herzegovina has aligned with the EU statements on Ukraine, and I think this is a very important development, because in these testing moments, Bosnia and Herzegovina is showing its European commitment and the support for the rule-based international order. However, as it was mentioned by some of you, we need to be aware of the internal tensions that are still there. The operational commander of EU4 Altea also recently decided to almost double the number of troops stationed in the country. This is a precautionary measure, as there are no threats to safe and secure environment, but it visibly shows the EU's commitment to the security and stability of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Commission will soon start preparing its 2022 enlargement package, and in it we will have the occasion to take stock of our relations with Bosnia and Herzegovina. We expect to see tangible reforms in view of fulfilling the 14 key reform priorities. Only delivering on them will bring the country closer to become a candidate country. And it is for the country to deliver on this for its own people. Thank you.
Thank you. Die Aussprache ist damit geschlossen. Als nächster
Thank you. This concludes the debate, and we can move to the next item on our agenda, the oral question for answer to the European Commission, rising energy prices and market manipulation on the gas market. Our first speaker today will be the author of the question, Christian Boussoy.
Thank you so much, Vice President Karas. Dear Vice President, dear Commissioner Simpson, dear colleagues, the ITRE committee has been following very closely the evolution of energy prices over the last months. We have dedicated quite some time to receiving expertise and debating causes and effects of dramatic rise in energy prices, which is largely due to rising gas prices. It is important to note first that the energy prices did not rise overnight, and there are many factors, some with more impact than the others. Whether we are talking about sudden increase in demand at the international level, especially in Asia, decrease of internal gas production in EU, the speculation of EU ETS that might climb the price of carbon allowances, and especially the game that Gazprom was playing to increase profits and the dependence of some EU countries on its resources. All these causes contribute to the rising energy prices, and of course now the unfortunate war started by Russia. So gas prices peaked in December 2021 when they were 4.5 times higher than in January 2021, driven by the global supply and demand dynamics exacerbated by factors linked to the pandemic and geopolitical tensions, combined with lower than expected imports of fossil gas in Europe, especially from Russia. This has led to fossil gas storage reaching lower than average levels and increasing inflation rates across the Union. We welcome the Commission toolbox in October 2021 as a necessary support to assist Member States to find solutions at their hands to palliate the effects of this sharp increase on vulnerable consumers and businesses. And I welcome the second toolbox, the communication just launched in this afternoon by the Commission and which will be presented in ITRE committee next week. At the time of negotiating this oral question in our committee, Russia hadn't invaded Ukraine. It hadn't even started its so-called military exercises in its border. If anything, the events of the past weeks have only confirmed that we are right to have suspicions of deliberate interference in the EU energy markets. What is clear is that we are certainly more vulnerable than we were a year ago. Our citizens are suffering the consequences of these rising prices in their own pockets. Inflation is heavy on our economy and our industries need our support too. Our gas reserves are sufficient for our immediate needs, but lower than average, and we must replenish them for the next winter too. As the economy is starting to recover from the pandemic, the EU and the member states must find structural solutions to protect and support households, as well as EU industries and enterprises, especially SMEs and micro enterprises. We welcome the new communication adopted today by the Commission on a joint European action for more affordable, secure and sustainable energy. We will give all our attention in the coming days, together with all our work being carried out in the revision of the internal market for gas package. Nevertheless, today we focus a little bit on the matter of potential manipulation in the gas market. We understand that the Commission is carrying out an investigation on possible anti-competitive behaviour in the gas market. What are the preliminary findings and when these conclusions will be public? At the time of negotiating the third energy package, the gas directive included the third country clause in its Article 11, the so-called Gazprom clause, which established a mechanism to award third country companies certification to become a transmission system operator in the Union. The certification process required said companies to prove their activities did not endanger the security of supply in the Union. Has the Commission started to review the certifications awarded? If not, why not? Has the effectiveness of Article 11 in reducing the risks to security of energy supply in the Member States has been assessed? Such assessment would be very welcome in for our works in the revision of gas directive. With regards to strategic levels of storage, do the current levels exacerbate our vulnerability to external pressures in the short time? Are there specific thresholds for storage levels defined? What is the current picture of the LNG situation in the Union with regards to third country operators? Could it also be a source of interference? Which concrete market structural changes at EU level could allow Member States to protect consumers in the future against the volatility of the international gas market? And finally, what concrete actions will the Commission undertake to inform better EU citizens about the causes behind the dramatic increase in energy prices they are suffering from? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Die Beantwortung von
The response by the Commission will be made by Commissioner Kadri Simpson.
Honourable members, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. Your questions to me were tabled before the onset of war in Ukraine. Today, they take on an even greater significance in this new reality. I will begin my remarks today on our relations with Gazprom. You asked me whether our rules on the certification of third countries operating in the EU are effective in ensuring our security of supply. This question is even more pertinent today. In this context, I very much welcome the German government's decision not to proceed with the certification process for Nord Stream 2, a project ultimately controlled by Gazprom. At the same time, I believe that our rules on third-party certification are rigorous and effective, as it could not be demonstrated that granting certification would not put at risk the EU's security of supply. Importantly, we are also closely monitoring Gazprom's behaviour in the EU. As you know, we have opened an investigation into possible anti-competitive behaviour by Gazprom in the gas market and whether it has given rise to higher energy prices. And this has been supported by the Ukrainian oil and gas company Naftogaz, and we are still in the fact-finding phase, but we are treating this investigation with an absolute priority. Staying with the topic of high energy prices and security of supply, you have rightly pointed out to the low levels of gas storage available in Europe today. The good news is that thanks to the mild weather and increased LNG supplies, we expect to be on the safe side for this winter, but we are also getting ready for the next one. In December, we already made proposals to improve the use of storage in the EU and to create the option for joint purchase of reserves. However, we are not stopping there. today, we have adopted a communication on more affordable, secure and sustainable energy. An important part of this communication is our approach to storage. The communication sets out EU-wide measures to fill storage before next winter. In April, we will bring forward a legislative proposal that will require the underground storage to be at least 90% full by 1st October each year. The proposal will also identify gas storage as critical infrastructure and tackle ownership risks. Beyond these immediate measures, we also need to look to the future. The communication adopted today sets out our vision to reach full independence from Russian gas before the end of this decade. Reducing our reliance on Russian gas includes continuing the work we have done so far on increasing LNG supplies, and in the medium term, more green energy, diversity of energy supplies, and reducing energy demand. We remain firmly on the same course set by Green Deal, but we aim to move much faster. On renewables, we must roll out renewable electricity in the sectors where gas dominates. This means insulating homes, installing heat pumps, solar PVs, and speeding up the completion of wind parks and solar power plants across the EU. Part of this fast-tracking renewables is to look at what barriers still stand in the way. One of our biggest challenges in the renewables deployment today is permitting and authorization for new projects. And we will propose guidance on this and introduce the concept of go-to areas where renewables development will be particularly accelerated. To support this colossal shift in our energy system, we also need the infrastructure in place to match this new volume of renewables. That's why in the communication adopted today, we make a strong call for interconnections and trans-European networks adapted to this new reality. And similarly, consumer empowerment and protection will be key to helping them manage the challenges of even higher and volatile prices. Energy communities will also play an increasing role, allowing citizens to come together to collectively produce and consume electricity. And the prerequisite for this energy system is the full implementation of the Clean Energy Package and the Electricity Directive. This sets the framework for the rollout of smart meters, of demand-side response, and for aggregators who bundle the actions of many small consumers to be big enough to act on the market. Ladies and gentlemen, honourable members, let me finish by saying that we have thoroughly analysed the reasons for the dramatic rise of energy prices at many points along the road. Today's communication takes account of how the energy landscape has changed since our October toolbox, including the Russian aggression in Ukraine. The communication we have adopted today is also a way to be fully transparent with the EU citizens about the causes behind these dramatic increases that they are seeing in their monthly bills and our proposed solutions to address them. At the same time, we look forward to continue the dialogue with the Parliament and Council and provide further explanations if they are needed. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank. Ich beginne.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the groups, we have Christian Ehler for the EPP.
Mr. President, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues, in recent months, national gas prices have experienced historical increases to reach 400% between 2020 and 2021 and represent a considerable cost for industry, companies and households. This is caused by many reasons, obviously, but mainly linked to the geopolitical tensions and lower imports from fossil gas from Russia. With EU gas storage at historical low levels, we witness a growing gas crisis. We need to decrease Europe's energy dependency on Russia. And I would like to thank specifically my colleague, Mr. Nika, that he had been inflicting this discussion of today. So let's not be naive. There's a growing evidence that Gazprom, as Russian gas giant, has been involved in deliberately withholding the significant volumes of gas for the European market, although there has been more than enough natural gas supplies in Russia. Let's be realistic. Gazprom had been surprisingly reduced gas supplies to Europe according to Gazprom's own data. It had supplied 185 billion cubic meters of gas to the so-called far abroad, so to Europe, which is notably lower than the annual exports of between 2017 and 19, and only 3% or 5.8 billion cubic meters higher than in COVID-struck 2020. It's obvious. And the decline of gas supplies to Europe in the second half of 21 is supported by day-to-day EU gas supply statistics provided by Gazprom on its own website. So you can see that in 21 alone, in September, from September to December, the gas supplies running via the Ukrainian gas transit network and via Yamal has been running through Belarus and Poland were reduced by 58% to 51% respectively during that period, in a time where the markets and the demand was exploding. So it's clear that this situation underlines the need of speed up to the launch of a full-scale investigation into Gazprom's alleged manipulation of the European natural gas market. Thank you very much.
Danke, Herr Kollege.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dan Nika.
Mulțumesc, domnule președinte.
Thank you very much, Chair, Madam Commissioner. I would like to thank you for being here tonight with us. And I wanted you to be here because the prices for energy and gas and natural gas in the European Union have reached an unbearable level in Romania. As I was telling you, let me repeat it, it is impossible to accept that in Romania people pay for electricity and gas more than the average salary, or that they are higher than the average pension. Romania, which is now a country where most of people are vulnerable consumers, if Romania is now in this situation, something must be wrong. We have a producer of electricity in Romania that sells electricity 10 times higher, for prices 10 times higher than the price of production. This leads to people losing their jobs, losing their businesses, because nobody can work in an environment where the price for energy is so volatile, so unbearably volatile, and impossible to foresee. I asked you to intervene and regulate this market to see whether there is a dominant position on the market. You told me that this is not your job. That whose job is it? This is a matter that led to a very difficult situation for a lot of countries in the European Union. I think the situation is general, in fact, but in Romania it certainly is unbearable. So, since we have the situation that we have in Ukraine and the shelling and everything else there, I requested that you couple the prices, the purchasing prices, to take an immediate urgent measure, because otherwise we will have a problem with these prices not only now but next year, next winter, and every winter after that. The Commission promised that nobody would have to choose in the European Union and in Romania between either buy medicine or clothing and paying their electricity bill.
Herr Morten Petersen.
Thank you. Morten Petersen.
Chair, thank you. Commissioner, let me start out by saying that from Renew Europe's side, we're quite happy with the Commission's proposal on a joint European action for more affordable, secure and sustainable energy that was communicated this afternoon. I think it's fair to say that Renew Europe is happy to repower Europe. We still need to go through the text in details, but I think we all find that the Commission is sending a strong message in the very right direction, namely addressing the urgency swiftly with concrete measures. We all know that the European Union relies heavily on Russia for about 40% of our gas demands and 27% of the extra EU's crude oil imports that comes from Russia. And it is also clear to all of us that this can no longer be the case. And in the past 2 weeks, we've been forced to reevaluate, adapt and react, but most importantly, to find a way to protect EU and prevent future crises. And we welcome these short, medium-term plans with the aim to be independent from Russian gas. And we want to work with the Commission in order to see also a concrete 10-year plan for Europe to achieve full energy security, full security of energy supply, in diversification, independence, and by working both on demand and on supply. And we are happy to see this materializing now. I think it's important to say that we all need to support these efforts. And this House has a very important role to play, obviously, in endorsing the Fit for 55 package, in speeding up this work, in raising these ambitions that are on the table right now. Obviously, Member States and Council would have to agree to this as well, which is not a given still. And let me finally just further emphasize the important issue of permitting. The Commissioner touched upon it very well. I think we all need to address this very efficiently. We're looking forward to the Commission's recommendations, but we need more concrete measures on this in order to tackle it and to facilitate deployment of renewables. Happy to work with you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you. Madame Marie Toussaint, you're the next speaker.
Face à la guerre menée par...
When faced with war waged by Vladimir Putin, Europe has shown a strong and determined stance. Yet, we continue to finance the war effort in Russia because we are dependent on Russian gas. And the irony of all ironies is that Russia's Putin who's threatening to cut off the gas supply. We have a risk for the climate, for justice, for independence. The only answer is for us to put an end to our dependence on Russian gas, but also on fossil fuels more generally speaking. I hear many people suggesting today that we replace our dependence on Russian gas with dependence on other forms of gas, shale gas from the US or fossil fuel derived gas from Qatar and elsewhere, and that would be an aberration. There are alternatives. We can use our energy transition, which has received little mention in the Commission communication. We need to accelerate our moves and switch towards renewables. We also need to ask consumers to reduce their consumption because about 74% of industrial processes use gas that is replaceable. And if you look at the situation in France, there's also alternatives available. We can change our policy so that we prioritize investment into fossil fuels and away from fossil fuels towards renewables. So let's use all the funds that we have on the table to fund the transition. Tomorrow I will ask for your support of the 5th PCI list and that to be amendment, which still contains a lot of fossil fuel businesses, and switch those to renewables. Now, none of these projects will, in fact, be completed in the next 5 years, and they will, in fact, tie us in and trap us in the fossil fuel area for much longer. So, we don't use the full capacity of what we can do in Europe. We need to boost our use of renewable electricities. So for those who have raised this objection, let's not support that. So let's call on the Commission to come forward with a new list that's 100% renewable and energy efficient, so that we can build a Europe that is respects the climate and builds a peaceful world.
Thank you very much. Mr. Borgia is the next speaker.
Thank you, President. The situation is sustainable. Well, it's a time for moving beyond words and taking on responsibility. Now Europe is forced to import everything from masks at the beginning of the pandemic to everything else. We realise we've got everything wrong with regard to energy policy. We're seeing a failure of neoliberalism, which is which has failed. We're seeing the gas prices 16 times higher than they were before, dependency on Russian gas. How can we get beyond that? But think of how many people have come out against the alternative, the southern corridor for gas, for example. We need to look at the Mediterranean resources at GNL. That's very costly. There are limits in terms of quantity when it comes to renewables. We know the pros of those, but they do have their limits, many limits. And then looking at the Green Deal, we're seeing that raw material prices and energy prices are going up, and the Commission has denied what is obvious, and then the roadmap is really unrealistic. And I think we need to look at coal as well. Now, if the Parliament and the Commission don't do some self-criticism, the Green Deal will become the problem, not the solution.
Thank you very much. Now for the ECR group, for 1.5 minutes, Ms. Szydło.
Panie Przewodniczący, Szanowna Pani Komisarz.
Thank you very much, Chair, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. When I'm listening to some of you, sometimes I have the impression that you do not realize that the times have changed. We are in a different mindset and we are in a different situation than before the 24th of February. There is war being waged on our continent, so we have the urgent need of decisions about the energy sovereignty. We see with I'm happy to see that good decisions have been taken by the Commission and that lessons have been drawn from the errors committed in the past. But we do have to realize that the renewables, green energy and the Green Deal and Fit for 55, these are not panacea. These are not going to solve the situation today. We are at a crossroad. We have to revise and we have to rethink all the decisions that we have taken before. This is war, so we have to go back to what we were talking about coal, for example, what we were talking about our gas. We have to go back to nuclear energy as an option. This is the energy mix that is going to ensure our energy safety and security. If we are going to implement Fit for 55, we are going to put the people into energy poverty.
Thank you very much. Now for the left group, for 1 minute, Ms. Rego.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President.
Yeah.
Madam Commissioner for Energy, we have to become independent of Russian gas, we hear, but we know that to respond to this emergency, it's not enough to reduce dependency. It is also vital to change the rules of the game for setting prices. There's a failed margin list model that you don't dare touch. In my country right now, around 8 p.m., we're going to be paying €700 per megawatt hour, even though only 1% of electricity generation depends directly on Russian gas. It's a swindle which is made possible because the rules of the game allow this, and they swell the profits of the large power companies. We need a change of model which strengthens our energy sovereignty. It needs to be renewable, fair, and with public controls. We need a model to stop us being held hostage with prices for energy in Europe being determined by Putin in his study.
Thank you very much. Now, we have completed the list of the speakers on behalf of the groups. And we hear now from Mr. Papadakis. Thank you. The imperialist war in Ukraine is inextricably linked to imperialist energy rivalries. Energy poverty for people generally was already at record highs before the war due to the European Union and the Greek government's green transition strategy, energy release and the stock market of pollutants. Fossil fuels have been abandoned and imported natural gas have become a strategic fuel. The energy dependence on Russian gas and the choice of taking liquefied gas from the US was only to the benefit of Greek ship owners' pockets and geostrategic plans to upgrade the Greek bourgeoisie as a gateway for the Western Balkans. And this led to lasting energy poverty and great peril for many people. There's an urgent need to abolish taxes on fuel, VAT on food and consumer goods in general, and in the face of inadequate government measures paving the way for an end to energy, food and labour itself becoming commodities. Thank you very much. Now for a minute and a half, Ms. Carvalho.
President, Madam Commissioner, allow me to congratulate the Commission on its publication of Repower in You. Given the dramatic rise of energy prices as a result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we face several challenges now. This is a strategic challenge here. We must diversify the source of the electricity and energy that we use. Interconnections are extremely important. So let me recall the words of Franz Timmermans, who yesterday said that this would be a priority issue. The links between Portugal, Spain and the rest of Europe in particular. Secondly, consumers now face an immediate threat of energy poverty, but also the middle class and businesses, SMEs, sectors that have high use of energy, such as cement producers, but also ceramics producers and agriculture and fisheries workers who are already feeling the pressure of high energy prices. And against this backdrop, I would ask the Commission to take concrete, tangible and immediate measures to ensure that the package announced today will indeed protect citizens and businesses across Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now for a minute and a half, Mr. Hapim, please.
Dank u, voorzitter. Laat mij heel duidelijk zijn. We moeten van het Russisch gas af.
Thank you very much, President. Let's be clear. We need to liberate ourselves from Russian gas. It's immoral today to supplement Putin's war chest. Now, Putin's been manipulating gas prices for years. We're going to see prices go up in any event, and we should not be afraid of that. We need to be realistic in our plans, and we welcome the plans put forward. That's the best solution with the Green Deal. We have the most promising solution. Getting rid of 2/3 of imports this year would be a very good thing. And what is not consumed doesn't have to be imported. 2 billion cubic meters could be saved if we turn down the thermostats by 1 degree. Better using energy. That's a way of standing up to Russian aggression. Of course, the most vulnerable need to be helped. They should not be the collateral damage for this economic war.
Thank you very much. The next speaker for 1 minute is Mr. Groshelli.
Ladies and gentlemen, the only way towards strategic autonomy and energy autonomy will be achieved in the European Union with the implementation of the green transition. We need to diversify our resources, but we need to take care that we don't create another dependency like we created with the oil embargo. We need investments into new technologies of the sun, wind, water, and even on the nuclear energy when there is a social consensus there. We need to focus not only on electrical energy, but also on geothermal energy that enables the heating and cooling of our homes that, due to climate change, are hotter and hotter. But we shouldn't forget our citizens who were struck by this crisis. And this will not just simply go away. This is why we need new measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Paulos, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is an oral question that was raised some time back, and nobody, when it was raised, could have imagined that we would not only be discussing prices today, but whether in the European Union we would be in a position next winter to be able to heat our houses and to provide industry with energy. The extension of renewable energy has been dragged out, which is one thing, but it really does mean that we now have to use every lever at our disposal to help to reduce the filling of Putin's coffers for the war chest. So we need to make sure that there's no roof without a solar panel anymore. We need to modernize the worst insulated houses. We need to have cost-free advice, particularly for those houses with low incomes, and particularly when it comes to small and medium-sized companies which are suffering under the extremely high prices. In that way, we would allow our citizens to have a little relief and would help our companies as well to deal with crises which threatens their very existence. But in Brussels too, we must act. We need to speed the analysis of state aids for the extension of renewables, and we need to promote them. And I would call on the competition DG to come up with a concept. Surely it cannot be the case that a law such as the one we have on renewables energy in Germany is going to be analysed through to December 2022 before it is adopted. This is not the way out of dependence. And Ms. Simpson, you mentioned the importance of other energy sources. I would ask you how the Commission is going to ensure that the deadline that was set, that passed 9 months ago, is going to have full implementation in Member States. And I would be very grateful to you to have an answer to that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Myers, next 2 minutes.
Herr Präsident.
Thank you, President. Now, I think some people perhaps are a bit disconnected from ordinary people outside, given the speeches we've heard. Now, I am not someone who likes to spread doom and gloom. It's just not what I'm like. But when you look at the price developments and the changes on the markets now, what we're seeing here are some very black clouds gathering over Europe, and that's obviously leading to energy prices rocketing, but it's going to have an impact on other raw materials and agricultural goods and substances. So, colleagues, ordinary people are facing huge price increases, and I would go as far as to say that they're threatening people's livelihoods and ability to survive. And besides Putin's activities, there are further reasons that we can point to. There's Europe's policy in the context of the Green Deal, leading to gas and energy prices increasing. there are numerous other forms of propulsion that are being promoted in the transport sector, and that is of course vulnerable to speculation. So once again, it proves to me and to everyone, I believe, that member states are best placed to deal with energy policy. The European Commission changes direction on a yearly basis. In 2011, we talked about the end of coal. Now, 2021, we're seeing that stance being hardened, and now we're turning back to coal. So, well, how is anyone to know what direction we're travelling in? That's one problem. But there's a further problem. People need to be given some relief from the increasing costs. That's urgent. When it comes to the CO2 tax, that needs to be banished. We need to reduce taxation on fuels, and only then will we give people some reprieve from the high costs.
Thank you. Mrs. Stegroot for a minute and a half.
Talman.
Mr. President, Commissioner. 2011, when Germany decided to close down its nuclear power, in the Russian embassy in Berlin, they said cheers to that, and the Russian ambassador raised his glass and said cheers to the German government. It's a good day for Russian energy policy, a good day for Russia. He was so right, because now, a decade later, Russia has invaded Ukraine, and the EU has put itself in a very dangerous situation. The transition to renewable energy has made us dependent on Russian gas, and despite that, you want more of the same medicine. Nuclear power is going to be closed down ever more, and we're going to be ever more dependent on sun and wind energy. We are now going to be at risk from China. They manufacture 80% of the batteries and of photovoltaic cells, many rare metals as well. So everything is now going to come under this climate objective. It's not a game. We're all going to be affected by the consequences, and in this case, extremely serious ones. A strong, stable and competitive European Union must be self-sufficient, must be able to plan for affordable energy. So we've got to stop this nonsense about the climate. We've got to focus on new modern technology, greater efficiency, preparedness and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Botenga. 1 minute.
Dank u wel. De gasprijzen zijn ondertussen wat 20 keer zo hoog als een jaar geleden. Sommige gezinnen riskeren tot €8.000.
So we're seeing prices which are a multiple of what they were a year ago. €8,000 a month is being paid by some families. So we need to stop those prices. We need to cap them not at today's levels, but at September's levels. Before those prices soared. Now, some people make a fortune out of war. I'm thinking of the armaments sector and the multinationals in the energy sector, as we've heard from the agency, will be making enormous amounts of extra profits. So we need to take action. We cannot wait. Thank you. Mr. Uğiղ is next 1 minute.
Terajšie zdražovanie, čo ľudia pociťujú, je nič v porovnaní.
Thank you. The prices have been going up, and we've seen on the markets gas prices now coming in at 10 times. All prices, in fact, have been rising. So if you don't want to get Russian gas, that's fine, but what are the alternatives? What alternatives will you offer people? Will we be importing energy from Australia if it's 10 times the price, or 2 or 3 euros for a litre of petrol will tell people that they're going to have to stop heating their homes, perhaps. Or I wonder how exactly people are going to heat their homes, if it's going to cost. How can they do that on an average 30,000 euro salary? We must do everything we can to ensure that we put a stop to war and we help people.
Thank you. Mrs. Del Castillo.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. The war in Ukraine has laid bare the vulnerabilities that have existed in Europe within a strategic sector that is energy. For all these years, instead of working towards achieving greater independence, we've done quite the opposite. We have moved towards greater dependence. And what we have now are the highest global energy prices. We've seen historic highs, 400% increases in some cases, and it's strangling businesses and homes alike. Let's make changes now, reduce those prices. We have some tools at our disposal via VAT and other special instruments that we can use. As soon as possible, let us diversify our sources of supply and invest in new interconnections for gas and hydrogen. We need to declare these projects as projects of general interest, including the connections between the Iberian Peninsula and mainland France. We must, once and for all, build a Europe that has interconnections and allows gas and electricity to flow freely. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Toia, 1 minute.
La spirale dei prezzi del gas.
So we're seeing spiraling gas prices day after day, which is an unbearable burden for families' budgets and for some industries which risk suspending some activities with considerable damage to the productive capacity of our continent. So we welcome the courageous initiatives. We need to do more, Commissioner, with interventions on price forming. It's an uncomfortable subject, but it needs to be tackled. And if we look at the marginal prices of gas with the spiral, and we need to look at the exchange value of the goods. We need to look at common storage and purchases if we want to keep prices down, and find resources, because these aren't zero cost resources. We need to find mechanisms like SURE, which were very useful to member states. Thank you. Mr. Dante, 1 minute. Thank you, President. Commissioner Simpson, a year ago, 1 megawatt hour of gas was 17 euros. Now it's 295 euros. Now 17 to 295. In between those two prices, we've seen the Russian invasion. Our companies were trying to recover from the pandemic, and many families simply cannot pay for their heating and they cannot pay for petrol. We have a communication designed to tackle the issue: security of supply, economic and environmental sustainability. Those are the main objectives, particularly if we want to become autonomous from Russia and put out a clear political message. We need instruments to mitigate the price crisis. We need to get prepared today to tackle or to be ready for next winter. We need common purchases and storage. We need to be able to share and diversify supply, and we need new facilities for renewables and a program for energy efficiency. Let's move from good intentions to actions and dedicate the appropriate resources so that we can be free tomorrow. Thank you very much. So Mr. Rope is next.
Thank you very
much. Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, energy resources are a political tool to prevent manipulation of them. We have to make sure that as speedily as possible we target our resources towards energy independence of the EU. We must rapidly reduce the use of fossil fuels, uranium and coal. What is more important still is that we have to adopt a principle of decision not to support the war provoked by Russia with our money. It's gas imports and Russian oil that is funding that, and this is the analysis that's been made of it, and we need to make sure this is all in hand by next winter. The US and the UK have already taken that step, and that's a crucial decision which has been held up here in order to help the economy and people. But if Putin starts bombing our towns, will we continue to hold it up? We need to make sure we protect the most vulnerable groups, and we must help share our own infrastructure within the member states of the European Union in order to diminish the negative impact. We are capable of reacting together.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. 2 minutes.
Thank you, President. Prices for gas and crude keep on rising faster and higher, and Russia is to blame for that because it's manipulating the gas price. Perhaps, but the key blame lies with President von der Leyen, because since taking office she's been replacing long-term contracts with spot contracts, believing that gas demand would fall, but in fact prices keep on rising. Well, spot pricing is nothing of a joke for ordinary people who have to pay the price. Now, the Spanish Central Bank calculated the impact of CO2 taxation on inflation. Well, the 6% inflation rate would grow by a further 1.5 percentage points. And according to the German Council of Economic Experts, the impact is up to 1/3 linked to ecological policies. Today we celebrate International Women's Day, and it's women who are in charge in Europe. 16 years of Merkel led to the country's phasing out of nuclear, and what it gave Germany was the highest global energy prices, and for Europe it meant the highest ever petrol prices. And Christine Lagarde, with her negative policy for interest rates, is disowning people of their savings and making the euro worthless. At the latest, by 2030, we will all have gone bankrupt here. But by then, the 3 most expensive women in Europe will have escaped into their transhuman future.
The next speaker, Mr. Tobiszowski. 1 minute.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, we really live in exceptional times, and we have to say to ourselves that our energetic system does not provide for energy security for citizens and economy. And we have to draw conclusions. Only a fool does not draw conclusions in the face of a drama, in the face of mistake. We mustn't say that we will accelerate something, because time is time, and leaving Russian gas doesn't mean that we stop importing the gas tomorrow. We are really dependent on it. It will take time. It requires a whole process, and we have to take stock of our own resources. We have gas in Europe, we have coal, and perhaps in this transitional period we should support investments in coal and let that resource help our situation, help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Ernst, 1 minute.
Nun gut, ich finde, wir
Right. Well, one of the fundamental problems is the architecture of the energy market. Thanks to liberalisation, speculation, dubious business models, that has been favoured. And in the short term, we need to act to combat energy poverty with social tariffs, free energy quotas, and savings. But we need to act in the long term. We need to rethink the electricity and gas markets in Europe and move to renewables. It's not a question of replacing one gas with another as long as it's not Russian. That's not the way forward. We need to discuss the border cost model. And there have been enormous profits made on the backs of consumers. And we need a right to energy for all as well. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Gulakovic, 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, dear citizens, the prices for energy almost never are actually the production and distribution costs. They never equate to that sum. They mostly depend on geopolitics and wars that have just started. We have had the same prices of diesel and gasoline when oil was priced at $120 per barrel as when it was $40 per barrel. Wars bring enormous profits to some of the groupations within the oil industry. This is what has happened just now. Same as true or false pandemics bring huge profits to the pharmaceutical industry, in the same manner wars bring huge profits to the energy industry. It is what is happening today, and it is what will keep happening forever, because wars are always invented and created anew. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Niebler.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, our citizens and our European companies were experiencing exploding energy prices. With the war in Ukraine, the situation has further dramatically deteriorated, and yesterday in Germany, a litre of diesel cost more than €2. We have to react. We have to make sure that that energy remains affordable and that our houses throughout Europe do not have to be cold. What can we do? The first measure of packages which the Commission put forward in October was a good one, but it's not going to be sufficient. I welcome, Madam Commissioner, that you have a second package, tool packet, with further proposals that's been put forward now in order to take the pressure off households and our companies. And I think the Commission must, for example, allow energy taxes which are levied by member states can be not only reduced but simply stopped because of the dramatic nature of the situation we find ourselves in. And governments in member states obviously have to do their homework as well, making sure that VAT, for example, on electricity could be reduced. In my country, Germany, the government hasn't yet done it, and in many other countries it's already been brought about. And windfall profits is another area which should not we should not be depriving state coffers of them either. So it's important for our politics. It's important for energy taxation to be established on a new footing. We've got this catalogue of measures, and I'm quite sure that we'll be working together on this constructively. It's a good package. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Gaia, 1 minute.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident, Frau Kommissarin.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, dear colleagues. Today we're discussing an oral question of the European Parliament to the European Commission, asking which measures can be taken in order to exert political pressure in times of this crisis that we're experiencing now with skyrocketing energy prices and bringing that situation under control. Colleagues have come up with a number of different aspects and have raised different points. I'd like to focus on one, which is the European projects of general interest. We called them IPSAs using the English acronym. Well, the Commission communication, which I welcome, actually approves and commits to implementing the IPSAs and to carry out the checks and the analysis. But the timeline, I'm afraid, isn't ambitious enough, Madam Commissioner. We've already been able to get quite a few of these projects up and running in my own country in order to boost the economy. I know of businesses that are waiting for a decision for the funds to be unlocked and are ready to go. So if we want investment to happen and for fossils to be replaced, then we must be far quicker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hojsik. 1 minute.
Ďakujem, pán predsedajúci, vážená pani komisárka.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, in Slovakia, we want to have solar panels on our roofs rather than depend on the Russians. We need an energy revolution. We need to support effective energy use. The gas we don't use costs least. We need to do away with the impediments to consumers and industry who want to use green energy, biogas, heating pumps, and all the others. That's cheaper than gas. We should have done it years ago. We shouldn't have waited for Putin to attack Ukraine. So now we need to really speed things up. We need to catch up so that those who are hardest hit are not left behind. Green energy is something Putin cannot take from us, and the prices on the markets won't go up either. It's our energy. Thank you. Mr. Andreessen is next.
Gas prices are exploding. The gas price is currently twice as high as it was 12 months ago, plus 17% since the start of this terrible war. We're too dependent on Russian gas. We're too dependent on fossil energy as a whole. Energy supply must be made more secure in the short term, and the dependence on fossil energy sources must consequently be reduced. People with smaller and average incomes must not become the victims of Putin's war, and it won't be sufficient simply to focus on the long-term measures. We need national measures such as a clear raising of the Hartz IV measures in Germany, but we also need a gas price ceiling which makes pricing fair for everybody. A European fund could make the difference to market prices by trying to even out the differences, and could provide incentives, and we must not let people leave people in the lurch in this crisis.
Thank you very much. Ms. Beigneux is next. 2 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors que l'Europe se...
Thank you, President. Just as Europe is getting back on its feet after the economic crisis due to the COVID pandemic, it's European citizens who are paying the price of sanctions against Russia. And the prices are skyrocketing, bills are getting higher, yet citizens once again are losing their hope in Europe's capacity to protect them. This Europe prefers to go to war rather than look after its own people. The geopolitical context is causing gas prices to skyrocket. Just to remind everyone, 45% of European gas comes from Russia. Europe has never been autonomous in terms of its energy supplies. Technocrats in Brussels have been sending thousands of Europeans into out of their jobs and in unemployment, and in the name of environmental protection. Now, without the option of nuclear, we are once again turning on coal-fired power plants. Good CO2 emission performance is seeking to decarbonize Europe, and France is a leader in this and has a great deal of skill and know-how, and that know-how needs to be spread across Europe, and that's the future for Europe in terms of its energy policy.
Ms. Klotz, 1 minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, do we really have to be slaves to Gazprom? Unfortunately, some countries have to bear the cost of the mistakes of the past, but it's better than living still in hypocrisy. We today fly the Ukrainian flags, but we do not want to break off with Russian gas and Russian coal. Meanwhile, gas and blood flow together through those pipelines from Russia. Today, every honest politician must strive to make Europe independent, not of coal, but of raw material imports from Russia. Coal production in the European Union is not only necessary today, it is our absolute duty in this difficult time. The question is, what is worse for Europe, coal or Russian tanks? Anyone who despises coal today despises human life. The European Commission seems to finally understand the seriousness of the situation. Frans Timmermans himself recently admitted that some countries will have to use coal longer to avoid switching to gas. These words give us hope that the European Commission has finally matured into an energy policy based on facts rather than ideology. The war in Ukraine requires us to be mature. It is not the time to listen to harmful environmentalists with their pipe dreams when Russian missiles explosions can be heard so close. We have to go back to coal.
Επόμενος ομιλητής, ο κύριος Κόκαλης για 1 λεπτό.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kokalis is the next speaker for 1 minute.
Dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, earlier today, the Commission issued the Repower Europe communication. It is a welcome realization that the invisible hand of the market is incapable to defend neither our political nor our climate security. The decision to enforce public controls on the retail price of energy is monumental and long overdue. The decision to tax excess profits of fossil fuel companies is only fair to the families that have been bled dry. As we seek to free ourselves from Russian gas and geopolitical blackmail, we cannot allow Europeans to be taken hostages of speculators and war profiteers. We must also intervene in the broken energy markets, including Rotterdam TTF, where the price of fossil gas has almost tripled since the Russian invasion. We must stop paying for weapons that kill civilians by buying billions of euros of Russian fossil fuels every week. Even if we are not willing to close the sky, we should hold our values dearer than gas and embargo Russian fossil fuels as the US and the UK did earlier today. Above all, we must dramatically accelerate clean energy and efficiency in a wartime peace mobilization to deliver good jobs, energy justice and independence. Our best ammunition against both autocracy and climate catastrophe, our best weapon for political and climate security is the Green Deal, a peace deal to empower the EU to deliver the just transition and the just energy transition. Thank you.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Επόμενος ομιλητής για 1 λεπτό.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Moyton now has the floor for 1 minute.
Herr Präsident.
Mr. President, colleagues, millions of Europeans are wondering in these days whether they can fill up their own car or even keep the heating on. Consumer prices for oil and gas have now reached levels they've never reached before. Yes, the situation in the world market is very tense. Part of that bitter reality, however, is that the state has made energy artificially more expensive. A third of the price of petrol is the actual commodity and is down to the world market. Then there are taxes and levies which make up the 70%, and the states are getting themselves, earning themselves a lot of money on this. COT pricing and taxes impose levels of taxation on low-income houses. So energy must remain affordable to everybody. And I will call on the German government to make sure that the eco taxes and the CO2 tax should be abolished. And the Commission, it is now incumbent on them to make sure that gas is included on the list for low VAT levels down to 0, so that we can see a reduction in prices and the consequences on people of what is happening on the world markets. Thank you very much.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Επόμενος ομιλητής για 1,5 λεπτό, κύριος Μπέρεντσεν.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Berenson for 1.5 minutes.
Ja, dank u wel, voorzitter, beste commissaris.
Thank you very much indeed, President, Madam Commissioner. When it comes to cleaning up our energy system and the focus on that, there was quite a big focus on that, but there were some aspects that were neglected and left up to the markets. If you look at the energy bills and the petrol stations and the dependence on Russia, you can see what the problems were. On these dark days on our continent, it's unacceptable that we should be contributing 600 million to on a daily basis to fund Putin's war. That must stop, but that's not as easily done as it is said. We need to change our market policies and our energy policy. So for those countries that are going to phase out nuclear, to those countries I say keep them running, and those that are asking, we can appeal to households to lower their heating systems by 1 degree, and also I think we need to improve interconnections between countries in Europe. Europe has woken up, ladies and gentlemen, and we have finally emerged from our a long period of hibernation, and we must urgently now find ways to produce and generate our own power and produce also our own essential goods such as batteries, medicines and other goods. It's high time now that we take our rightful place on the global scene. Thank you very much, Mr. González Casares. You have the floor for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Commissioner. It's difficult to come up here and talk about energy prices while Ukraine is being attacked, but our stability depends on social peace, and that depends on energy prices. So we ask for many of the measures that are being put forward. They're positive measures for tackling energy prices and our dependency on Russian gas. And so we're seeing prices being made of 220 billion euros per year. That wouldn't have gone to renewables. I think we need to take some of this for the benefit of citizens, but we need to decouple electricity prices from gas prices as well. And we will see what happens with this measure over the next few weeks. Necessity makes it possible, but above all, I'd like to say thank you. We're going in the right direction, and joint purchasing of gas and all measures to depend less on Russian gas and promote renewables are the measures needed by Europe. Thank you.
Το λόγο τώρα έχει για 1 λεπτό η κυρία Σολής Πέρ.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, Ms. Solis Perez has the floor for 1 minute. Madam Commissioner, President, thank you very much. We cannot accept as unavoidable this European dependence on Russian gas. And given the recent events, we must urgently put a stop to this weaponization of energy and gas prices. We need to find ways to cushion the blow of the skyrocketing energy prices, and it's unacceptable for these households to be paying this. In times of war, exceptional measures are called for so that the unacceptable actions from Putin can stop once and for all. What we have is a lack of interconnections between countries. Spain needs to be able to play its role in this crisis. I sent a letter addressed to the Spanish government asking for the project for interconnections with France to be completed. We have a lack of interconnections with mainland Europe and Africa. Neglecting this would be a grave error. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Hahn for 1 minute, please.
Die EU braucht eine neue.
The EU needs a new energy policy following Putin's brutal attack on Ukraine, including the nuclear plant. This is more necessary than ever. People are worried. Companies are worried about their existence. Citizens are worried. We need to get away from our total dependency on imports of fossil fuels. They make us vulnerable and take away our sovereignty. Energy policy is security policy. We need to reduce our energy needs. We need greater efficiency and 100% renewables as soon as possible. And the indirect electrification and green technologies, they need investment so that we can move away from gas imports. That's the way to a more competitive industry. We ask the Commission for more measures for energy efficiency and the withdrawal of the delegated act on the taxonomy and an emergency plan for energy switch. We need carbon contracts for difference, but something needs to be done there, and more ambition with regard to energy policy is good for our security, the climate and the environment. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Now Mr. Rose has the floor for 1 minute.
Dank u, voorzitter, commissaris.
Thank you very much indeed, President. With the energy transition, the European Union has decided to make itself completely dependent on Russian gas. Earlier, I mentioned that Commissioner Timmermans' climate plans were an irresponsible experiment with our economy. With the Russian attack, that prediction has become a reality, but Commissioner Timmermans said yesterday that we still have to meet the previously imposed climate target of a drop in 55% of CO2 emissions by 2030. He says the target is the solution, not the problem, but energy prices are shooting up and a deep recession is imminent. Life is becoming unaffordable. So not the energy transition, but a supply of affordable and reliable energy must be a top priority. And that's why I call on the Commission to stop the Green Deal, focus on affordable and reliable and guaranteed energy. The only solution is to reopen immediately closed nuclear power plants. And we also need to start using coal-fired power plants and use our own gas fields.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Wallace for 1 minute.
We have an energy system that doesn't serve the people or the planet. The energy price crisis hasn't come out of nowhere. 1 in 4 European households already struggled to adequately heat, cool or light their homes. Yet fossil fuel companies continue to reap massive profits. We need a windfall tax on their inflated prices. And we need immediate financial support for those who most need it. The leaked version of the Commission's forthcoming communication on energy prices suggests that the EU get LNG from the US and Qatar to replace Russian gas. Of course we should end our dependency on Russian gas, But we should not simply substitute this dependency for another dependency on filthy frack gas from the US, a country which has bombed, invaded, occupied and interfered with more countries than anyone. Building new LNG terminals in Europe that would create more fossil fuel lock-in would be a disaster and it would make a mockery of the Green Deal.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Επόμενη ομιλήτρια για 1,5 λεπτό, κυρία Σπυράκη.
Thank you. Now for 1.5 minutes, Ms. Spiraki has the floor.
Σας ευχαριστώ, κύριε Πρόεδρε, κύριε Επίτροπε, κυρίες και κύριοι συνάδελφοι.
Thank you, President, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues. We have learned in the most bitter and crude way that just how dependent we are on Russia for energy imports, and we already got a warning shot from Putin with the annexation of the Crimea, and we, however, weren't able to react, and we weren't able to replace Russian imports, and we weren't able to increase the development of hydrogen power and other renewable sources of energy and energies that can be stocked. Now, following the pandemic, we're launching right into the next crisis. And we urgently need a response and solution to this problem. We need to be able to keep energy prices in check, and we need to allow member states sufficient flexibility in budgetary terms to be able to overcome this energy crisis. We are all affected, and we must accept without delay the situation we find ourselves. Yes, we certainly need to identify sources, alternative sources. We need to be able to find an additional 30 to 40%, Madam Commissioner, but that work must start now. Thank you very much. Ms. Penkova now has the floor for 1 minute.
Thank you. Dear President, dear Commissioner Simpson, dear colleagues, the energy crisis that began last year is deepening now, and the situation in Ukraine is intensifying the situation. So we must find solutions now. Europe has only one way forward, and this is energy independence and affordable electricity prices. We must develop domestic EU renewable technologies. We need additional funding for that, and we need to guarantee stable renewable energy. The future, however, requires a base load power, and the only path here is nuclear energy. We must establish an accelerated procedure now for the approval of the new nuclear projects in the EU without this being at the expense of the severe and strict safety requirements. Renewable energy and nuclear energy are the only path forward to the green transition and to the energy independence. Only this would guarantee the energy autonomy of Europe. We should not allow ourselves to move from one form of energy dependency into another one. Thank you.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Επόμενη ομιλήτρια για 1 λεπτό, κυρία Βίσνερ.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, Ms. Wiesner for 1 minute.
Tycker inte ni att en...
Don't you think that Russian oil smells of blood? Asked the Ukrainian foreign minister. And I would ask you whether the Russian gas doesn't smell of blood today. Russian gas has traces of it, whether you colleagues will recognize that or not. Waving the flag is something that is going to happen today, tomorrow, and has happened through history if we don't stop Russian gas. We are still financing Putin's war. There's only one way forward, and it's an import ban on Russian gas, and it's going to bring about huge changes and new choices. It's going to require of us that we do everything we can to change with the way we do things, to change the energy market and bring down the high energy prices. It's going to require us to begin to produce more biogas, that we are more efficient in our use of energy, that we try and work out energy solutions together, and that we stop using gas for heating, and we support a full energy union. It also requires us to stop dragging our heels on renewable energy, that we stop cabling countries together, that we think of this as energy nationalism and stop being useful idiots in Putin's war. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ. Επόμενος ομιλητής για 1 λεπτό, ο κύριος Σολέ.
Thank you very much. Ms. Solé for 1 minute. Mr. Solé.
If back in October we were right to be concerned about rising energy prices, we now have every reason to be even more concerned. Putin's criminal attack against Ukraine further increases energy prices. We will see more vulnerable households and small businesses struggling to pay their bills. Governments will have to support them with direct measures, and that's why I welcome some of the proposals made today by the Commission, like decoupling electricity prices from gas prices. At the same time, Putin's war seems to be finally accelerating our decisions to become energy independent. However, we don't want to escape from one dependency to fall into another one. Diversifying gas routes and building new gas facilities cannot be the core of our response. It takes time to build new infrastructure, a time we lack, and it diverts money that should be invested in energy efficiency and renewables. Moving fast towards a renewables and green hydrogen-based economy is the only scenario where we will be able to tackle both the climate crisis and the blackmailing from despots willing to play games with us. Thank you.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Τώρα το λόγο έχει ο κύριος Βόντρα για 1 λεπτό.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vondra, for 1 minute, please.
Dámy a pánové, Putin je zločinec a vyděrač a my musíme omezit naši závislost na něm. A ten dokument, který
We must be able to reduce our dependence on him. And the Commission communication certainly has good intentions behind it, but to say that we're going to need and rely on Russian gas for another 3, 4, 5 years and then wean ourselves off it, well, that's not enough. Gas is a strategic raw material, yes, that's true, but the document is weak. There's no word on nuclear or coal in the document. And then that statement that we could replace Russian gas with biogas. Well, what this means is that we're going to end up planting maize in our fields at a time when we're limited in our ability to import gas. Good luck with that.
Monsieur le Président, nous sommes devant une crise.
Mr. President, this is an existential crisis and it's time we took the measure of it. There's been a massive rise in the price of gas over a year. It's a vital crisis. It's a major crisis for European homes and for the tens of thousands of companies that may be condemned to failure, and for our financial system as a whole, which is threatened with collapse because of the need to finance things this exploding. This needs to be dealt with urgency, and we have to do whatever we can. We have to use all the tools in our toolbox to reduce the shock and to get through this crisis. Proposals today by the European Commission will not be sufficient. The Commission is proposing obliging Europeans to increase their reserves, but how to stock more of what you cannot produce or buy, it will simply make the market more tense. We need to contain prices, and we need to go back on this market logic that the Commission has been trying to impose for years now in the energy sector, and it's thanks to that logic that we now spend 600 million euros a day to Russia. So we need to think about the market, we need to think about the cost of production, and we owe this to all consumers. It's a matter of urgency. We need to produce. And having said that, it's rather worrying that the Commission hasn't included the International Energy Agency's proposal to extend nuclear. It's only Germany, if only Germany and Belgium extended the lives of the 4 reactors that they decided to close, the world would save 1 billion cubic meters of gas a year. So closing down power stations in our countries today are going to make us more vulnerable and condemn us to some extent to impotence in the face of Russian aggression against Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Mr. Heisel, for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Commissioner, today we have to talk about both energy prices hike and energy security. First, ETS emissions allowances. It appears that while allowances prices have fallen by a third since the start of the war in Ukraine, the gas price is rising extremely high. I think that we have seen genuine market manipulation and speculative trading in recent months. Investors have taken profits from growing prices of the allowances and moved their money elsewhere, driving the price down. It's important for the future that the European Commission prevents such practices to happen. Current developments in Ukraine show that Europe must reduce its dependence on Russian gas as soon as possible. However, we should not forget about our own energy security. The EU currently has about 27% of gas in storage for the rest of the winter, which should be enough. But the big question is how to ensure that the storage utilities are full for the next winter, at least by the end of November. Several analyses show that without Russian gas, Europe will be short of at least 30 billion of cubic meters of gas. So how to replace it? I know that there is an option, this is LNG, but there are LNG terminals in the coast of North and Baltic Sea. But how to import it, how to take it to the Central Europe? I think this is a big question and we have to think about. We have to invest in the gas infrastructure? I don't think. Now the other option is nuclear. I know that we are not friends of nuclear, but we will need it for some time. Thank you.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Επόμενη ομιλήτρια για 1 λεπτό, η κυρία Bilbao.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Bilbao Barandica for 1 minute, please. Thank you, President. Our dependence, energy dependence is structural, and we need a quick response, just as we needed it for the pandemic. And the invasion on Ukraine has led to consequences that require response as well. We've seen an impact on energy and electricity prices, and we're seeing that those increases exceed the increase in production costs. And so we need to think of consumers as potential producers as well. And we need to allow citizens and producers to derive some of the benefits of innovation. We must consolidate the single market for energy and interconnections and infrastructure development that's still missing. For example, the links between Spain and France. Let us speed up the investments in energy efficiency for homes and businesses and also renewables. We need to also raise awareness among citizens and businesses so that we can get through this storm and weather this storm. We must ensure that we boost the Russian side is also trying to undermine our businesses and our ability to function and to work. And we must have a strong response in the face of this attack.
Μπάκοφ, για 1,5 λεπτό θα μας μιλήσει από το γραφείο του Ευρωπαϊκού Κοινοβουλίου.
Thank you. We now connect to Sofia for the next speaker.
Mr. President, colleagues, many of you, including the Commission and Mr. Timmermans, defend the Green Deal, persuading us that thanks to this Green Deal we will feel better. But that is a deception, because Europe is running the risk with the Green Deal of ending in a problem, and we've risked an awful lot with this green economy, but thanks to that development we've seen gas prices hit a level which are quite dizzying. 295 euros per megawatt is a level that we now have imposed on our citizens, and this has consequences throughout our culture. Cultural establishments simply cannot pay their bills anymore, and they have to close their doors. So how are we supposed to balance out gas supplies with liquid gas from the US. It's just going to be a different form of dependency until the Green Pact bears fruit. I don't think, however, that's ever going to happen, because the Green Deal is not the salvation that we strive for, and that many people have persuaded us that it will be. Practically speaking, it's going to be quite a burden, and we're going to need proper energy solution.
Thank you very much. Now for 1.5 minutes, Mr. Niedermayer.
Dear colleagues, last year we made a big mistake. We allow Russia to squeeze our gas market, most likely. The mistake was consequence of a naivety vis-à-vis Putin's Russia, but also belief of the member states that the right to choose their energy mix allows a lack of cooperation and almost no coordination. We paid high price, and the European risk management failed because we even didn't interpret data well at the end of the last year. Today, we are facing a much larger problem. Putin's war at Ukraine is killing thousands of innocent people, and we must do all to stop it. At the same time, as the consequence, we are facing our problem we are talking about today, as we are facing the energy crisis. I am quite glad that the Commission has presented today its communication. I guess it's a good one, but we must get it from the paper to reality. I am also sad that some people, including the top politicians from some member states, instead of speeding up the necessary measures, are scaring the people. I guess this is not the right way. I believe we can and we will manage this crisis, and after all, EU will get stronger with better energy union, we will get safer, and we will secure affordable energy. But we must act now and together. Thank you.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Επόμενος ομιλητής για 1 λεπτό, κύριο Ζωρίνιο.
Thank you. The next speaker, Mr. Zorinho, please, for 1.5 minutes.
President, Commissioner, in the context of war, some will try to make the most of our weaknesses to manipulate the energy market, creating problems for everyone, particularly the most vulnerable citizens and firms facing the greatest problems. So this debate is very apposite. The proposals put forward by the Commission today address some of our concerns. Unfortunately, the market price measures don't go as far as they should in making distinction between the price of electricity and gas. We need joint purchases on the market, and it should be compulsory to build up reserves. There has to be greater resort to renewables. We need a fluid market with more interconnections. Commissioner, let's get it done. Let's learn from our mistakes. One of the mistakes we committed was systematically blocking the effort to link up the Iberian Peninsula with the European market. These interconnections, particularly the third link from Portugal for hydrogen gas, is a priority which must be put into practice now. Thank you.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Επόμενος ομιλητής, ο κύριος Κόβαρικ, για 1 λεπτό.
Děkuji, pane předsedající, vážená paní komisařko, vážené kolegyně.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, we are facing an unprecedented situation. Energy and fuel prices reaching record highs. After the energy crisis in autumn, together with the Ukraine war, creates further pressure on households and particularly small and medium-sized businesses. We have to use all options we have to slow down or stop the price increases. Otherwise, they will lead to instability. We must not hesitate. We must come up with fast and efficient solutions. We have to reduce VAT, consumer taxes. We have to compensate those who are most affected by energy prices. Bankruptcies is something we cannot afford now. For the future, we have to increase self-sufficiency and diversification of sources, renewable and traditional. We
have to evaluate the impact of climate legislation. We have therefore invited a Commission to do so by a letter, and we expect a clear answer.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Buxadev-Yarba.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Right now, in Spain, we're paying the highest prices ever for electricity. Some were applauding Greta Thunberg. Congratulations to them. It's all very well to talk about the Agenda 2030, to flag that, but then vote against good measures. You've achieved, I suppose, what you wanted to achieve, a collapse throughout Europe. The prices for light, electricity have gone through the roof. We have low salaries, we have precarious jobs, we have thousands and thousands of young people pressing on the southern borders of the continent. So you've been successful in that regard. So this is a system and a market that is speculative with this whole emissions trading system. Only some people are winning from this. I think we need to look at sovereignty, whether it's solar power, whether it's wind power, whatever it might be. It needs to be sovereignty, energy sovereignty, because otherwise we are basically dooming the future of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker for 1.5 minutes, Mr. Salini.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. The increase in energy prices has obviously put our economic system under great pressure, but the major countries of Europe need to acknowledge the mistakes they've made. Well, billions of cubic litres of Russian gas in our system. We've obviously miscalculated somewhere. Now, the Commission proposal runs through the main points, and we're delighted to see that at last some serious work is being done on storage. Identifying price mechanisms for energy is one of the most delicate issues. We have to learn to avoid the kind of contradictions we've seen in the past. For example, differentiation of energy sources. We can't have the kind of contradictions we've seen, such as what you have in Spain, where there's no pipeline to take gas from Spain to Europe, for example, or the significant decision to invest in renewables being agreed, but then you rely on private firms willing to make the investment, waiting for permission. We need the European Union to show a refreshed ability to pursue a European energy policy. Far be it from us the idea of pursuing this idea that each country should do its own thing. We need a single European energy policy. Otherwise, we're going to de-industrialize our continent. The speaker has been cut off.
Thank you very much. Next speaker for 1 minute, Mr. Kohut.
Wojna w Ukrainie zjednoczyła.
The war in Ukraine has united all of Western Europe. I am pleased that the European Commission and the Member States are all speaking with one voice. We have introduced effective sanctions. We are glad that the Nord Stream 2 project has been killed, and overall the direction of our movement is correct. The green transformation is a way of making ourselves independent of Russian energy sources. What we need now is an embargo on Russian energy. During this transformation, we should put our resources to good use. For example, coal from the region of Silesia in Poland. What we need is also solidarity, joint purchases. United we stand. So one brief question to the Commissioner. Are we building a common European energy union? Thank you.
Thank you.
Proszę Państwa, martwimy się o...
We are worried about gas prices, and next to our door a ferocious war is going on, and this war is being waged also using our money. Ukraine is fighting courageously, and very often they pay the highest price. We need to help them by any means possible, because they also fight for our values on our behalf, and we must be ready to incur costs. A war is never comfortable. There are these costs already. We have higher invoices all over Europe, and this is not only because of the Green Deal and green policy. This is because we are dependent on Russia. We cannot finance the regime in Moscow. We need a plan to stop buying resources from Russia, maybe for some time until the war ends, but we should introduce the embargo on Russian energy. Today, this is the first step, but based on this, we must plan other further actions, and we must protect the weakest, the most vulnerable. We must protect those who are most vulnerable on our continent. We really need to help them, because on their own they won't make it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker for 1.5 minutes, Mrs. Glavak, please.
Thank you, Chair. Kolegice I kolege, Europska...
Colleagues, European global markets are exposed to huge pressures due to increased demand for energy in order to achieve economic recovery. At the same time, there is, of course, the Russian aggression on Ukraine. The increase of gas prices is very worrying, and in the last year, the prices went up for 170%. Households are especially hit by this increase, and they are the backbone of the European economy, together with small and medium-sized enterprises. It is quite clear that the European Union has to become a more relevant player on the global energy scene if it wants to avoid future energy manipulations. I welcome this framework, but this framework is exactly what it says it is, a framework, and it is not enough. Strategic reform of the European energy market is needed in order for us to increase the energy resilience of the European Union. In order for us to be able to do so, we have to diversify sources, increase energy efficiency, complete our transition towards renewable sources of energy, and increase our storage capacity. And of course, we have to finalize the common purchase mechanism. And we saw that this is something that gives result during the COVID-19 crisis. Republic of Croatia took very firm and timely steps in order to ensure that our citizens have sufficient quantities of gas at affordable prices. LNG terminal can be one of the short-term measures to be implemented, because this is exactly what helps us to deal with the crisis. We are facing huge challenges in the energy sector, and we need a common and strong European reaction.
Thank you. Mr. Fusak, for 1 minute, please.
Frau Kommissar.
Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues, in this hemicycle, for some time now, we've been talking about the gas market, we've been talking about Russia, are they manipulating gas prices, what is at stake here? It's an important discussion, But I suppose it's somewhat obsolete at this point in time, because Russia is not playing by any rules at all. Look at the energy market. Look at the basic fundamental rules that should apply, for instance, to territorial integrity of states. Not even those rules. Therefore, the Commission today has put forward a plan which I think is a good one. Within 1 year, we would be able to reduce our gas dependency by 2/3. That is the plan, that is our objective, and what we need to do instead, therefore, is invest in renewables. We want to make sure that we're more energy efficient, we want to isolate our homes, we want to make sure that we don't waste energy. That's a good way of making sure that we don't have to be dependent on imports from Russia and Putin.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mrs. Kutayer, for 1 minute. She will speak from Valletta. She takes the floor from Valletta.
Commissioner, colleagues, the unprecedented crisis we're facing on our eastern borders exacerbates the already difficult situation with energy prices being on the rise since 2021. Such a scenario not only means higher electricity and gas bills for citizens and businesses, but also negative impacts on our value chains and higher prices even on very basic items: bread, pasta, biscuits, coffee, to mention just a few. Who is going to bear the costs? Consumers and small businesses. We should not forget that security of supply is an essential pillar of our energy union. Renewables are the solutions in the long term, yet for the time being we need to be realistic, diversifying sources provision and supporting the most vulnerable ones, especially those in small and peripheral member states that depend on imports. Therefore, it's important that we monitor the situation and act to make sure that we really leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor goes for 1 minute to Mrs. Jerkovic.
Hvala, gospodine predsjedavajući.
Thank you, President. The war that we have been witnessing in the past 10 years is just a confirmation of something that we already knew. Somebody else manages our strategic interests. And yes, indeed, this makes us very vulnerable. But is very clear that without energy sovereignty and without stable energy prices, there is no development and there is no progress. In order to achieve this, we actually have to a completely new approach to the energy policy, and we actually have to change gears. We have to speed up the transition to renewable energy sources, diversify our sources, improve our management of strategic reserves, and invest in the energy infrastructure in the European Union. And in order for us to be able to do that, we need clear objectives and very clear deadlines. No more business as usual is something that I would like to point out. Madam Commissioner, can you, from this place today, send a message to our citizens that Europe has a solution to the energy crisis and has the necessary vision of how to protect citizens and make sure that they have access to affordable energy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We completed the list of the speakers. Now the floor for the European Commission goes to Mrs. Simpson, the Commissioner.
Honourable members, thank you for all your comments today. We are putting all of our efforts into reducing the burden of higher energy prices on our EU citizens. And as you have seen, we have taken action at a number of stages, and this action has shifted as the geopolitical situation has in recent weeks. Today's communication responds strongly to both the rise in energy prices and the volatile situation in Ukraine. It is both political and operational in its nature, and it sets out our plan for the upcoming winter of 2022. And in the medium to long term, it outlines our strategy to decrease our dependence on Russia. And this will require a push in 3 main areas: diversifying fossil fuel supply away from Russia, accelerating the clean energy transition, and redoubling our efforts to be energy efficient. In this context, I would like to address the calls also heard in this House, to review the 5th PCI list to ensure it does not in any way benefit Russia. And let me be clear that the goal of all the current gas projects on the 5th list is to increase the resilience of our gas infrastructure, and all the projects in the 5th PCI list will contribute to either direct diversification by increasing access to the Southern Gas Corridor or LNG projects, or enhancing integration of member states into the internal market, which allows liquidity, or increasing storage capacity and thus enhancing winter preparedness. Altogether, these projects aim to create a more interconnected gas system, which is the only way forward to decrease Europe's reliance on Russian gas. And the 5th PCI list, therefore, will not benefit Russia. Quite the contrary. It will make it easier for us to decrease the EU's and individual member states' dependence on Russian gas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We completed the debate. Before we go to the next topic of our agenda, I have an announcement. Mrs. Salima Yembou is leaving the Green Group and is going to Renew Europe from tomorrow, the 9th of March of 2022. The next point of our agenda, report Irene Tolere and Mrs. Delvaux Caulfield, gender mainstreaming in the European Parliament. Annual Report 2020. The floor goes to Mrs. Tolere first. Rapporteur, she will take the floor from Paris, from the offices of the European Parliament for 6 minutes.
President, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues. I see the clock hasn't started ticking quite yet. Anyway, President, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues. Our European Parliament has never had so many women as today. Today, we represent 39.1% of the members of the European Parliament in this legislature. Recently, we elected a woman to the presidency of our institution, 3rd time round in its history. And therefore, gender balance is making progress in our assembly. We can see that. But is that enough? Certainly not. The progress is far too slow. We must and we can go further and faster. Gender equality should be a daily reality in the European Parliament. On the one hand, to guarantee balanced representation of women and men at all levels, and also in order to make sure that we really take into account the gender dimension in all of our policies, that we mainstream it. That is the purpose of the report before the House today. Increasing gender equality in the Parliament. For that to happen, women must be well represented. Women who want to take part in political life in Europe, we're not short of such women. There are plenty of candidates, and yet there are obstacles, there are hurdles. Women are not afforded the same opportunities of access to the EP as men. The report seeks to remove those hurdles. We talk about the introduction of quotas in the new European electoral law. In some countries of the European Union, politics and quotas are already part of daily life. They've proven their worth, and they have really contributed to the access of women to decision-making bodies. This measure is necessary if we want to one day reach parity in our institutions. Representation, balanced representation between women and men, is a work that needs to go beyond elections, because once you've been elected, that's when the problems really start. Women are not so present in decision-making positions. Look at the composition of the presidencies of committees, for instance. 23 committees altogether, and subcommittees, only approximately a third are chaired by women, only a third. And furthermore, they have fewer access to strategic reports. Our report wants to, once again, remove those hurdles. We want to reform Parliament procedures in order to introduce genuine parity at all levels of our institution. When drafting this report, we noted that the implementation of the gender perspective, mainstreaming of that in our European policies, unfortunately, it's very hit and miss. It's a patchwork. There are many legislative proposals that simply do not take gender into account. Introducing the gender dimension has not happened really throughout the European budget either. And yet this is an official policy or objective of the European Union if we want to have gender equality in reality. Gender mainstreaming and its implementation are of key importance. For all too long, our public policies have been drawn up by men for men. And yet, I would say that a policy that does not take into account the specific needs of women, in other words 52% of the population, well, that's a lost opportunity. A lost opportunity when it comes to improving gender equality, for one thing, but even more importantly, perhaps, it can contribute to a worsening of the situation. And that is why our report would like to propose a better gender mainstreaming approach in our different areas of work, using different measures. Too often the gender perspective is not taken into account in our work, not so much because MEPs don't want to, but rather because they're not aware of it. And therefore our report talks about better cooperation with the EIGE, the European Institute for Gender Equality, in order to make sure that we can provide specific training for MEPs, for assistants, for all the staff members, making sure that they are equipped to mainstream their work, gender mainstream their work. Furthermore, the report also asks for gender mainstreaming network to be institutionalized. It's a network for MEPs with members from the FEM committee, as well as gender mainstreaming members who take part in each of the other parliamentary committees. We'd like to make that network an institution. And finally, the gender perspective must be incorporated into EU legislation, and we call upon the Commission to make sure that any legislative proposal and non-legislative proposal is accompanied by a gender impact assessment. We need to have gender disaggregated data. That is the kind of data that allow us to really take into account the impact of policies on the different genders. It's awareness raising. It's also necessary in terms of our EU budget. We need to also make sure that the gender perspective is incorporated into the budget. We want to, of course, have policies that promote equality between the sexes, but we also want to promote this objective of equality in our budgetary process. Any euro spent should be just as beneficial for women as it is for men. Today is the 8th of March. It is the International Women's Day, and it's time for us to move from words to action. This is an opportunity for us to make our European Parliament a model institution for our societies by introducing a paradigm shift in the way in which we work. And I'm saying, let's go for it. It is today, the 8th of March, International Women's Day, Women's Rights Day. Therefore, let us make sure that this European Parliament becomes a house, as Olympe de Gouges said, where every woman is born free, is equal to man in all of her rights. Let us therefore make sure that this day is like every day should be an 8th of March for our European Parliament. Thank you for your kind attention.
Σε ευχαριστώ. Και τώρα έχει το λόγο η δεύτερη συγγήτρια, η κυρία Ντελμπός Κόρφιλτ, για 4 λεπτά.
Le manque d'égalité entre les... The lack of equality between men and women, the gender differences are problems for our economies and our institutions, but also in our thinking, because it's an obstacle in many professional areas and in some families, and there's problems with it everywhere. And the way in which we're designing public policy and the impact they have on everyday lives, access to health, etc. But in this parliament, which 1975 set up a women's committee, which has been expanded, you could think that everything had been resolved. That we have a high percentage of women MEPs, which is higher than most member states and many countries, but they're 52% of the population, and so for that reason you could expect there would be the same representation here. But only 8 of the 25 committees are headed by a woman, and for committees it's a similar. And this has an impact on our legislative work in the balance within the committees, the people who are responsible for the reports, the speaking time. The key issues are mainly decided and debated by members. Agriculture, climate, constitution, all of the key pieces of legislation have been in the hands of men. And so that's why this is gender mainstreaming needs to be part of all of the texts. And it is something that we see in the Green Deal, for instance, agricultural policy, and also the recovery plan following the health crisis. It's only bringing everyone together that if that's not done, then it increases the disparities and leaves aside women, particularly women from minorities. And so for that reason, we need to make sure that women are elected, and also that they're represented in all decision-making bodies. And we also need them in the administration. The more we look at the pyramid, the more men dominate. And this also applies to our rules of procedure, but it's also within our groups that we can change things. And that, I think, is for all of us here, because it's mainly women working on it. We need to make sure that gender mainstreaming is part of every single decision-making process and part of the way that we work together. And there isn't a single group that is particularly virtuous. Our group tries to share the work between men and women, but it's almost always women who deal with these issues. And all of the other recommendations in the report are essential: recruitment, parental leave, work-life balance, the fight against discrimination. There is another important point. We need to have an audit carried out. We need data. Data is essential to be able to come up with a roadmap. We need to have a snapshot of the current situation. And we're starting to get some of the information that makes it possible for us to see that agriculture only has 20% women coming to speak as experts. 80% are men. But we need more data. There's been very methodical work done out, and the work has been done by the committee for many years. And also we'd like to thank the Gender Mainstreaming Network and the high-level group on gender equality. And it is the work done by many women together in across many groups. I think that today we do have reason to be proud.
Thank you. I'm pleased that I'm chairing this meeting as a head of the high-level group representing the Bureau of the European Parliament. Now we're going to the political group representatives. For EPP, the floor goes to Mrs. Fitzgerald for 2 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the rapporteurs for the work that they did and for the consultations that they held with all colleagues. I'm delighted to be here today and able to discuss what I think is a very constructive and forward-looking report on gender mainstreaming in the European Parliament. We know that often our parliaments fall down when it comes to women's representation, and ensuring that women are heard in leadership and politics is a much harder task than it ought to be. I'm very proud to be a member of this Parliament with its relatively high representation of women compared to other parliaments. Nevertheless, there is more that we can do. And I think this report is an opportunity to change things in the European Parliament, make it an even better place in relation to gender equality. And it does that by offering a clear roadmap, complete with indicators, as to how we make sure that this Parliament is entirely inclusive of women. When you look at any Parliament, including this one, and you put a clear lens on it, you see subtle, what I would call sometimes subtle discriminations. Not always subtle, but very often they are subtle. And that's, you see old patterns in terms of who leads committees. You see old patterns that particular positions in finance, economics, tend to be taken by men, and even in foreign affairs as well, surprisingly. And you see those patterns being repeated. And often in the hierarchy of parliaments, women have a lesser role. So this is about saying, how do we make sure that we have a very inclusive parliament? It does talk about quotas, of course, and I always say about quotas that they're a short interim measure, as the UN has said. And the quotas have operated for a long time on the side of men. Let's be clear about that. So I'm very proud to see a roadmap for the incorporation of maternity leave for MEPs into the functioning of our Parliament, as the report states. It demands in particular that maternity, paternity and parental leave be recognised for members of Parliament through an amendment to the statute for members of the European Parliament, and the implementation of solutions that guarantee members the ability to continue working while on maternity, paternity or parental leave, such as remote voting continuing and so on. I think that's very important. Let's build for the next generation of female politicians. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Boa noite.
Thank you. Good evening, colleagues. I'll give the floor now, on behalf of the Socialist and Democrats group, to Lina Galvez Munoz. She has 2.5 minutes. Thank you, President. First of all, may I thank the rapporteurs for the work they've done. Undoubtedly, incorporating the gender perspective right across the whole range of policies is the best strategy we can follow if we're to make progress towards gender equality. In pursuit of that, its inclusion in the European Parliament is vital, since, furthermore, we have the duty to set an example for other parliaments. Now, many of us have addressed this, but it's only partial. It's true that in all our committees we have gender equality action plans, but there's a lack of monitoring to see whether or not the goals set have actually been achieved. It's also true that there's a stronger presence of women in positions of responsibility in the committees, but they're still in a minority, and women do tend to be concentrated in committees with more of a social focus and present in lower numbers in the more economically focused committees. Now, we are also aware, as we see in the report, that we need more, better structured connections in gender mainstreaming amongst all the institutions of the European Union. We need to pool our strength to fight the anti-feminist and anti-gender movements, basically the anti-democratic movements that we know for some time now have been receiving special funding to launch anti-equality campaigns. Now, unfortunately, with the war in Ukraine, it's going even further. Now, we need to gauge whether the efforts made in the Committee on Women's Rights and Gender Equality are being replicated in the other committees and will have an impact on the overall makeup of Parliament. And so we need better data. We need more figures. That's how we're going to be able to measure the real political willpower there. For us as socialists and social democrats, we have the will to do this, and we feel that this report is a great step forward. Above all, with the zip lists in the next elections, in European electoral law, and in the light of Me Too, the work we've done on harassment will allow us to have external audits to make sure that progress is really made. Now, it's positive that we are addressing this today on the 8th of March, the International Women's Day, with so many women and men around the world watching what we're saying. Thank you. The next speaker on behalf of the Renew Group is Svenja Hahn for 2 minutes.
At the last European election campaign, I was 29 years old, and I had a lot of conversations about my political goals, but I was also asked, surprisingly often, whether I'd like to have children, because apparently that would be difficult to reconcile with a political mandate. Because, of course, women in politics are always reminded of the fact that they shouldn't forget the kitchen table, even though they want a seat at the table of power. Women who hold an opinion are often attacked for their mere participation in public discourse. We have insults, belittling, threats. For me, and for other women politicians, I'm afraid it's part of our everyday lives. This is part of a culture that would like to push women out of the public sphere altogether. As a society, we need to consistently counter this culture of discrimination, hate. We should show solidarity and visibility. And as parties, we need to do more, put more resources and more commitment into inspiring women to get involved in politics, strengthen their candidacies. Only around 40% of MEPs are women. Compared to the European average, that's actually quite good, but it's not enough. We need to make our parliament more inclusive, more family friendly. In the European Parliament, there's no parental leave. And yet, living and working between 3 different countries is a particular challenge for us. Colleagues, let us enable some kind of parental leave for our young parents in particular. Let us do that through online voting. It would allow young MEPs to be parents and at the same time continue to represent the voices of their constituents. When I talk to young women about my work, often the first thing they ask me is, what kind of discrimination do I experience as a woman in politics? Their first thought is about gender barriers, because as girls, as young women, as adult women, at school, at work, in politics, again and again they experience prejudice because of their gender. Gender shouldn't play a role in individual opportunities. That's what I'm fighting for. And let us therefore start with ourselves. Let us make the European Parliament more equal. Thank you to the co-rapporteurs. Thank you in particular to Irene from my own political group. Thank you for your important work.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker for the Identity and Democracy Group is Christina Andersson. 2 minutes.
Vielen Dank. Thank you very much. The Women's Committee is called a high-level group, and that's going to force equality, but never when we're talking about construction or sanitation. We're talking about the 50% quota, 35% of voted, which means that people think that virtue can replace competence, but what about quotas? Legislation has been changed in Germany. And this has gone to the Constitutional Court. Now, normally that would be the end of things, but then people are sticking to their moral high horse and saying that they don't want to see their wonderful world undermined. Always forwards. This has broken some democracies, but really helps to encouraging people would be Angela Merkel, Ursula von der Leyen, because the way that these women have contributed to stereotypes is something that the Parliament will never be able to make up for. And then today, the Parliament is demonstrating once again what the importance of this is for the Parliament. Out of the 705 members, there are 13 in attendance. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. I shall give the floor now, on behalf of the European Conservatives and Reformists, to Beata Kemper. 1 minute.
Panie Przewodniczący.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, I have to say that the report is quite interesting, contains a lot of interesting statistics, data, and I agree that we should do our utmost to fight for equality, because the term gender does not appear in the treaties. There is no legal explanation. It is quite unclear when it comes to terminology, and it is not binding on member states and EU institutions. However, it is worthwhile talking about equality. For example, when it comes to salaries, those who do the same job. However, after decades of debates, not much is happening. I think that when we discuss such issues, we should speak the truth. For example, in my country, a woman got most votes in the history of European Parliament, more than 500,000 votes. And in the European Parliament, she is being isolated. She couldn't even become a chair of a committee. Is this what the respect should be all about women who want to be in politics? This is just one example. And in my country, this gender pay gap is the smallest. So we can do a lot, we can talk a lot, or do nothing. I have to say that the report is quite good, but we are not doing enough on this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker from the left group is Eugenio Rodriguez Palop for 1.5 minutes.
Gender mainstreaming is supposed to help us in terms of equality. You remember 85, Nairobi. Already then we were talking about this principle. Then we had the Beijing platform, and it was decided that this particular instrument would be applied without any kind of obstacle. We know that this is a principle that affords us with a lot of opportunities, but at the same time it won't yield anything at all if we don't commit to it. At this moment in time, we're experiencing a lot of uncertainty. We've had the pandemic, we've had structural inequalities, we've had a big impact on women, and therefore we need to be careful. We must make sure that we don't have a discourse that is militaristic prevailing in our societies. Women suffer too much from that. We recognise diversity, we recognise the fact that different parts of the population should benefit from powers, instruments, etc. We need to make sure that we counter discourse that is macho in nature. We need to defend workers. Women and male workers should enjoy the same opportunities, should be treated equally, but that is not the case if you look around Europe. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. I give the floor now to Maria de Graça Carvalho for 1.5 minutes.
Senhor Presidente.
President, colleagues, gender equality is a fundamental principle of the European Union which must be defended and applied by all the European institutions, in particular the European Parliament. In terms of making a daily reality of this, Parliament has achieved significant progress, above all in the number of members elected. Nonetheless, it still needs to be more assertive. In palpable terms, we need to address the presence of women at various levels of positions within the European Parliament. There has to be gender mainstreaming at every level in Parliament, not just in the way Parliament organises its work as an institution, but also in every subject area that we work on and give our views on. There has to be a higher profile for women so that the gender perspective is present, whether we're talking about energy, the digital sector, the environment, agriculture or transport. It's vital that in our proposals and reports prepared by Parliament, we promote greater participation and leadership by women in the various sectors of society, in scientific research, in the business community, in the civil service and the political sphere. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is our colleague Robert Biedroń, 1.5 minutes.
Mr. President, it's a special day today, International Women's Day, and it's unfortunately bitter-sweet day. Bitter because of what's happening in Ukraine, and sweet because we have a bunch of good news. And let me start with that. Today, the Commission has announced the proposal of the Directive on Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence. And other good news, Women on Boards and Pay Transparency Directive are unblocked and in progress. And it's a good news for our colleague Kempa, who was complaining about gender pay gap. Here we are, and I hope they will be on the board supporting us. But let me congratulate both rapporteurs for their excellent work. And as the chair of the Committee on Women's Rights, I'm happy to see that Parliament has endorsed the gender mainstreaming. And we are leading by example. Of course, 40%, it was said, of members of this House are women. But look around. What time is it now? That's not the prime time for debate. This is the reality we are now. Look at the speakers list. Where are our male colleagues on this list? It's not a women's only topic. If we want gender mainstreaming, we need our colleagues, male colleagues on the board. I represent FAM committee. Only 2 members of my committee are the male full members out of 37. I'm also member of another committee where are money and power, the budget committee, where out of 41 members of this committee, only 10 are women. Doesn't it show clearly inequality in this House, the sanctuary of the European democracy? There is much room of improvement. So I congratulate my colleagues, rapporteurs, for their excellent work and keep fingers crossed for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. In fact, Robert Biedroni was the first man to ask for the floor in this debate, and we have only 2 male members of this chamber in our list of speakers for this evening. Let me now give the floor to Isabella Adinolfi, 1 minute and a half, please.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, many of the initiatives that we carry out every day seek to set in motion a virtual circle that will not only increase the number of women in leading positions, but indirectly create the conditions needed in training, support measures and labour, which are vital in a modern society to provide incentives for a female presence at every level of the pyramid. But what we must absolutely avoid is falling into the trap of politically correct text, which may well be sterile and useless. All this attention on neutral language or minor issues such as how many men are members of the farming committee rather than the fisheries committee, or the idea of baskets of menstrual cups in the bathrooms. I think all this is rather far removed from the daily realities around us. The institutions have to give a good example, true, but we mustn't forget what's going on in the real world outside. Otherwise, we're going to end up like Marie Antoinette in Versailles, because outside there are some very tangible problems. Outside the European bubble, women are still earning 30% less than men. Just as if a female MEP were earning 30% less than the male colleagues. The path to gender equality is still a long one, unfortunately, and our job as legislators is to continue to govern ordinary and extraordinary issues without ever losing sight of the realities which the female citizens of Europe need us to address. Thank you. Evelyn Regner is the next speaker for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, President. Gender mainstreaming is at the end of the day a powerful instrument. It's about changing society. It's about changing culture. It's about changing our way of thinking and doing politics. And we, as the European Parliament, we should lead by example. With the Gender Mainstreaming Report 2020, we looked into how this principle has been adopted within our institution. Much has been achieved, mainly thanks to the engaged members of the Gender Mainstreaming Network. There is so much cooperation. So thank you, Gwendolyn. Thank you, Irene. Thank you to all those engaged members all over the committees in this European Parliament, how we push gender mainstreaming. I mean, this is an idea other parliaments, national parliaments, should take over. So we adopted anti-harassment policies just last December. We're advancing on tackling vertical and horizontal discrimination within our House. And we have a comprehensive gender action plan and roadmap to achieve the goal of gender equality. However, we also see that the European Parliament, we also still have to do far more. For example, when it comes to elections of members, we need parity from all political groups, not only from the left, also from the right. And we need to better institutionalize gender mainstreaming for more structure, more data, and better indicators. So in the end, gender equality is for all of us and should be as normal in our way of thinking, like breathing. So, thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sara Hyttedal, 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, President. International Women's Day today, and we have real problems for women around Europe. For instance, the women who are affected by the war in Ukraine, just to mention one example. Now, today's report before the House is about mainstreaming, gender mainstreaming, making sure that we have gender mainstreaming across the board, and in every individual situation we need to look at the impact of any kind of policy on women and on men. I don't think that society is actually imbued with misogyny. I don't agree. I mean, I speak from my own political experience as a politician at local level. Gender mainstreaming in practice meant that we had to draw up a gender perspective when we talked about sewage, for instance. That was the impact that I felt as a local politician. But of course, here we're talking about the European Parliament. We're talking about quotas, and I think quotas are damaging at all levels. You know, we're supposed to be appalled by the fact that only 3 out of our 7 political groups are led by women. We're supposed to be appalled by that. I actually think it's difficult to get it more balanced than this particular proportion that we have in the European Parliament. We have a war going on in Europe. It's not a gender war. I mean, you might think that if you read this report, you might think it's a gender report, but that is not the war that's going on right now. I hope that the European Parliament can focus on the real equality issues before us. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Próximo.
Thank you. The next speaker is Fred Petrak Matic.
Hvala predsjedavajući.
Thank you, Chair. I thank the rapporteurs for their great work and all other colleagues who took part in the drafting of the report. It is no small task to deal with all topics of gender mainstreaming in a broader social context. What I would like to emphasize is that we have a lot of work ahead of us, and we can by no means be happy with the current situation. And of course we need the allocation of funds. The budget is crucial because we cannot achieve our objectives without adequate funding. We cannot be angry because of the lack of a mechanism for dealing with the gender mechanism with regards to equal pay. We also shouldn't lose from sight the consequences of the pandemic, and in every national recovery plan we should have the chapter on gender equality. That has not been fulfilled, and if women who are half of the society are considered secondary, we can have no European future. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Barak Matic, the next speaker will be joining us from Brussels. Danuta Hübner has 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, Commissioner, in this House we know how important equality and representation are for democracy. We also know that inclusive leadership is good for the quality of decision-making, and with 40% women among our membership, the European Parliament represents inclusive leadership in European politics. But we also know that some political parties in the House do not accept any inclusivity, also in terms of gender. The context for the equality we have to look at today includes COVID consequences, insane Putin's aggression, long-term gender gaps in many areas of our life, and conclusions of the recent report on the RRF implementation. This context tells us that the need for progress on all gender fronts remains fundamental. We also see with more clarity that the progress can only be achieved through binding measures. Fortunately, as co-legislator, we have the tool in our hands. Colleagues, now in the time of multiple challenges, we must remain particularly vigilant. There are risks of reversing the EU's gains achieved in gender equality over the last 2 decades. What was a largely supported achievement 10 years ago, the Istanbul Convention, is questioned today in some political parties, in particular in Central European countries where ruling parties reject even the word gender, and we heard it tonight. This anti-gender attitude means that gender equality is rejected as a recognition of human rights for women. We should include these issues into our dialogue with national parliaments. The EU has always been seen as a global champion in gender equality, largely due to the commitment of the European Parliament. And as we see that political commitment to gender equality cannot be taken for granted, we count on the engagement of the Commission, and our House should strengthen its role as guardian of gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you, and now I'll give the floor to Miriam Manuel Leitão Marques. Thank you, President. Honourable members, in February 2020, before the beginning of the pandemic, women were facing any number of political, social and economic inequalities, some of which have become more acute over the last 2 years, or at least have become easier to see, such as precarious employment, and therefore greater unemployment, or the impossibility of reconciling family and working life. In the European Parliament, in each and every one of our committees on foreign policy, the economy, agriculture and fisheries, we try and address these and other inequalities. Those who've been here longer than I have can acknowledge that we've done better in this parliamentary term than in previous ones. They've confirmed that. But there's still a lot to be done. We've seen some figures that show there's still a lack of balance in the representation of men and women. And as my colleague Robert Biedroń said, there's also the choice of committees. If you look at that, you can't feel particularly satisfied. For example, in the Artificial Intelligence Committee, in the final report, only men could be found amongst the rapporteurs and the shadows. Now, if you look at the book entitled Invisible Women, the reason women are invisible is that the rights of 50% of the population are being dealt with as if they were a minority.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Isabel Benjumea.
Thank you very much, President. Well, if I'd been in the 19th century, I would have been a suffragette, for sure. I would have fought tooth and nail to fight for gender equality, equality between women and men. If at the time I'd been born in Iran, Saudi Arabia, or Chad, for example, then I again would be fighting tooth and claw. I would be putting all of my efforts into fighting for gender equality, equality between women and men. But I was born in Europe, as it happens. I was born in Spain. I'm a citizen of a democracy, and within that democracy my rights and my freedoms are recognized. And I will never tire of saying that in Europe women are not born victims. Let's not feel that we are victims. We are not victims. We have the same opportunities as men. And this constant reference to victimhood, I've had enough of it. We're now in a war. Men, mainly men, some women, but mainly men, are fighting for our freedoms. And here we are complaining about the fact that we don't have quotas in our European institutions. No, women in Europe, nor indeed anywhere in the world, we don't need to be told how to organize our family lives, how to study, how to work. On the contrary, what we need is a right to freedom of choice. We have a legal order here in Europe. We have a legal order that makes it absolutely crystal clear that if there's any discrimination against any kind of citizen, you can turn to a court. You take your dispute to a court. In Europe, women are not born victims. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Vera Tax for 1.5 minutes.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you very much, President. Why are you talking about women's rights? There's a war going on in Europe. Where are your priorities? That's a question that I hear when we're talking about gender equality. At the moment, European women are fighting for their country. They're trying to save their children and bring them to safety. And some women are having to give birth in the metro. And in every crisis, whether it's a pandemic or a war, it's women who are hit hard over and over again. The figures speak for themselves. But when we talk about strategic choices for a safe life for you and your family, then women are not sitting at the table or are only in a minority. Women are not equal at the moment. They are intimidated, particularly on social media. And this is a dissuasive effect on women looking at politics. It's the same in the Netherlands. There are going to be elections next week in the Netherlands, and only 3 out of 10 are women, but that needs to change. It's an important part of democracy that we have equal representation for both genders.
Whatever happens on screen is relevant, and now women account for only 24% of all individuals we read about or see in the media. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. E com esta...
Thank you. That brings us to the end of the debate. The vote will be taken tomorrow. So we'll go on to our next item now. The report by Ms. Zacharopoulou on the EU Gender Action Plan. The third Gender Action Plan. I need hardly remind honourable members that there will be no catch-the-eye procedure or public answers, as has been the case for this part session. I shall give the floor to the rapporteur, Chrysoula Zacharopoulou. You have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, Madame la Commissaire, mes chers collègues, en cette journée internationale des droits des femmes,
President, Commissioner, colleagues, on International Women's Day, I'd like first of all to pay homage to the strength and courage of Ukrainian women. 2,000 kilometers from here, women are bearing arms to defend their country. Beneath the bombs, they are resisting with their children. Our generation is bearing witness to an unprecedented global crisis facing the whole of humanity: war, a health crisis, and the climate crisis. In the face of the unknown, inequality re-emerges and becomes more acute. And we know that women are always the first victims of inequality. The COVID-19 pandemic brought us into a new age of poverty, domestic violence, unwanted pregnancies, women dropping out of study programs, reversing years of gender equality. The health and environmental crises are hitting women disproportionately. They're bearing the worst of the impact of climate change and natural disasters. In Afghanistan, under the Taliban, women are being denied their emancipation and their freedom. In the conflict zones of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, rape is used as a weapon of war to terrorize the civilian population. In Mexico, the struggle against pedopornography and the sexual exploitation of women and children comes up against corruption and the macho attitudes of society. In Iraq, Yazidi women were reduced to the status of sexual slaves by Daesh, and thousands are still missing. Everywhere around the world, girls and women are suffering discrimination and violence that are unable to fight. That's why a new European external action plan for equality is of crucial importance. GAP 3 is a significant economic and political tool for the European Union. It makes clear once again our determination to pursue equality in our external policy. It's a feminist agenda. The proposals follow years of consultation around the world in Asia, Latin America, and Africa and the Middle East. It's the fruit of widespread exchanges with civil society, talking to ministers, MPs, diplomats. Everyone shared their experiences and proposals with us so that the report will meet the needs of women and girls in their specific circumstances in every area. I'd like to express my thanks to Denis Mukwege, the Nobel Prize winner, and all those who've placed their trust in the European Union. I'd also like to thank the EU delegation, various EU delegations, for their precious help, as well as the shadows and the members of the FAM and DEVI committees for their fine contributions. That's why we now have a full, ambitious text today with some innovative and tangible proposals. So
Madam Commissioner, here are some of Parliament's proposals. In conflict areas, we should have centres for holistic care for the victims to bring an end to the impunity of war criminals exploiting and raping women. We have to guarantee access to legal abortion, sexual reproductive health and education. There has to be provision for menstrual health in schools so that more girls stay at school. We need gender boards to become widespread to provide for the inclusion of women in the economy. Men and boys have to play their role in promoting equality. Civil society players who are fighting hard for this have to be included. Within this crisis, we need to find the determination to build a fair humanist future. Colleagues everywhere around the world, the values of Europe are progressing. We have to be more demanding of ourselves. Wherever they are in the world, we must stand by the women and girls of the world who want their voices to be heard and achieve mastery of their own lives. You can't have any economic and political diplomacy without a feminist element to us. By plugging the gender gap and investing it in emancipation, we could ensure that in the future equality will be more than just a slogan. In the face of all the crises, one after another, on the 8th of March, I'd like to underscore the importance of including women in the process of conflict resolution. They have to participate directly at the negotiating table. They are vital players if we're to build a sustainable peace. You can't have it without them. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Dou agora a palavra.
Thank you. Shall I give the floor to the representatives of the committees who have provided opinions on this report, starting with the Foreign Affairs Committee. Hannah Neumann has 1 minute.
Do you still remember how we chuckled at Putin's horse riding pictures, his long table that just got longer the more lies he was telling us? Well, today we know this man is peak toxic masculinity. And what we see in Ukraine is the suffering that comes with the foreign policy that focuses on domination and aggression. What hides behind the term feminist foreign policy on the other side is the foundation for a badly needed different approach to foreign policy. One where the security of humans is more important than that of nations or empires. One where the diversity of perspectives is seen as an asset and not as a threat by those in power. So while we fight Putin's aggressions, while we define sanctions, while we increase military spending, let's not lose sight of the kind of change to change the kind of foreign policy that got us in this mess in the first place. If we want peace, we will need to get rid of the patriarchal structures dominating today's foreign policy, also in our own institutions. And the Gender Action Plan 3 is an ambitious tool in the right direction. Let's implement it with full force, exactly because of the crisis we are seeing today.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Now, on behalf of the Budgets Committee, Alexandra Giza has 1 minute.
On International Women's Day, many people seem to know what women really need. But the answer is very easy. They need equal access to power, but also to money. And the good news is that the EU Gender Action Plan for External Action is a very good step in the right direction. 85% of all new actions need to incorporate gender as a significant or principal objective. 20% of ODA must be allocated to gender equality. We have gender disaggregated data collection, gender budgeting, a system for tracking, monitoring, and evaluating EU expenditure, gender impact assessment, gender parity in management positions. This is what we do in external action because we know that it works, because there's ample evidence to prove that the economic, social, and ecological outcome is better when women take the decisions. But what works for countries outside the EU would also work in Europe. So why can't we have the same high standards also in the EU? It is high time.
Thank you very much. Let me now welcome Commissioner Jutta Urpilainen. You've got the floor.
Dear President, honourable members, I want to start by thanking the European Parliament, the DEVE and FEM committees, and in particular the rapporteur Tsakarapoulou for this excellent report. With our Gender Action Plan and our new programming underway, we have achieved visible results in a short period. And I would like to outline 3 important aspects of our good work. First, country-level implementation plans. For the first time ever, we have shared strategic EU vision for promoting gender equality in over 120 partner countries. This is the result of the EU working as Team Europe in close cooperation with partner governments, civil society, including women's organizations, and youth and private sector. Second, we are investing both politically and financially in gender equality. I am pleased to confirm today that our CAP 3 target, which was successfully introduced in the NDICI, thanks to the support of this House, of 85% of gender-sensitive projects by 2025, is already almost in reach. After 1 year of implementation, preliminary indications show that 78% of all new projects in Africa, Asia and South America targeting gender equality, 78%. This is a significant increase compared to the previous years. The Spotlight initiative also continues to achieve solid and promising results. For example, 84 laws to protect girls and women against violence strengthened or signed across 17 different countries. And third, capacity and resources. There has been a major effort to strengthen delegations' gender expertise and capacities through training and awareness raising. We are reinforcing our gender focal points network and encouraging gender-responsive leadership. The Gender Action Plan has brought people together like never before. Last November, we held the first annual structured dialogue on the implementation of CAP 3 with great participation of civil society and women's organizations. Honourable members, we can commit to you that your report will contribute to this joint endeavour for a gender-equal world. And I would like to conclude by expressing my solidarity with the women and girls affected by the conflict in Ukraine. The Commission is working to support, protect and save lives, and this implies a gender-specific approach too. In Ukraine and all areas of violent conflict, we must ensure that women and girls' needs are addressed, women as human rights defenders and as members of the armed forces are protected, and women's role for a sustainable and peaceful tomorrow strengthened. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Sra.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will now take the group speakers, starting with the European People's Party. Our colleague Marlene Mortler, 1.5 minutes.
Herr Präsident, Frau Kommissarin.
President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, what are you expecting from the 21st century? Horst Köhler asked this. It's going to be the century of women, he said, and I say that as well, because they have more passion. He was the president of Germany at the time and was also the director of the International Money Fund. When he went on many trips to Africa, he talked about the fight against poverty and making it one of the key priorities for the IMF. And he always spoke with respect and about the role of women. And he was a great ally, not just today on World Women's Day, International Women's Day. And as the writer said today, we can't stop Putin's bombs, but we're stronger in spirit. And that's really the issue with the Gender Action Plan as well. Equality of genders is not just a basic fundamental human right, but it's also the way to create a sustainable future. If we want to get rid of poverty, if we want to do away with gender-specific violence, if we want to improve access to healthcare, if we want to support women in leading roles, etc., etc. I want to thank everyone who participated with the report, and I'm going to vote in favor of the report, even if I don't agree with every single thing that's in it. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Segue-se a intervenção.
Thank you. The next speaker is on behalf of the Socialist and Democrats groups. Evin Incir has 3 minutes.
Collegor.
Colleagues, Commissioner, there's no woman anywhere at any point in time that didn't somehow fall victim to the patriarchal structures that we have in the Union and elsewhere. Democracy and human rights should not just remain words. Women and girls have rights. These are human rights, and they are absolutely crucial for any people, for their liberty. Therefore, our struggle within the European Union needs to be fought for these rights, in the Union and outside of it. GAP 3 is the third version of our policy in this domain, and I think it's important because it equips us with some precious tools. There are obligations, there are also pointers as to the kinds of measures that should be taken and can be taken. In addition to that, the report does say that even GAP 3 needs to be made more robust. Today is the 8th of March, International Women's Day. It is appropriate for us to be clear today, as any other day of the year, clear in our solidarity with women and girls around the world. We need to work harder towards these principles. There needs to be solidarity, and this solidarity needs to be backed up by actions. Silence is not an alternative. So many people around the world being subject to hatred, being killed, being injured. This is damaging to equality in our societies. We have patriarchal structures. They simply delete the voices of women. These are just weapons in a war. We've seen an example of sexual violence being used in the dictator Putin's attack on Ukraine. Just one recent example. Young boys, young girls have equal value. There should be no distinction. And therefore, I'm pleased to see that feminist diplomacy as practiced in Sweden, is going to be taken on board here as well. I encourage the Commission to do so, making sure that women are more involved in decision-making processes. We have a report from 2015 which shows that 80% of members of Parliament around the world, you'll not believe this, they were men. 80% of these members of Parliament were men. So what does that mean for us women? We don't seem to have a right to our basic freedoms, and it's very difficult for us to change this situation. We need to have these tools in hand in order to affect change. I'm a social democrat, I'm a feminist, and I'm very pleased to see that in this report we talk about SRHR, sexual reproductive health and rights around the world, Agenda 2030, those objectives. This toolbox, if you like, a toolbox that could actually save humanity. It's so important in terms of achieving our targets. We can put an end to these inequalities, the violence that women and girls are subject to every day. For that, you need will.
It is to be dictators and not women. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Próxima intervenção do grupo.
Thank you. The next speaker is on behalf of the Renew Group, Maria Soraya Rodriguez Ramos, 1.5 minutes.
Gracias, Presidente. Comisaria.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, this year, International Women's Day has been characterized by the criminal invasion, the illegal invasion of Ukraine, and by the greatest exodus of refugees we've seen in Europe since the Second World War. And there's a female face to that exodus. Just 6 months ago, we were in a situation where Afghan women were once again returning to the position they'd escaped from 20 years before. The global community was facing an equality crisis in Afghanistan. This shows how important GAP 3 is. Equality, the protection of women's rights, specifically as a part of our foreign policy, must undoubtedly be a union priority. The purpose of GAP 3 is to uphold everything we've achieved since Beijing, overcoming the lag in bringing rights up to date that's still going on in many countries, and ensure that there's real equality. In many countries, women's voice is hardly heard. We have to ensure that they get their voice. They have to be at the negotiating table. Their needs have to be borne in mind in the planning and budgeting of our proposals in foreign policy. Often, women have spoken out against injustices. In the European Union, we have to assert this role of leadership multilaterally with feminist diplomacy, gender diplomacy, to speak for all women today in Afghanistan, Ukraine, and in so many countries around the world. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker on behalf of the Green Group is Pierrette Herzberger-Fofana. 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you to you. The International Women's Day that we're celebrating today is taking place in tragic times, and we're thinking of all of the women in countries where there is war, whether it is in Ethiopia, Congo, Ukraine. And that is why our report, GAP 3, highlights the sexual abuse, rape, or all of the traditions such as female genital mutilation that affect women. Our women's rights cannot be defended without education and sexual and reproductive health measures. And so for that reason, women need to be supported. Women who live in conflict zones are vulnerable targets. And as I said, we're thinking especially of these women today. national peace strategies need to include gender and need to fight against impunity. As a shadow rapporteur for the Development Committee, I insisted on the need to include the intersectionality as an important part of gender mainstreaming. It's something which needs to be taken into account in all of the actions. There are a number of factors such as multiple identities, and the EU has to recognize different people and support girls in their emancipation so that all women are able to live full lives in their societies and be equal opportunities is a question of fundamental rights. Thank you.
Christine Anderson.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, the Gender Action Plan 3 report is with big concepts and ideas, but we could break it down to the real and biggest issue: submitting the bodies of millions of poor women across the world to surrogacy, using their vulnerability to blackmail them into selling themselves off to the desires of clients from the most privileged parts of the world, and then having the audacity to call it sexual rights. Under the threat of taking away humanitarian aid, members of this House are ready to mold third world countries into a copy of what they fantasize Europe to be, without any regard for the right to self-determination, especially the one of women they claim to defend, while insisting to be the home of human rights, embracing diversity, lifting it as a banner just to show the world how great we are about to vote in favor of enslaving women from all over the world under the pretense of saving them from sexual violence. Yes, indeed, we have lost all sense of shame. You claim you want to fight gender stereotypes, yet you are reinforcing those stereotypes by repeatedly referring to women as a vulnerable group. Please spare the women your hypocritical pity. Instead of empowering women to be strong and self-confident, you degrade them into helpless beings in dire need of the administration's help. Surely you couldn't be any more misogynistic than that. And here too, for the record, out of the 705 members of this House, only 17 are currently present. That is a shame in and of itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I hope you can join us in our debate until the end of the debate. Now I give the floor to Margarita de la Pisa Carrion. 1 minute.
Buenas noches.
Good evening. The European Union's external action in fighting gender inequality has to acknowledge the perverse nature of the gender perspective. It degrades women, it undermines families. Third countries that need our support are entitled to be respected in their identities and not be contaminated by such awful ideas as the promotion of abortion. It's a manipulation, it's blackmail. Exporting these theories will corrupt their cultures and traditions, just as has happened in Europe. We're in favour of promoting economic and social rights and equality, the independence of women and girls, but always respecting their nature, not opposing them to men and creating this opposition of the sexes. We need to move together in a complementary relationship between men and women. This action plan doesn't show this concern. Let's show all the good things our European culture can do. Let's not deny them the wisdom of our traditions based on our Christian roots. Thank you. Next speaker is Ms. Rodriguez-Palop.
Today is the 8th of March, and once again we should think about the challenge before us, putting an end to macho violence, promoting SRHR, giving freedom to women, and making sure that our policies are gender appropriate. The European Parliament therefore needs to move towards these principles. We have 4 governments on Council, however, who reject the word gender, who do not wish to use it. This is a problem. But they are not going to be able to impose their backsliding on us. We are fighting for gender equality. We want to promote policies that take intersectionality into account. We want proper representation of women. Today we think of the women in Ukraine, and we think of all women who are advocating peace, women who are victims of war presently. We want to make sure that women can live the lives they deserve to live. For that we need resources, we need training, we need a budget that allows us to plan our actions and our programs. We need specific measures, tangible ones, and we need to assess their impact. In Europe, things are moving ahead slowly, but we want to make sure that we move more quickly in future in order to put an end to inequality.
Okay, thank you very much. I know that the time is short, but please don't run in reading your paper because the interpreters simply cannot do their work and we cannot follow what is being said. So now I'll give the floor to Sipa Pietkainen. 1 minute and a half. You've got the floor.
This is the 3rd action plan in a row that started 10 years ago to put the gender in the limelight in our development and foreign policy. And I need to admit that I need to congratulate the Commission and the Commissioner for extremely ambitious and fast implementation of these targets. This is so far the best programme, and the idea is that, as we heard, that over 80% of the activities should be in line with the Gender Action Plan and integrating the gender in foreign policies and in development. And we heard already that was it 78% that this is already achieved. So congratulations, this is the line where to go. But not to be only self-complacent about what is done, I would like to look further and on the upcoming challenges. And there I just would like to raise some of the points what the Parliament finds extremely important. And one of them is that we would have a special unit in European External Action Service for gender activities and gender knowledge. And I think that that really would help us in our service units across the world to limelight and to find the gender analysis in country politics. Last but not least, one small but important point what I would like to raise, and this is, I hope that you could do all in your powers to find a way to help the female human rights defenders in our services. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. I'll give the floor now to Manuel Leitão Marques. Thank you, President. Honourable members, on International Women's Day today, it's desirable for us not just to listen to our own problems within the European Parliament, though they do exist, but also to recall women all around the world. We must remember Afghan women whose most basic rights, such as access to education, disappeared with the Taliban regime. We must remember the girls who are forced to get married and they can't choose at what age they want to get married themselves. We must remember the 120 million girls of school age who are not going to school. And the terrorist groups such as Boko Haram, who specialise in destroying schools, killing teachers, and capturing girls whose only crime is wanting to learn. It has been calculated that that group alone, acting in Nigeria, not that far away from Europe, has killed more than 2,500 teachers, destroyed more than 1,400 schools, and led to 600,000 children losing their education. Our external policy can be an arm to defend women's rights too, particularly the rights of women in the most vulnerable situations out there in the world. We can fight problems that should already have been stamped out in the world, such as female genital mutilation, which still affects 200 million women around the world. The report, and I'm grateful to the rapporteur for the wonderful job done, the report we're debating here this evening brings out the importance of guaranteeing support to the victims of that and other types of violence. It defends the need to take stock of figures broken down according to gender when looking at humanitarian aid. It calls for a significant portion of the aid to be devoted to projects with the main goal of reducing gender inequalities. Just like in Sweden, the EU's external action and that of all the member states should be feminist. It cannot forget half the population. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. I'll give the floor now to our colleague Isaskun Bilbao Barandica for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, President. Madam Commissioner, 2005, I broke a glass ceiling. I became the first woman to chair the Basque Parliament. And that House had managed to achieve parity through pioneering law. Political parties had to include quotas, women's quotas, alternating men and women. Today, people talk about quotas, but in regional parliaments, we have maintained what we achieved at the time. We also fight against violence. We fight for an end to the gender pay gap. We talk here about budgets. We talk about comparisons. We talk about sharing experiences and practices, showcasing what works, putting an end to masculinist violence, and of course fighting against the extreme right in the case of Spain. But this is also a personal mission. It starts at an individual level, then in the family, then throughout the society. This is a plan for our societies. We need to make sure that these results come about. It is an effort that we need to make together, technical knowledge, development of programs, but also putting affect into this. We need to make sure that we really put the necessary effort into the plan in order for it to become reality. And the first task is awareness raising. Awareness raising about the emotions that can be enjoyed if we have gender equality in our societies.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. I'll give the floor now to Annika Bruna for 2 minutes.
Monsieur le Président, merci.
Thank you very much. The action plan which is being proposed wants the EU to be the spokesperson for women in the world. When we talk about female genital mutilation, trafficking of human beings, I fully share these objectives to fight them. But I think that the text is a little ideological, and I think its main objective is to say that 85% of all external actions include a gender aspect. Now, let's just recall that international relations are mainly the prerogative of sovereign countries. And then let us consider whether or not it is a good idea to condition all aid on actions which support gender equality. It is, of course, an important fight, but it is not the only fight. and so objectives which need to be linked to development aid, such as the control of demographic factors, will be made secondary, and the increase in budgets for international aid is sometimes in contradiction with what member states are doing. That's not a good idea. And so the text criticizes conservative views, criticizing gender theory. But the increase in radical Islam is a threat for women, for their freedoms and their rights. But the text does not spend a single word denouncing that policy.
Muito obrigado. Próximo.
Thank you. The next speaker is Frances Fitzgerald for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Commissioner, for your work and your team. Colleagues, we only have to look around the world today to see the necessity of the EU's Gender Action Plan to advance gender equality in our external action. Gender-based violence, education for women and girls, support for female entrepreneurship, access to sexual and reproductive health and rights, and women in leadership. Each of these issues need to be thoroughly integrated into our foreign policy at its core. In particular, on the day when the European Commission put forward a proposal for a directive on tackling violence against women in the EU, we must look to the Spotlight Initiative to tackle this issue outside the Union. And pleased to say that in 2017, the EU and the UN made a joint pledge to work together to spend 500 million to combat and tackle violence against women across the world. That project has been enormously successful. The statistics speak for themselves. 880,000 men and boys educated on positive masculinity, respect for family relationships, non-violent conflict resolution and parenting. 84 laws passed, signed and strengthened across 17 countries. 1 million young people reached. This is the kind of work we need to be doing, needs to be supported in our external actions. I want to support my colleague Sirpa Pietikäinen for all the work that she's done on this, and also the points she made in relation to human rights defenders. They do need to be specifically mentioned in our external action work. They need specific supports. Also in relation to FGM, of course, let me be clear, this is a heinous crime violating the dignity of women and girls from which they may never recover. We must tackle this horrendous phenomenon relentlessly. Colleagues, we only have to look at the brave women of Ukraine to know why gender equality needs to be at the core of our foreign policy. Let's do it. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Próxima
Thank you. The next speaker is Monica Silvana Gonzalez for 1 minute. Equality can't be a privilege for Europeans. That's why we celebrate the publication of GAP 3. We welcome the figures given by the Commissioner just now regarding 78% of the projects having a gender perspective. But we would remind you from the Development Committee that it's necessary to make a priority of women with disabilities. And the digital education of women and girls is also extremely important. There has to be universal access to sexual and reproductive health, including the right to abortion for women outside Europe, including LGBT women. The adoption of Europe's legislation requiring countries to penalise non-consensual sexual relations as rape, or the exchange of revenge porn images online. These must also be made illegal. The European restraining order has to be pursued. We need to take swift action to get this legislation adopted quickly. This isn't just a problem for less developed countries, it's a problem for Europeans too. And thank you very much. We're all with Ukraine tonight.
Thank you so much. Please speak a little bit more slowly, otherwise the interpreters will have difficulties. Sunčana Glavak, you've got the floor, 1 minute and a half.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Commissioner, dragi kolegice I kolege, poštivanje.
Dear colleagues, the respect of human dignity and gender equality is still a challenge that millions of women and girls have to go against in their everyday lives. And we have spent the evening discussing that. We are facing numerous obstacles when it comes to the empowerment of women and girls. Exploitation and poverty are actually quite common on a daily basis for a number of women and girls across the world. The action plan is something that the European Union has to bear in mind when it comes to its external action. This is in line with sustainable goals. I would especially like to say how important fight against femicide and all forms of violence against women online and offline is important. But let us not forget about the pandemic that is maybe not that visible but is still there. This is the pandemic of violence that happens between the four walls, within families, within a couple. And today also, especially in light of what is happening in Ukraine, we are also facing crimes against humanity. Let us not forget about these women and girls. According to UNESCO estimates, 73% of women in the world are exposed to some form of violence, whereas 9 million girls in the European Union have experienced some form of violence before the age of 15. We have to provide greater support to our women and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, the legal framework is expanding, but what is the implementation like? The measures that we are announcing have to include the women as well, and the development of a gender perspective also has to be looked at from different angles. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Próxima intervenção.
Thank you. The next speaker is Hélène Fritzon for 1.5 minutes.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner. 8th of March, an important day, a day on which we should talk about progress in terms of women's rights. But it's also a day when we should shed light on all the inequalities or the injustices that are still out there. But of course, the 8th of March is also a day where we should raise our ambitions. We should rally behind targets. We should make sure that action is taken. Women's rights are human rights. We know that. And that really should be obvious to all and sundry. This is the third GAP. It contains some important objectives. If these objectives are to make a difference, they need to be fully implemented and they need to be given priority in all of EU's measures. Politically speaking, we might be talking about leadership, so political leadership. In my country, in Sweden, we have a feminist government. This feminist government has decided to move towards an equal society, to fight for that. We, as Social Democrats, want to increase that equality in our work within the Union and outside of the Union, to step up the pace. Because if we don't step up the pace, then I'm afraid it's going to take 3 generations before we have an equal Europe for future generations. Young girls, young boys should have the same power, should be able to shape the same society and their own lives. That is a prerequisite for a sustainable and peaceful world. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lefteris Christoforou. 1 minute.
Chairman, today, International Women's Day, we are discussing the excellent report of our colleague Chrysoula Zaharopoulou concerning the actions of the European Union on gender issues, and I support it fully, completely, because for me, what it always was, is, and will be something we cannot negotiate. It's a principle of the European Union, the equality of the gender. But today, all our eyes and our thoughts are towards the Ukraine, and the women in the Ukrainian women fighting and struggling, the whole humanity today salutes the soul of the women of the Ukraine. They did not move from the violence of the Russian forces. They tried to defend their country. They're struggling to defend the human ideals and the European principles and values. In the face of all these Ukrainian women, I see the face of the women of Cyprus, who in 1974 defended in the same way our country and their freedom. In the face of the woman from Ukraine, the refugee that had to be a refugee today with her children, I also see the same suffering of the Cypriot refugee for 48 years is waiting to leave from the refugee camp. The same pain. The refugees are the same. Here we have to send a very strong message that the European Union, united, it goes against every invader and against every conqueror and everybody who violates international rights and law. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Next, we have the contribution of Juan Fernando López Aguilar, 1.5 minutes.
Presidente, Comisaria,
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. This is GAP 3, and it aims to pursue equality, gender equality in Europe. Today is the 8th of March, International Women's Day, so it's a very apposite day for us to commit to equality for all women and men. And as long as we haven't understood that, we've understood nothing. If you look at the constitutions of our different member states in the European Union, you'll know that there is no discrimination on the grounds of sex. We also have the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union. Again, it talks about no discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity. Therefore, it's absolutely essential for everyone, for men and women, to remember that. And there are some objectives that I think we can pursue in order to achieve equality in the Union. First of all, we need to heed the words of the Commission President, Mrs. von der Leyen, who talked about Article 33, which criminalises gender violence. And we need EU legislation to that effect to protect the victims of gender-based violence. That's one thing. In addition to that, we also need to live up to our commitments to reform the directive, the criminal directive that pertains to trafficking in human beings, which should criminalise the users of these services provided by victims of trafficking. It's very important for us to therefore tackle the issue of prostitution, the use and abuse of that. Also, the European Union will be able to make a step in the right direction by pursuing these objectives. We could be a global leader in fighting against all forms of violence against women and girls. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Isabella Adinolfi for 1.5 minutes. Thank you, President. Colleagues, Commissioner. As I said in this House some time ago, in Europe, fundamental rights are something enjoyed by many, but not everyone. We often talk about freedom, justice, gender equality, but we don't manage to ensure this even within our own ranks. Unfortunately, even today, not all EU member states have ratified the Istanbul Convention. Still today, beneath our very eyes, women and children are victims of the trafficking in human beings, sold like slaves, killed or forced into prostitution. Still today, in some member states, prostitution is legal and is seen like just another job. Still today, out there are women who cannot even speak out against their persecutors, such as happened to young Anna Borsa, who unfortunately, after many attacks, was killed a few days ago in Italy by her former boyfriend, using a pistol that he had illegally. The only thing she did wrong was to break off a relationship with someone who was clearly ill. Because sometimes you live in a small town where everyone knows everyone, and psychologically it's difficult because people still try and make you feel guilty. Many women, unfortunately, are still not aware of their own rights, values and strength. It's our job to take them by the hand, to provide them with moral and material help, to restore their hope and encourage them to fight and not give up. Only joint action promoted at every political level, together with civil society, can really set in motion that change which has already happened very often on paper, but which is struggling to become a reality in everyday life. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. E agora...
Thank you. And now, to close the debate, I'll give the floor to Commissioner Urpilainen.
Thank you, President, dear members of the European Parliament. Thank you for this empowering debate, I would say. And I could not agree with you more. There is definitely no time to lose, especially considering what is happening right now for instance, in Afghanistan, but also in Ukraine and other countries where conflicts hit women hard. So my heart goes out to the millions of women and girls whose rights and safety are under threat at the moment. The EU will continue to be at the forefront of efforts to protect them. For instance, in Afghanistan, we are insisting on women's rights and girls' educations. So it is one of our red lines, because an empowered, educated girl is an immense force for change, for her community, but also for her country and the entire world. We are closely monitoring developments, and I will not waver from this commitment. So, dear members of the European Parliament, I look forward to continuing to work with you on women's empowerment and gender equality.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of our debate. The vote on this report will be taken tomorrow. So the sitting is closed. Tomorrow the session will resume at 8:30 with a debate on the European semester. Tomorrow's agenda has been published and is available on the European Parliament's website. Good night, everyone. Thank you.